welcome to the 18th Annual Canadian National March for Life coverage. I'm Doug Keck. It's coming to you live from Parliament Hill in Ottawa, Canada. This year's theme is Let Life Win. And speaking of winners, the one and only Father Joseph, Mary Wolfe is here, our EWTN network chaplain. Chaplain of EWTN, join me once more. It's the only time I get to see you these days, I think, for the most time, is when we get to do pro-life events.
Yes, I'm now assigned up at the Shrine of the Most Blessed Sacrament, and they had a candlelight procession there in Canada in preparation for this event. We had a candlelight procession last night as well to Our Lady on the Feast of Our Lady of Fatima.
Our Lady of Fatima. And today is, in many dioceses around the world, Ascension Thursday, right?
It is. So we think about the dignity of the human person, that the Son of God became man and dwelt among us, took on a human nature, but now he brought that human nature into glory. And that's the destiny for all human nature. That's why we have a dignity.
Right, exactly. And we have a full schedule ahead. Let's start with prayer, as we always do.
Yes. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Almighty God, Jesus, your Son, taught us to call you our Father, for you are the Father of us all, unborn, infants, children, people young and old. You have given us all a dignity that must be respected, loved, and cherished. Bless our broadcasts this day, we pray, filling them with your Spirit, so that the chorus of thousands of voices gathered for the National March for Life in Canada may move the hearts of many in their nation and throughout the world to see, to hear, and to understand your great love for each one of them and for everyone, through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. And of course, here at EWTN, we're all about life. And just before we get out to Jim and Joy Pinto, one thing I did want to mention, speaking of life, there's a new book that's out, My Life with Mother Angelica. It's a new edition. It was originally written by our one and only Sister Mary Raphael, who I always think of as the vicar in the old days. Why don't you just talk a little bit about this book that's just out, that the sisters have put out?
Well, you and I both knew Sister Raphael, how she was just this light, on the grounds here when the sisters still lived here. And she was Mother's dearest friend and vicar for many years. Right. And so she gives us really the inside story of what that life was like, especially the early days. I think she really captures that early spirit, that early charism. Right. And I think if you really want to know what those early days were like from the inside, that would be a great book to get.
Right. And she was, as you say, just a wonderful, wonderful person and a great supporter of Mother Angelica, really her right arm in many, many ways. So people should check that book out, My Life with Mother Angelica. It's a great way to help EWTN and the sisters. And you can get it from EWTN's religious catalog, EWTNRC.com, EWTNRC.com. Again, My Life with Mother Angelica. Like Father said, you won't be disappointed if you read that book. And I'm not sure, are we ready to go to Jim and Joy out there in the field? That's what we're waiting to see. I know we are out there in Canada, of course. We're in the studio right now. We're waiting to find out if we can get out there so we can. And so are they ready, in fact?
We are.
Okay, great. Let's see some video from out there, and let's talk. Oh, there they are. Okay. It's Jim and Joy. Okay. They're at home in Canada, too. You're at home everywhere you go, you're at home.
We're at home all over the world.
Well, Father Joseph and Doug, it's great to be here once again with you and with EWTN, bringing the National March for Life Canada right here in Ottawa. Right behind us is Parliament Hill. Beautiful edifice, beautiful facility. This is the place where laws are made, or should I say, where laws are struck down. It was in the 60s that the criminalization of abortion was struck down here through an omnibus bill, slipped through, and so that there is no law in this nation. If so much as a toe is inside the mother of that child, abortion can take place. Lord have mercy. And then recently in February, there was a striking down of another bill by the Supreme Court, unanimously striking down assisted suicide. The law had said that no one can assist someone in taking their own life. Now, unless Parliament does something in this election year, that will hold all over the country of Canada. That means that doctors and nurses will be able to give lethal medication to their people and allow them to kill themselves. So doctors become killers instead of healers. It's a very important time here. It's a festive feel, but also a very sober time here. There's a lot that's going to be happening during this time. Joy?
Well, we're going to have such great discussion today on all the life issues. We're going to go over especially the coverage that we had last night at the EWTN National Pro-Life Roundtable, which was just wonderful. We're going to have everything happening here at Parliament Hill. We're going to cover the downtown, the march through Ottawa. And we're going to hear all the rally speeches. We're going to hear women who are going to be telling their testimonies of women who are hurting because they chose to have an abortion. And then at the end of our ceremony, we're going to have a closing prayer service that will take place at 4 o'clock. But right now, Doug and Father, we have thousands of people coming into Parliament Hill, coming off buses. It's just absolutely beautiful to see the old and the young. We have people in wheelchairs coming and saying, "My life matters." Canada, wake up and hear the voice of your people.
Let's go to some highlights from last year so you can get a taste for what's coming.
Backbone of the pro-life movement of Canada. And if you want to know whether it's healthy, look around and see all the young people that are here today.
What is needed is a rebirth of the virtue of chastity. Ask Planned Parenthood. They have said that most high school pregnancies are caused by the failure of contraception, not the failure to use contraception.
When Pope Francis was made aware of our march today here in Ottawa, he decided to send us a message to the organizers and participants, and in particular to those who aid women in crisis pregnancies and their children. The Holy Father cordially imparts his apostolic blessing as a pledge of joy and peace in the risen Lord.
Sometimes we face angry people who are very, very troubled by the message which we proclaim. But it is a message that brings peace.
Thank you for being here today and for dispelling one of the biggest myths that is out there, that this is an issue about a bunch of old men telling women what to do. This crowd proves that totally wrong.
As a woman who also regrets her abortion, I am so grateful for your support for the women and the men who regret their decision to abort years ago. We have been forgiven. We have been set free.
In the face of controversy, you have prevailed and shown not only our politicians in the building behind us, who are supposed to represent us, but the rest of the country, that abortion is not a closed issue.
I believe that you should be able to join political parties, actually run for political office. And thankfully, in my party, I have that right. I can run as a pro-lifer, and I'm very proud of that.
What do we want? Pro-life! When do we want it? Now!
And we know yesterday that Justin Trudeau tried to kick out from politics all pro-lifers. Are we ready to tell Justin Trudeau, no way? Because we are for life.
Please demand that each and every single member of Parliament recognizes the equal worth and dignity of every member of the human family.
This march is a funeral to mourn the over 3 million children who have been dismembered by the legalized bloodshed that we call abortion.
Are you for life? Are you for love?
Welcome back. We want to introduce our co-hosts, Kathleen Dunn and Brian Lilly. Kathleen Dunn is no stranger to the pro-life effort here in Canada, to the annual March for Life. As a matter of fact, she has sung with her band, her pro-life band, right on the steps of Parliament. Kathleen, it's great to have you. And Brian Lilly, a wonderful journalist who's no stranger to the halls of Parliament. Knows what goes on there, has interviewed many, many people. Brian, welcome to the team. How you doing?
Hi, Jim and Joy. We're doing so well. It's so exciting to be here. The crowds are rolling in and we're hearing awesome music from Net Ministries. Brian, how are you feeling about things?
You know, very good, because every year it starts off very slow, and some of my media colleagues from the press gallery come out and they say, oh, nobody here. But in an hour, this place will be packed.
Yeah, we're very excited. Thanks, Jim and Joy.
No.
I can't hear.
We can't hear.
That's okay. Okay, well, we're back, and I think Brian was sharing with us. We didn't get to hear it, so we're going to do the best that we can here with that. And Joy, Brian was a part of the roundtable yesterday, and it was just an incredible, incredible time. And Brian, you did a wonderful job. Do you have some thoughts about that real quick, maybe in 30 seconds, about the roundtable, if you can hear me?
Brian, how was the roundtable last night?
Roundtable was fantastic, you know, getting all these different pro-life leaders together in one spot and having a discussion about what's going well, what needs to be improved, hearing the different strategies, and seeing that a lot of them are starting to work together was really impressive. Let me tell you, there's a big political impact from the campaign between the Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform and Campaign Life Coalition targeting Liberal leader Justin Trudeau because of his absolute stance on all candidates, all members of his party must vote pro-abortion, because there used to be a big pro-life contingent. So those two groups decided to work together, and wow, what an impact they're having this week.
Amazing stuff.
You'll get to see all of the proceedings of that one-of-a-kind National Pro-Life Roundtable soon, but we want you to get a little bit of a view of what's coming to you later on in this year. Let's go to some clips regarding that wonderful roundtable last night. Let's see the highlights.
Welcome, everyone, to the first ever EWTN National Pro-Life Roundtable.
What's very interesting is that the preamble of our Constitution talks about how Canada's laws are founded on a belief in God and in the rule of law. And that preamble has been set aside more and more so that we see rights now thought of as conferred by the state or conferred by the charter.
So why is it that what we instinctively and intellectually know about the baby in the womb never translates over into impacting what we culturally believe about abortion? And it's because we have this cognitive dissonance and there's this wall up.
Section 7 of our charter is the right to life. The court decided to redefine it and say the right to life also constitutes a right to die.
We've gone from a country that has invested money into helping those who are depressed to all of a sudden turning everything on its head, where we find ourselves in a state of suicide relativism.
What if eventually we look at someone in my condition who uses a walker or a wheelchair? Oh, I can't see myself looking like that. What trouble must she have to go through? I'd rather end my life before I end up in her shoes.
Well, Liberal leader Justin Trudeau made the proclamation that anyone who holds the pro-life position cannot even run for the Liberal Party of Canada. So not only do we have to contend with a leader who is in favor of this violation of fundamental human rights, but now he is discriminating against, you know, half the country who disagree with abortion from even taking part in our democratic process.
But Parliament isn't where the work on this needs to be done. The work needs to be done in our homes, in our schools, in our communities. And in Parliament, just for example, there's three major parties that could win the election this October. Two of them are led by Catholics, and they are the most staunchly pro-abortion politicians you will meet. But you'll find Catholics like that across the country, so we have to start in our own house.
Unless we have a conversion of heart and decide that as Catholic Christians, we have a place in the public sphere, we should not be shutting ourselves up because some politicians tell us that religion has no place in the public square. I think we would say the opposite. No, you have a right to be there.
these young people are really going to take this on, and it's through the legacy of the work that our older pro-life heroes have done over the years that have laid the foundation for young people now to really make a social change. We're joyful and trusting in the Lord that He's got this. This is His battle, and we're just here to do exactly what it is that He needs us to do in every single moment, and that's what we're going to keep doing.
It was a glorious evening and great engaging discussions. So you be sure to look for that. The EWTN National Pro-Life Roundtable will be coming to EWTN soon. And right now, we're going to pitch to Kathleen and Brian, who are out in the field.
Hey, Jim and Joy. So we're here with the Servants of the Cross, with Sister Melinda and Sister Anna, and they're the sisterhood from the Companions of the Cross. Is that right?
That's correct.
So we wanted to ask you a little bit, what drives you about your vocations to be pro-life?
Well, I can answer that in one word, and that is Jesus. He is the source of life. He's our all in all.
That's beautiful. That's awesome. Sister Melinda, do you have any thoughts on that? What about your vocation drives you to be pro-life?
The thing that comes to mind is that life is precious. And so as we witnessed in our vocation to the beauty of consecrated life, that's a witness as well to all life.
Yeah, that's so true.
But you don't have to be a Catholic, you don't have to be Christian to be pro-life. So first tell me about how the two connect, but also what would you say to family, friends that aren't in their faith about being pro-life?
The first thing that comes to mind is from the homily last night at the Candlelight Vigil, where Archbishop was saying, you know what, we can speak truth through reason, through logic, but you need the grace of the Holy Spirit. And so that's the connection for us, being pro-life through the Holy Spirit, you know, having that to solidify and make sense of those truths that are spoken.
That's so true. So what would you say with that grace from the Lord? What practical things are you guys doing with your sisterhood to be a part of the pro-life mission?
First of all, we offer our prayers. Every day we pray for the pro-life movement, and we offer just our prayers of that connection, that bridge with the Lord and ourselves.
So beautiful. Thank you so much for joining us, ladies. All of you, I hope you enjoyed today. And we're heading back to you, Jim and Joy.
Well, welcome back. And right now we are joined with Christina Alimo, and she is with the Campaign Life. She's the coordinator for the Campaign Life Coalition. And one of the things that you organized, that you did last night, was you had the prayer vigil, and then you do the adoration. Then you're also responsible for tomorrow. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your organization and rallying the youth of Canada?
Okay, so I'm the youth coordinator for Campaign Life Coalition, and what we do is we target high school students and university students and young professionals and activate them to get involved in the pro-life movement. And then we also, of course, take care of side events at the March for Life, such as the vigil and the adoration and the conference tomorrow. And the way we do it is we really reach out to young people on social media, in their schools. We give talks, and we really give them the tools that they need to be able to defend the pro-life position, both from a religious perspective, but also a non-denominational point of view, because, you know, logic and reason is on our side, and we really feel that they need all-encompassing tools to be able to defend this issue.
Christina, share with us a little bit about what's taking place tomorrow, and hopefully the young people will be there for that. And as you're speaking, I think we may have some clips from last year's youth event.
Yeah, so the youth conference tomorrow, we have a plethora of speakers from all over the place, from Canada and America. And this year we have Matt Fradd coming, and he's speaking at our youth banquet tonight, actually. And he's speaking on pornography and the connection to abortion and a lack of chastity, because they're all symptoms of the culture of death. And tomorrow we have Troy Newman from Operation Rescue speaking. But we also have some Canadians, both Alyssa Galobe from Campaign Life Coalition and Jonathan Van Maren from the Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform. And they're basically going to give students the tools in especially how they can be activated in this election year in Canada.
We want to congratulate you on the great work that you're doing with young people and building a new culture of life. I believe we're going back to Kathleen and to Brian at this time and see what they have going on out in the field. So Kathleen and Brian, we're going back to you in just a moment. And no, we need to stretch it a little bit. Do you think they're really going to be coming out tomorrow? They're going to stay over the night? The young people?
Absolutely. We're going to have close to 1,000 youth at our conference tomorrow, and that's about the capacity of our conference center right now. So as we're growing, hopefully we can get a bigger venue and fill it up.
And the most important thing in Canada is when we turn 18, we need to vote. We need to turn our passion, our truth, into votes so that we can change this country, right?
Absolutely.
Which is important. Yeah. So that's, I really hope that you promote that.
Yes. Oh, 100%. And that's one of our main issues because we are the political arm of the movement. So the prayer and the vigils and the adoration sustains us, but our primary focus is to empower youth to go out and vote and be educated politically.
Okay, I think we're ready to go to Kathleen and Brian now. Christina, thanks so much.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Kathleen and Brian, to you.
All right, joined by Garth Pereira and Joe Vogel. They're with Net Ministries Canada, which is a fantastic organization that goes across the country, music ministry. Now, I know this organization because there's young people from my parish that are traveling with you guys right now, community to community, but why don't you tell us a little bit about it, 20-second version.
Sure, Net Ministry is a Catholic youth ministry, and we evangelize and share the gospel message. And we definitely feel that with the gospel message comes the pro-life message in the whole package deal. So they go and share the gospel message with 20,000 young people a year.
All right, so Garth, how important is it to reach the young audience with something as accessible as music?
Music is the language of young people. I mean, I've heard the average teenager today listens to 6 hours of music a day. I mean, so music is a huge tool, and we've seen more people come into their faith through music than almost anything else. So.
I know for a lot of people, I do youth ministry as well, and for some people, it seems uncool to be pro-life or uncool to be really involved in your faith. How do you combat that culture and get people and teens on board with the pro-life message?
The key is witness. I think with anything, Pope Paul VI once said, modern man listens more closely to witnesses than he does to teachers. And if he listens to teachers, it's because they're first witnesses. So we have young people that are on fire with their faith, they're joyful, they're excited, they're normal, they're cool, and they're excited about their faith. So that's the best way to combat it.
A good way to combat the culture is to be against the culture as well. And having a message where you're in love with Jesus Christ and pro-life, it's countercultural. And so therefore, in today's day and age, it actually is a cool thing to be that way.
Majority of abortions, of course, are carried out on women who are between 15 and 30. That's the audience you're speaking to, right?
That's right. And if we can change the culture of life with this generation, when they go on to the next generation, they start having families, we hope to affect the culture that way. One young person at a time, one woman at a time, and it takes two to tango. So it's not just the woman, it's also the responsibility of the man as well. And that's one thing we look at as well, is targeting men as well and taking the responsibility of what life really means from conception to natural death.
And I know, having been at your fundraising galas, heard the testimony, it does work and it's fantastic. You guys want to give us a song before we throw back? No? Okay. Jim and Joy, back to you.
Well, we're here with two outstanding figures regarding this March for Life. Jim Hughes, the national president of Campaign Life, the oldest national pro-life organization here in Canada, and the vice chair of the CLC, Jeff Gunnison, oversees the various political campaigns at all levels. So Jim, you're a historic figure here.
But you're young.
I'm getting older, that's what it is, yes.
Tell us about the history of this march, its inception, how it's grown over the years, and why.
For many years, I attended the National March for Life in Washington, D.C., organized by the late Nellie Gray. And about 20 years ago, she said to me, why don't you have a march in Canada? I said, oh, it's a lot of work. And she said, oh, you can do it. You're just, oh, don't be such a wuss. I said, okay, fine, Nellie. And then I came back here and mentioned it to people. And the following year, she said, you got a march going yet? I said, no.
Wow.
And so I came back and told the folks again. And so Father Alphonse de Valk, who is one of our key people, said, well, why don't we do it on the anniversary of the omnibus bill that Pierre Trudeau brought in May the 14th, 1969. And so we did it. So this is the 18th March. And they've been wonderful, wonderful events as more and more young people come to the understanding of what abortion is all about.
Well, Jeff, Campaign Life chose Let Life Win. Why don't you speak to the significance of that theme?
Sure.
I think you mentioned it, you discussed it at last night's roundtable discussion, and what we heard there was that there's a need in the culture to implement pro-life activities, education, to change the hearts and the minds of the people in the culture before you can make any headway in politically. So we've always understood that, and Campaign Life has always been sort of involved in the political end, and then we have the educational movement that looks after educating and really evangelizing, if you will, the pro-life message. So we try to combine, because all these people here are not necessarily politically minded people, but they do go and work in their churches and their communities and try to bring the pro-life message there. And so we tried to combine the Let Life Win. We thought looked like something that we could use, in the community, but as well as a political statement, because that's why the significance of the check mark. So we were trying to subtly say, let life win everywhere, both in the culture and in the legislatures of our country, and especially here at the House of Commons. We want them to understand that we've just got to let life win, and that also speaks to the testimonials that we used as a promotional item spoke to that theme as well.
That's a great theme.
Jim, Joy mentioned earlier about the march being dedicated to a special someone. You sure about that?
2 years ago, we dedicated the march to Miss Nellie Gray, since she was the one that was the catalyst behind us getting involved here. And this year, we have two pro-life heroines, Linda Gibbons and Mary Wagner. Both of them are in jail right now, as a matter of fact. And they, like the great American heroine Joan Andrews Bell, they've spent a combined 15 years in jail attempting to offer women an alternative to abortion. And it's unbelievable. If you are a rapist and murderer in Canada, you don't have to spend that much time in jail. But for these women attempting to help other women who are pregnant and distressed, they go to the slammer.
Well, it's a beautiful dedication and credible witnesses to the gospel of life. And
lovely women.
So we need to transform this society. Well, I hope you gentlemen will join us again at the conclusion of this time. We want to get your commentary, get your sense about the time you've developed it and have seen it over the years. And I think we have a clip now of one of the members of Parliament. I think we're going to be going to that clip with Stephen Woodworth, a member of Parliament on the dignity of every human being. So do we have that clip ready? If we do, we can go to that. Okay, let's go. Now, with the Supreme Court decision. Okay, let's go.
Oh, pitch it again, they said.
Okay, let's go now to a very special clip that we have of Stephen Woodworth, Member of Parliament. He's sharing about the dignity of every human life. Listen to this.
At some point in the career of every member of Parliament, he or she is going to have to decide whether Canadian law should embrace universal human rights or should deny the humanity of some in the name of so-called choice. Recognizing the equal worth and dignity of every human being, I say, let life win.
All right, well, welcome back. And Joy, people are filing in from all over. And it's just so exciting to see these young people. And it's going to be interesting to see as there's bills. We don't want to say it's over last year yet, but the march has not even begun. And the piazza here and the grounds are really, really filling up, aren't they?
It is so beautiful. And to hear, as we heard Jim Hughes sharing how they dedicated, the march and his commitment and how he got involved by Nellie Gray and the influence the United States had on him, and just saying, I could do this, I could bring this to Canada, which was so exciting. But the most important thing is what Jeff was sharing of the political impact is we have to turn these numbers into votes. I mean, we have to get these people voting and voting on all the life issues, because Canada, you know, they have assisted suicide, which is a physician-assisted suicide, which is rather scary. And we're going to be talking about that later, and we had a great discussion about that last night at the round table. So we'll have some doctors who are going to come up on stage with us later on and just really talk about that and open up the world's eyes as to what is happening, because I think we don't believe it.
Right.
We don't believe it. I mean, even hearing it last night, and we're so entrenched in this and what we hear, and you're just like, oh my gosh, what has happened to us as a society?
Well, it's a critical time here in Canada because you got the striking down of the law criminalizing assisting people to kill themselves, but it gets pitched back to Parliament. So Parliament can amend. I don't know if they can override or not, but they could really do something. So it's in Parliament's hands, and you got an election year. And the way things work here versus America, we elect our president. Well, here you elect your representatives, the MPs that come here, the members of Parliament, and then a coalition is built. So what the people have to do is really ask important questions about where those running for office or those in office stand on the sanctity and dignity of the human person, and elect to Parliament members of Parliament that are going to stand for life, for the sanctity and dignity of every human being, and that we want to stand for care, not killing. And this is where they are. So there's no law regarding abortion in this country, so people are just doing however they see fit. If Parliament doesn't come up with a national law, then everyone does what's right in their own eyes throughout the whole country. And so this is a key time. And that's one of the reasons why it's so important to mobilize people like this. And unfortunately as well in Canada, the voting rate is a pretty apathetic rate.
Mm-hmm.
So not that many people, percentage-wise, are voting, but that could also be a plus.
Right.
I mean, if people are really moved, people are inspired, people get it, and take their faith into the voting booth, that's what they need to do. I think we have Kathleen and Brian back out in the field, and so Kathleen and Brian, back to you. What's going on?
Well, you know, we're just talking about the whole issue of getting youth involvement. So it kind of relates to what you're talking about in terms of changing the way people vote. But to change the way people vote, you have to change their hearts and minds. And that was one of the discussions we had at the round table last night. And Kathleen, you and I both come from the same school system. We're both from the Hamilton, Ontario area. You're from Bishop Tonus, you know. I served altar for him, but I never went to that school. So we're from rival schools, but a long ways apart. So I remember sitting in law school class when the court ruling came down striking down the abortion law in 1988. You're a couple years younger than me. You actually were part of this whole movement to start bringing the young people up onto the Hill. How did you get involved in pro-life?
Well, my first time at this March for Life was when I was in grade 10. And my high school, Bishop Tonus, we came here and we went to the student conference, which you'll hear about, that's happening tomorrow. And I heard some of the speakers, and it just really hit me hard that I needed to do something. And my family is pro-life and Catholic, but it hit me that I could do something. And so from there, I just got involved in doing things at my high school and then university, and now I'm working for National Campus Life Network, and it just brings me so much to life, and to see the fire that young people have and the excitement we have, it's needed and it's happening. So.
It truly is, and of course having these young people come out to the conference, and I know many of them work hard. It's not a day off. They don't get to go run off in the sunshine or go shopping. A lot of them have to show up at the pro-life club. They have to do certain things to be able to earn their way here.
Yeah, totally. You have to make those decisions every day to, maybe even lose your reputation for the sake of saving lives, but we know that it's worth it.
So this is part of what we need to do in terms of changing hearts and minds, because as I said last night at the round table, politicians are followers, and so they want to lead a parade, but they got to see the parade first, and they've got to see that people are there. And so, I'm seeing lots of my friends walk by with their young kids, and it starts there, but it also is important to get the school kids in, to get to that high school conference, because as you said, you were pro-life, your family was pro-life, but you didn't really think about it till you went to that conference.
No, yeah, I didn't realize that my words and my actions really, truly made a difference. And going to the march every year is great, but the march inspires you to go forward and actually evangelize and talk to people one-on-one about abortion. And so that really inspired me to learn about the issue and learn how to speak it properly to people, because it's one thing to be excited, but another thing to be able to articulate it well.
Learn how to say it in a loving way, smile on your face, not scare people off so that they say, I never want to hear about that topic again. I mean, and sometimes we can do that. When we're excited about a topic, we can become so zealous that people they just want us to shut up. But if you learn to do it properly, it can be said in a loving way and you can draw people to you.
Yeah, certainly. And so with National Campus Life Network, we train university and now high school students to learn how to speak it so that in those one-on-one conversations, the people don't always remember what you say, but they remember how you treated them. And so that is so important when we're spreading the pro-life message. And so we teach that to our university students, that that's the way that we're going to make a difference, is show love to every human being. Because if we're teaching that we need to love the preborn human beings, we need to love the people right in front of us as well.
Yeah, I mean, today we're talking 20,000 plus people coming out for this March, Jim and Joy, more than 20,000 people. And that's impressive. But the work isn't here. The work is back home with each of these people in one-on-one conversations, one mind, one heart at a time, bringing them over to understand and embrace the pro-life message, because if we just talk to each other, then the movement doesn't grow. But if you talk to each other one at a time, convince your brother, convince your sister, convince your parents sometimes, that can make a huge difference.
Yeah, it's so true. And sometimes we're afraid to talk to people that we love about abortion, but that's where it's going to start. Like you were saying at the panel last night, the pro-life message has to start in the home, and we see some excitement happening behind us right now. Probably a high school coming in to celebrate the March for Life, so it's awesome to see.
All right, back to you guys, back to Jim and Joy.
Brian and Kathleen, thank you so much for that witness, for that testimony. And Doug and Father Joseph, things are going great here. It's back to you.
Very good. Okay, so we have Jim and Joy, and also out there Kathleen Dunn from the National Campus Life Network, and also the journalist Brian Lilly of the Sun News Network. I'm back here, Doug Keck, on set at Pro-Life Central here at EWTN with our EWTN network chaplain, Father Joseph Mary Wolf. And Father Joseph, listening to some of the conversations that we've heard so far today, one of the things that struck me was the idea when they talked about how the law got passed back in, 69 or so, how it got slipped through in an omnibus bill. And I was thinking, just like Roe v. Wade and Doe versus, they're both lies. It's all lies. And people didn't really know at the time what they were really getting, right?
Yes, and it was that youth director who was talking about that logic, science is on our side. That this is not something that's ever going to go away, because it's a truth about our dignity, the dignity of the human person. And there can be underhanded means by which these things have come into law. But eventually our human nature cries out that this is the way we are. This is reality. I always say that truth is buoyant, that we can submerge it, but it always comes to the surface. You can't keep it submerged.
Right, and one of the facts that all abortions are funded with taxpayer dollars through the provincial health care system, except in New Brunswick, where private clinic abortions are not. This despite the fact polls show a majority of Canadians, up to 70%, in an 09 poll, significantly disagree with their dollars being used to kill babies. It's amazing how when it fits into the secular world's view of what's important, and even the idea that you were talking about the candlelight vigil, that they actually have it. The official vigil location is called the Canadian Tribute to Human Rights Monument in downtown Ottawa. And, of course, it wasn't put there for the unborn. But if you think about it, we worry about everybody else's human rights, but the child in the womb. And now we seem to be forgetting about the elderly and the despondent and the people who are stuck in despair.
Right. So this is the human rights issue of the day. And we can see people, are they just valuable because of what they could contribute, as we think, to society? And often we're missing the more essential things about human nature, not just what they can be productive at, but to see that dignity of the human person that they contribute just by their personhood, just by the ability to love like a Down syndrome child. One of the videos that they have on the Coalition website, the speakers talking about how that child enriched their family.
Right, and people can also get in touch with us through the our Canadian Facebook page or our regular EWTN Facebook page. And we're going to go out because there's a full schedule ahead. Back with Jim and Joy in Canada. Jim and Joy.
Welcome back, Doug. Well, you know, and Father, that this battle also has a great spiritual dimension to it. And so last night we had the prayer vigil, then we also had Eucharistic adoration, but then also just a few hours ago there were a number of pro-life masses that happened throughout the morning. One was at the Notre Dame Cathedral, St. Patrick's Basilica, and St. Teresa of the Child Jesus. And so that was just beautiful events.
We had wonderful, passionate clergy involved. We had the Most Reverend Terence Prendergast, who's the Archbishop here in Ottawa. We had His Eminence Thomas Cardinal Collins, Archbishop of Toronto, and I believe he will be with us. His Eminence will be with us for an interview. We had at St. Teresa's Child Parish, Jesus Parish, Most Reverend Fred Coley, Bishop of Thunder Bay. And so there were beautiful celebrations last night, as you said, this morning. And the foundation for the pro-life movement is laid in prayer, in the Holy Eucharist, and even today, the Feast of the Ascension.
Yes.
And so to be able to do those readings today and to put the focus on Christ, to put the focus on the theology of the body and the ascension and Christ ascending into heaven, taking human flesh into heaven. And so the focus here is celebratory. The focus here is to engage on the streets, to engage in conversation, to engage in politics. But the foundation for everything is the Most Holy Eucharist, is prayer, is fasting, is spiritual warfare.
And it is spiritual warfare, and the culture of death must be attacked with prayer and with fasting, because our battle is not against flesh and blood. It is against powers and principalities. So that's where we have to wage our war, and we have to, so to stay in the fight, that we have to know the battle is won. The victory is won, so that we don't grow weary in doing well and fighting this battle and getting angry and bitter and mad and throwing the towel in when everything depends upon it. So we have to stay full of faith and full of God. And right now we're going to go to Kathleen and Brian.
All right, sorry guys, we're just chatting here and enjoying the views of the crowd and checking out what's in. So Kathleen is actually, I'm just a pro-life journalist who talks about this now and again, but you actually work full-time in this. You're with National Campus Life Network. You're in the trenches, and I always think that universities more than high school. And we're going to see more high school students than university students here today, because universities, colleges, they've let out for the summer. A lot of those guys are off working, trying to raise enough money to go back in the fall. You were there day in, day out when school's in. How tough is it to spread that message? Is there an openness to it or a reluctance?
Well, as you can probably guess, there's a reluctance to hearing the pro-life message on university campuses. But with NCLN, we know that it's so important to be there because, like we were saying before, that's the age demographic that's most vulnerable to abortion. And so, you know that people on university campuses are sexually active, but how many pregnant women do you see on campus? Next to none. And so we know that something is happening to those babies, and whether they are shamed off campus because they feel that they cannot be pregnant on campus, or they're choosing abortion. And so we know that that message is so needed. And there are a lot of young university students who we've met who are excited to be a part of it and joining clubs. And even though they face opposition from their student unions who say, you can't have a club here, they still find ways to spread that message, to do tabling, which is, they talk to people in those one-on-one conversations that we were saying and how important that is. And though they do, risk their reputation in spreading that message, they see the importance of it, and they are saving lives and changing hearts through what they do and what they say, and their presence is really needed there. So
yeah, I remember a couple of years ago I was blessed to be the keynote speaker at the National Campus Life Network dinner, which they held it last night. That's tonight. Later tonight it's going to be. So one of the people that I got to meet there was a young woman. If I remember correctly, she did not have a religious background. She was not pro-life. She became pregnant, and decided that this was not something she could do, but she did get support from campus pro-life people, and that really had an impact on her. That really changed her heart on the issue. And her and her boyfriend decided to keep the baby, get married, begin a family, and that's what we need to see.
Yeah, and that was all because of the connection she had with the Pro-Life Club. And so we encourage any university students out there to get involved in the Pro-Life group on their campus or start one, because as we said, it's so needed and it really is making a difference. So thank you so much, and I think we're heading back to you, Jim and Joy.
Welcome back. Well, we right here are now with Tanya Allen, and you're with Campaign Life. And one of the things that you do, you're very busy. You are a mother.
I am.
Last night you were running up the stairs and you said, I just got done nursing my baby. I mean, love
I didn't know that.
She did.
Yeah, I have 4 children, and they're all here.
God bless you. Well, thank you for being a mother, and thank you for saying yes to life.
Well, thank my husband.
There you go. But one of the beautiful things, your focus on women and the family, how important is keeping the issue before women in the truth of it all?
Well, I think women, especially I'd say in the last few generations, have seen the downfall of the feminist movement, that it was a false feminism. And I think within the pro-life movement, one truly embraces true femininity. And there is no better issue than the pro-life issue that really helps us bring women's rights to the forefront. And that's what the crux of this issue is really. It's the rights of the children and the rights of women, but the rights of women to be protected and not to be exploited through the industry and the disgusting, obviously, murder of abortion.
Well, for a woman, and Jim and I run a pregnancy medical center, and we just see how many women have just bit the apple and believed the lie, and the reparation that has to be done in truth, and lifting that veil and saying, you bought the lie, now you can be repaired, you can be restored, because the church can restore you and renew you, right?
Absolutely, and that kind of ministry is so important. Just this past week, a friend informed me that a close friend of hers just had an abortion. And I said, it's obviously massive tragedy here, you tried your best, but she's going to need you again. It could be tomorrow, it could be in 10 years, but at some point that psychological damage will surface, and she'll come to realize the harm and trauma that she's going to be facing.
How important are healing ministries for women? We find that they're very important, because this cycle it's a cycle.
It is a cycle.
I mean, if you don't get what's really taken place, it can be repeated.
Absolutely. It's a very important ministry, and again, if we're truly interested in protecting women and helping women, then we as a country ought to be pro-life. That's why what happens up here is so important. And when I see political parties with Catholic leaders champion false women's rights, it disgusts me, because you're not truly for women. If you did, you'd love them truly and love the babies and help support them through the pregnancy, not say, you know what, basta, done.
Right. Why don't you tell our viewing audience the climate of what's going on in Parliament Hill behind us and all of the life issues?
Well, unfortunately, it's not the best climate. Like we said, there's one leader, a Catholic leader of a specific party who has openly said there can be no pro-life person running to represent this party. There's another party who has done the exact same thing. It's awful when freedom of speech and freedom of expression is being trampled on back here. So it's a very sad climate. Of course, being from Campaign Life Coalition, the political arm of the pro-life movement, we have been successful in trying to advance certain bills and motions. Unfortunately, one is so innocuous as the examination of when life begins was voted down in the House of Commons.
Just to examine when life begins?
Just to examine. Not say we're rule in a certain way or make a law about it. Let's just have a biological examination. When does life really begin? Yeah. It didn't go anywhere.
Incredible.
Yes,
just incredible.
It's sad.
And it's interesting. You're saying the head of a party, I guess that's Trudeau.
Yeah, Trudeau.
Okay.
And just to let you know, his father was the one who brought in abortion into Canada in 1969.
Okay, so he is saying that if you're going to be identified with that liberal wing, that liberal party in Parliament, you cannot hold the position regarding the life issue, the sanctity of life,
yes,
and be opposed to abortion. You cannot. Well, what's ever happened to tolerance in Canada? I remember growing up in the 60s that this was a place during the Vietnam War where people were divided in America about the war, and some perhaps honestly felt that this was an unjust war and found Canada a safe harbor regarding tolerance, a place to go, conscience. So here you're saying that you have the head of a liberal party saying you can't even hold that position in conscience and be a part of this.
That's right. You're excluded. You're not allowed, period, because of your view, because of your conscience. It's a travesty.
Now, I think you have Cardinal Collins, I think, spoke to this. I
Yes.
think he actually wrote Trudeau or wrote about this and confronted him about that.
Yeah, there have been, I think, a few bishops who've confronted Trudeau on these policies, but he just reiterated, I believe, yesterday, if not again this morning, that he will stand to represent women's rights against false women's rights,
Right.
and he will not, at any point, change his view. And I think this is, again, disgusting.
What opportunities does an election year bring? No matter what party someone's in, I mean, the grassroots people have an opportunity to vote, to elect MPs to go. And you've got the striking down of the assisted suicide law banning that. You've got an election coming up. Is this an opportunity? How do you sense the climate? What needs to be done?
Well, I think there's definitely a groundswell that people are intolerant of the intolerance back here. And I think you can see by the young people behind us that we're really active and we're definitely bringing this issue to the forefront. Because it's an election year, and again, over 40% of Canadians in this country are Catholic, I would hope and call that all Catholics vote according to conscience and do not support any local candidate who is pro-choice.
Well, the beauty of being a mother, and you know that, and I know that, is to participate with God and grow a baby in our womb.
Sure.
You know, and to really convey that to the young people. In Canada, like you said, we're pairing women who really have been deceived. What is the average number of abortions that a woman might have?
The average number, I mean, it depends. The amount of abortions that are reported, because again, it's very hard for us to access these facts. They say on average about 100,000 a year in Canada, and those are just ones that are reported, and those are just surgical. We don't know through chemical abortion, through ones who are going through pharmacists. We don't know the numbers through abortifacient contraceptives, and that has been a big problem in Canada, the contraceptive mentality leading down that slippery slope, which in our opinion led to abortion here.
Well, and one of the things that we brought out last night on the panel from the audience was the heart cry for the people to say to the priest and to the clergy, teach us, lead us, because we know in America our Savior doesn't fly in on Air Force One, and nor in Canada, whoever your prime minister might be. The answer is in the people of God. The church is the only one that has the answer. So we as a community of people have to rise up wherever we are in the world, if we're in Canada, in the United States, and say we will defend the truth until our last dying breath and go down with this. So how do we get these young people to say, here we are in number, but how do we get them to vote? How do we get them to the polls?
Well, I think we just energize them. I mean, we've just had a cross-Canada caravan activating on the grassroots level, going community to community, just to bring people to the knowledge that what's going on in the political scene and say, okay, look what this party's doing. They're banning pro-lifers. What are you going to do about it? We challenge them, challenge their conscience. I mean, Christ was very clear. Where two or more are gathered in my name, I am there. So we don't, you know, even if two people alone stand vigil outside an abortion clinic, that's activism. That's standing for truth. That's standing for life. So on a micro and macro level, there's much that can be done. And I think young pro-lifers, as I'm sure are in America, are probably some of the most politically active people you'll meet. So there definitely isn't malaise in this group.
Your voting age here in Canada?
18.
18 years old. And what's kind of the demographic makeup you're seeing with the young people that are turning out for these things?
For the March for Life?
Yeah, the March for Life, the vigil that you're having across the country.
Oh, all races, young people, most of them under 16. It's amazing. I'd say actually most under 35. I'd say 2/3 of the march is definitely people under 35. It's huge. And every year, those numbers and that ratio increases and increases.
Tanya, what are you seeing just in terms of cross-denominationally? Is it something that's bringing the church together from various traditions?
I think there's always room for more bishops to be here. I think we do have a pretty good representation, but I would like to see bishops year after year from all dioceses, just like we do in an American March for Life, bringing a bus, representing, and the priests from the parishes coming. There are several clergy from all denominations, the Orthodox, I think we had Lutheran, we had Evangelical. There are several clergy, but again, because there's such a strong percentage of Catholics in this country, I'd like to see all bishops at the March for Life.
Amen. Amen to that. What is your hope at the conclusion of this time? Again, we haven't even marched yet, but I'd say this place is filling up.
Yes.
What's kind of impact that you hope is made here? What do you think can happen from a gathering such as this?
Well, my hope is, first of all, that the Holy Spirit will work and continue to work for those members of Parliament there and the Prime Minister, that they hear us. And this is the largest gathering ever, every year. This is the largest protest. That they hear the cry that all people deserve rights.
I think we're ready for the national anthem, and that will be Conchita de Sousa that will be singing. Let's go to the steps of Parliament.
Thank you.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons' command, qu'à ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix, son histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
I would like to call upon the Honorable Chief Kenny Blacksmith to lead us in an opening prayer.
March for Life. And Brian and I were just saying, part of this like getting amped up about the march is seeing all the people that we know, and it's like a big family reunion. And
It's Old Home Week here, but let's listen in while we do an opening prayer.
It's a joy and an honor and a pleasure for me to open this year's National March for Life with a prayer. So pray with me. Our Heavenly Father, from one man you created all nations, that they should inhabit the whole earth. And you marked out their appointed times in history and the boundaries of their land. You did this so that men would seek you and perhaps reach out to you and find you, for you are never far from any one of us. I stand here today as a representative of the original and host peoples of this land and acknowledge you placed us here at least 10,000 years ago for such a time as this. And in keeping with the ways of our people, I welcome, I honor, and I bless these people who have chosen to stand in unity with one voice and with one heart to honor the sanctity of all life. The spiritual report card of the moral integrity of our nation is marked with an F. And on this watershed moment, we acknowledge much bloodshed, broken covenants, immorality, and adultery run deep in the veins of our homeland. Lord, you would even say to us, "What have you done?" The innocent blood of millions of preborn children cry out to me from the ground. Our leaders have failed. Our laws have failed to protect the precious gift of life at all stages in our people and in our nation. Canada will certainly reap what it has sown. We have failed to speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, or to ensure justice for those being crushed. Lord, all your ways are just, for you are a God of faithfulness, and without injustice, righteousness and justice are the foundations of your throne. We humbly bow before your lordship and confess our sin. And we call out for mercy. We ask you to forgive us for believing our self-righteousness, fundamental human rights, political correctness, and the balance of convenience are above your godly righteousness, commandments, truth, and justice. We know it will not be by our own power, nor by our own might that we will overcome what is before us, but we call on your Holy Spirit to lead us in our march to right what has been wrong. Lord, let the path of the righteous be like the first gleam of dawn, shining brighter till the full light of day. Let this be a new beginning for the body of Christ in Canada to be awakened as a sleeping giant and to move in their God-given mandate, spiritual authority, and might in Christ to influence and impact life-changing in our people, governments, and nations. Let this be the day that you will shut all doors to the negative past, and that you will open new doors that will bring truth, justice, and life abundantly to all people in our nation. Let this be the day that people all over the world will say, look what the Lord has done for Canada. And I pray this to the glory and honor and power of Jesus Christ our Lord, our Savior, our Redeemer, and our Advocate. In Jesus' name, amen.
Mary Wagner has sent a letter to all of us gathered today. The full version will appear in the next edition of the interim newspaper. Here is a part of her greeting to you. Dear March for Life participants, I'd like to thank you for dedicating this year's March for Life to Linda Gibbons and me. We appreciate the public support you are giving to our efforts to love children and their mothers when and where they are most abandoned. It is not about getting arrested or not getting arrested. It is not about us, but about that the poor mother and her utterly helpless child about to be killed, who are owed all the love and protection their neighbors are able to give them. Linda has shared publicly that one of the steps that led to her to be present where babies are killed was the awakening that, although a child belongs to their parents, the child belongs to God first. This insight helps us to understand that each child must be loved, welcomed, and protected because life is from God and for God. All we need is to listen to Jesus, who says, "Love one another as I have loved you." Whatever you have done for the least of my brothers, you did it to me. In the world, you will have trouble, but take courage. I have overcome the world. I will send you the Holy Spirit, who will lead you to the fullness of truth. Do not be afraid. I am with you always. I would like to thank as well everyone who has written to both of us in jail and who have expressed support in various ways, especially through your prayers. God bless you. Next up is a New York Times best-selling author and our keynote speaker for tonight's Rose Dinner. Please put your hands together for Eric Metaxas.
Thank you so much. What a true privilege and what an honor for me to be here. I bring greetings from your brothers and sisters south of the border. We have just begun debating in the US. We have a bill about whether we can ban abortions after 20 weeks. Have you ever looked at a baby that's been in the womb for 20 weeks? Do you know what that is? Anyone in the world would know that it's a human being. Imagine that we're debating whether to murder a human being in the womb. And I'm ashamed of my country on this. And so I want to say to you, by God's grace, don't tire in your battle. I wrote a book about William Wilberforce called Amazing Grace. In that book, I tell about his battle against the atrocity and the abomination of slavery and the slave trade. In his day, think of this, it was unthinkable to live without slavery and the slave trade. They couldn't imagine it. But a few brave people who knew that every human being is made in the image of God said, it doesn't matter what people can think about, we can think about it. God has thought about it, God has declared it, and he has spoken it to us, and we must speak it, and we must educate people, because there are fair-minded people. When they know the facts, they will change their position. We must keep speaking it. I say that what Wilberforce did and succeeded gloriously in doing, we here can do, again, to the glory of God for his purposes in this generation. We have to tell the truth over and over. It is a holy burden and a privilege to speak the truth, and to speak the truth in love, because if you speak the truth not in love, it is not the truth. You must speak the truth in love. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the subject of my other book, famously said, silence in the face of evil is itself evil. If you remain silent, you participate in evil. By the grace of God, speak the truth of this madness, of this horror, of this murder. Speak that truth in love. Educate people with grace and winsomeness as you are able to understand what this is, so that fair-minded people will say, yes, 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 we have missed this. You are right. We repent. We are sorry. We must change. Finally, let me say, tell it over and over and over again. Abortion harms women. If you care about women, you must end this. Abortion harms women, and you must know that principally it has been men who have been behind pushing abortion on women, giving them a false choice, which is no choice at all, but which condemns them and which wounds them and which they must walk around with for the rest of their life. And I'm here to declare, by the way, if you are one of those women, God in Jesus wants to forgive you 100%. The love of God is available for you. Canada, do not murder the future. God bless you.
Let's give it up for Eric. Our next speaker is the heart and soul of the pro-life movement in Canada. Without him, the March for Life would not exist. He is the president of Campaign Life Coalition, vice president of the International Right to Life Federation, and has championed a closer cooperation between the educational service and political organizations within the pro-life movement. Please welcome the one, the only, Mr. Jim Hughes.
Merci beaucoup. Bienvenue, mes amis, and thank you for coming to the 18th National March for Life. Won't it be wonderful one day when we don't have to come here to March for Life? You know, our first Prime Minister, Sir John A. Macdonald, Canada's first Prime Minister, said that abortion was worse than rape because it sucks the blood of the very lifeblood of the nation. Keep that in mind. So our founding Prime Minister, Sir John A. Macdonald, abhorred the whole idea of abortion. On September the 17th, 1988, I was here on Parliament Hill at a rally organized mainly by the evangelical churches, and it featured Mother Teresa and a few other nondescript people like myself. It was at that time that she said to me, do you know, the beautiful thing about the pro-life movement is that it's ordinary people doing extraordinary things for God. Think about it. This year we've lost some giants in the pro-life movement, Dr. John C. Wilkie, Charles Rice from Notre Dame University, and others, but those giants are well known. The lesser known giants are here today. It's all of you. Many people were called to come here, and we were chosen to come. So God bless you all and all that you do. Let's pay great tribute today, too, to the men and women of Silent No More Awareness Campaign. We have the pleasure of having Janet Miranda, one of the founders from the States here, Angelina Steenstra, our leader here in Canada, and their wonderful testimony is making a difference out there. So thank you very much for coming. God bless, and keep up that good spirit back home. When you hear all the speakers today and you take that spirit home with you, make it grow where you are. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Jim. When I say pro, you say life. Pro. Life. Pro. Life. If you have a smartphone right now, I want you to go on your Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever you have, and help us get our March for Life trending. Woo! Tweet a pro-life message with the hashtag March for Life and hashtag I vote pro-life first, and let's get Canadians across the country talking about this amazing event. Selfies are very much encouraged. Take your phone out now and text your name to 647-931-6778 to get involved in the pro-life movement. Together, we can start to bring an end to abortion. The last 2 years, Campaign Life Coalition, in association with Dun Media, broadcasted the entire March for Life live on the internal Word television network, also known as EWTN, the largest Catholic media network in the world, reaching more than 238 million TV homes worldwide. The cameras are rolling again this year, so get your friends, family, and colleagues to watch us live on their television, on the web, at EWTN.com, or on EWTN's free mobile app. Also in the crowd, we have some staff from EWTN visiting from the US. If you see them, please make them feel welcome to Canada. Here with a special request for all of you is our very own producer and sponsor from Dun Media, Kevin Dunn. Let's make some noise.
Hi everybody, how's it going out there? We need the world to hear you. You're being broadcasted all around the world right now, so let's give a big cheer for the March for Life Canada. Let's hear you. That's a beautiful sound. That's a beautiful sound. Now, you know, every year we have a very special request of you, because many of you are holding signs. We like to do a wave of signs to show the world, to show Canada just how large the pro-life movement is here. So I'm going to ask you to put your signs down, just put them right down, and I'm going to make my way across from your right to left, and we're going to do the wave for the world. My cameraman Chris here is right on. Okay, I'm going to go in 3, 2, 1, and we're going to start over here. Hold on, signs down, and 3, 2, 1, starting over here, and bring them up. Let's see those signs. All right, gonna do it one more time. When you bring those signs up, we need to hear you cheer, and then I'm out of here. 3, 2, 1. This one's for you, Gemma. Here we go. God bless you, and God bless everyone who's covering this in the media. We love you. We need you.
Let's give it up for Kevin at EWTN. Please welcome Ottawa's own Archbishop Terence Prendergast. Each year, the March for Life, he welcomes bishops from across the country to this archdiocese, and he celebrated the pro-life mass at the packed Notre Dame Cathedral this morning. Accueillons Monseigneur Prendergast.
Merci beaucoup, Sarah. Thank you very much, Sarah. C'est une joie pour moi d'être ici avec vous aujourd'hui. Est-ce qu'il y a des francophones ici? Pro-vie. Pro. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. I'm very pleased to introduce some of the bishops who are here with us today, and I invite a number of them to give you a little bit of an address. I'd like to welcome particularly Cardinal Thomas Collins, who today is celebrating his anniversary. From the Anglican Network in Canada, we have Bishop Don Harvey from Newfoundland. Next to him is Monseigneur Christian Lépine, Archevêque de Montréal. À côté de lui, next to him is Monseigneur Marcel Damphous from Alexandria, Cornwall. Et à côté de lui, représentant son éminence le cardinal Lacroix de Québec, Monseigneur Denis Grondin, archevêque élu de Rimouski. À côté de lui, next to him is Bishop Christian Riesbeck, a local boy, member of the Companions of the Cross. Next to him is Monsignor Luigi Bonazzi, Papal Nuncio to Canada. Bishop Daniel Meem, Auxiliary Bishop of Hamilton. And Bishop Bill McGrattan, Bishop of Peterborough, Ontario. We assure you of our prayers and our best wishes. Keep up the good fight. Now I'd like to invite His Eminence Cardinal Collins to say a few words of encouragement to all of us.
Thank you very much, Richard Prendergast. This is an important witness every year. Although too often it is not seen, it is almost invisible in the media, but it's very, very important. We come together here prayerfully, thoughtfully, with a profound desire to witness to the great gift of life, for the first moment of conception until natural death. And human life, that great gift of God, is threatened at every stage along the way. We think today particularly of the great evil of abortion, and that is rightly so, we do. Pray about that and pray that this scourge may be taken from our land. But in more recent months and last little while, we need to think also at the other end of this earthly journey, as assisted suicide has been introduced into our country, another sign of the culture of death. Another moment, another time, and a reason for us to enter into a deep spirit of prayer and of absolute courageous, persevering witness to the beauty of the gift of life from the first moment of conception until natural death. Thou shalt not kill. That's simple, it is profound, it is something we need to reflect upon and we need to live and we need to affirm. To show reverence for every person from the first moment of their existence through to natural death and on to the house of the Heavenly Father. And we do that. And so it's a great witness, the numbers who are present here. But I think as we walk through the streets of Ottawa, in fact invisible to the media sometimes, but there we are, a kind of a silent, prayerful, reverent witness is what we need to offer to this world as we pray that the gift of life may be cherished and that the scourge of abortion may be taken from our land, that those alternatives which we can offer from the first moment of existence to natural death will be cherished, will be offered. It's not enough to say no to abortion or no to assisted suicide and euthanasia. Good old Bishop Sheen said, when you got a box full of pepper, you put in the salt and there's no more room for the pepper. A box full of gravel, you put in the diamonds, there's no more room for what was there before. So we need to provide alternatives, and to do so with that spirit of reverence for life, which is so much in witness today. So I pray the Lord to bless each person present here, our witness this day and throughout the year, that it may be strong and loving and clear, with clarity and charity, to proclaim before all of our brothers and sisters our reverence for the great gift of life.
Merci beaucoup, Eminence. Thank you very much, Cardinal Collins. I forgot two people when I was introducing the bishops. On my left is Archbishop O'Brien from Kingston, Ontario. And on the far end, breathless, from Thunder Bay, Bishop Colley. Je voudrais inviter Monseigneur Christian Lépine, archevêque de Montréal de l'île Cacamo. I ask Archbishop Lépine from Montreal to say a few words.
Vous connaissez peut-être le dicton, la grandeur d'une civilisation se mesure à la place qu'elle donne aux plus petits. The greatness of a civilization is measured by the place it gives to the smallest of one. Certainement que l'enfant dans le sein de sa mère est le plus petit de tout ce qui existe dans la société, le plus innocent de tout ce qui existe dans la société, le plus faible de tout ce qui existe dans la société. Do we want to receive the task that is given to us by God to serve the life of the weakest one, to serve the life of the unborn, to serve the life of the mothers, of the parents, of the families, so that they'll receive from society, from the church, from all of us, the strength to nourish life from conception in times of difficulties, that hope may always prevail. Il y a des problèmes réels dans la vie, des problèmes auxquels les familles peuvent être confrontées, auxquels les couples peuvent être confrontés, auxquels des personnes peuvent être confrontées, mais l'avortement n'est pas une solution, c'est une source d'autres problèmes. Ça affecte les relations dans la famille, ça affecte les relations entre l'homme et la femme, ça affaiblit la famille comme cellule de la société, ça affaiblit la société tout entière. On n'aura pas une société forte si on n'a pas une famille forte, on n'a pas une famille forte si on n'a pas le respect de la vie dès la conception dans le sein de la mère. Alors que cette tâche que Dieu nous confie soit la nôtre et puissions-nous la relever avec courage et avec espérance. Merci.
I'd just like to ask one last bishop to speak to us, Bishop Harvey from the Anglican Network of Canada. He's going to bring us greetings from the church in Newfoundland and across Canada from his diocese.
Thank you, Your Grace. On this glorious feast of the Ascension of our Blessed Lord, I greet you all. I bring you greetings from my home province of Newfoundland and Labrador. Let's hear it. And give thanks for the pro-life movement there, which has often had to work, as many as you have, under very difficult circumstances. I want to do two things in the time I have. One is to apologize that some of my fellow Anglicans have been so slow in making a witness to this movement, and pray that the example we are giving today may be an inspiration to them. In our own constitution of the Anglican Network of Canada, we have written in respect for human life as one of our main clauses. Secondly, I want to thank you for the inspiration you are giving us in the Anglican Network in Canada to move forward in this field. To be here and to be part of you this day gives us the zeal and the enthusiasm to return to our homes and to proclaim the message that is being proclaimed here. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Your Grace. Remercions nos évêques. Faites du bruit. There's been a medical emergency, and we would ask that someone from the Kingston bus make their way to the Campaign Live Coalition table. Our next speaker is a former Member of Parliament for London Fanshawe. He is currently an advisor to Campaign Live Coalition and to the Knights of Columbus. Please welcome Mr. Pat O'Brien.
Thank you very much. For 12 years, I had the honor and privilege of being a member of Parliament. My office was over here in what's called East Block. I couldn't help but every day see the demonstrations. No demonstration comes close to this demonstration year after year for the size and enthusiasm for life. Okay. There are a number of MPs and a couple of senators who are going to say a brief word of welcome and thanks to you. I'm emphasizing brief because all of us, I know I used to go on and the MPs can go on, but we've got a busy schedule. So I'm going to call them forward as they've arrived. And I just want to say, you have to be here to understand the kind of courage it takes for men and women in public office to stand for life. You're here and it shows great courage and conviction. These people are under enormous pressure, the carrot and the stick, from the public, from within their own parties, not to speak for life. So I'm just so proud that they have the courage to do that. The first MP is from Cypress Hills Grassland, David Anderson.
Thank you, Pat. Are you having a great day today? Beautiful weather and a righteous cause. What could be better than that? I am just privileged to be able to once again welcome you to Parliament Hill. Every year it seems like this grows and gets bigger and bigger, and we're excited to be here. It also seems like every year we've got a bit more work to do, especially this year with the recent Supreme Court decision, a remarkable reversible of a previous sensible decision on assisted suicide. But Canadians are rising up, and I'm very excited today. Je suis ici avec Georges Bouchamy, Campaign Quebec V, who has collected a petition with over 2,000 names of it from Quebecers who are opposed to euthanasia. I am very happy to receive that from him. Thank you for coming out to show Canadians that there's still commitment to the pro-life cause. Being pro-life means not only fighting the issues, but also treating each other with respect. And I want to thank you for the gracious and loving way that you approach these issues.
How's this for commitment? Here on his walking sticks, MP from Ottawa, Orleans, Monsieur Royal Galipeau.
My dear friends, behind me, you have spiritual servants and temporal servants. I'm one of the second category. We all have to make hard choices. When we're faced with hard choices, we let life win. De la conception jusqu'à la mort naturelle, il est essentiel que le travail que vous faites continue. We're only here temporarily. So some of you will have to take the torch. Make sure that the torch falls in trusted hands. Merci beaucoup.
The leader of the Christian Heritage Party, we're going to let Rod Taylor say hello. Rod?
Well, from the members of the Christian Heritage Party of Canada, we bring you greetings and thank you all for being here to defend life. We want to give a special thank you to those MPs. Some of them are here, some are not, but those who have given of their time and served the constituents of this nation by defending life and defending the vulnerable. Thank you very much from the Christian Heritage Party. For 28 years, the Christian Heritage Party has promoted policies to protect innocent human life from conception until natural death. And we wish that every candidate, we pray that one day every politician in every party will stand for life. But in 2015, we intend to offer pro-life candidates in as many ridings as we can where there is no other pro-life alternative. Every preborn baby deserves a pro-life MP, and every voter deserves a pro-life choice on the ballot. So again, we stand together with you in solidarity for the preborn and the vulnerable. God bless you in your efforts. Thank you for coming out today.
Thank you, Rod. From the riding of Prince George, Peace River, Bob Zimmer.
So just give me an extra few minutes for my kids and my wife. So thank you all for coming today. I want to thank you especially for helping change the hearts and minds of Canadians and Canada. You are, I said this last year, I'll say it again, you are the front line, just like you are right here, like a big battalion. You're the front lines in the March for Life, so thank you for doing that. We had heard, I think we all heard the person that had an issue with us gathering here today saying that, what about her choice? And I just would ask a question back. What about your baby's choice? What if the choice of your unborn daughter will never get to make because she's a girl? Every life is sacred and created by God. That's what I believe. I know we're not all Christians here, but a lot of us believe that. And I would like to just, somebody said this earlier, this is the largest demonstration on the Hill by far every year, but added into that is the largest peaceful demonstration. Credit to you all for being good-hearted folks out there. But I think following that, though, is the people that need to be changed. Let's pray for them. Pray that their hearts are changed. And then also be active in your local communities, promoting life in your communities. When you all go, I'll bring up this as I close. There's one guy that sits out there. He sits by the flame every day, whether it's 40 below, whether it's 30 above, and he's the sole soldier on the Hill, battling for life. And I just would challenge you all to continue the battle back home and make sure everybody knows that life is important and life is precious. Thank you.
From the riding of Brampton West, Kyle Seaback.
Well, good afternoon. What a great day for life. I want to tell you, every year I walk away inspired, and I walk away inspired because of all of you taking the time and making the sacrifice to come up here and inspire all of us. So thank you, everyone, for taking the time to come up. And I want to give a special shout out. I know I've got some folks here from Brampton, from St. Mary's Church. Where's St. Mary's? Where's St. Jerome's? And St. Elias. Thank you so much for being here. Let life win.
A veteran MP was here but had to leave for other duties. That's Leon Benoit. We all know Leon is a strong pro-life MP, but he had to leave. Now from Mississauga South, MP Stella Ambler.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Parliament Hill. Thank you so much for being here. That's what I want to tell you, but I do have 2 requests for you. I want you to do 2 things when you get home. First of all, I'd like you to write your member of Parliament about the Carter Supreme Court decision, lifting the ban on physician-assisted suicide. I want you to let all the MPs know, not just the ones that are here today, that this is not a good idea and that you don't support it. Let them know. Send a strongly worded email or letter to your member of Parliament about the Supreme Court decision. Secondly, I want you to find out who your pro-life candidate is, whether it's in your riding or the neighboring riding, and I want you to help them get elected this October the 19th. Those are my 2 messages. Thank you so much for coming out today.
Great advice for sure. Our next MP from Medicine Hat, LeVar Payne.
Well, first of all, thank God for this great day. Thank God for all you pro-lifers. And Pat was just saying, he should have said everybody that I am a 4th degree knight. It's a real privilege for me to be here. And I can tell you, when I was first running for the nomination, I had somebody who was what I called pro-choice, and he asked me about that, and I said, yes, I am pro-choice for the child to live. There is one choice, and only one choice. It's to have the child live, to grow up, and be part of Canadian society. And I want you to remember that as you go forward. We ask for your prayers, because that's what gives us the strength to carry on. Thank you very much.
Now near my home in London, Ontario, the great riding of Chatham, Kent, Essex, Mr. Dave Van Kesteren.
Thank you, Pat, and thank you all for being here. I see my group over in the green there. Give us a wave, Chatham, Ontario, and surrounding area. Always good to come out here and see so many people. This is a great day. It's a great day to be a Canadian. It's a great day to be alive. And I know you're all ready to go out there and march. We're with you. There was a lady a little while ago that was proclaiming, my body, my right, and she's right. But we're just here to consider that other body, that other child that doesn't have an ability to speak. We're here to ask you to consider that. So thank you all for being here. March, and we'll be right with you. Thank you.
Just quickly, you may know there's a group of MPs, pro-life MPs, who meet every month in what's called the Parliamentary Pro-Life Caucus. It's open to all members of Parliament. And the new chair of that group is Mark Warwa, MP for Langley.
Thank you for coming here today. You are such an encouragement to members of Parliament. You've taken all the effort to be here. And we're here to represent the voice that hasn't been heard, and that's the voice of the little children, the unborn. And they say they want to live. And we need to stand up for them. So your voice and their voice will be heard in Parliament if you sign a petition. Right over there in the back corner by the pink balloons is a petition. Can you imagine how many voices are going to be heard in Parliament if every one of you, 23,000 people saying, we want the unborn to have a voice. We choose life for them, right from conception to natural death. And so please, while you're here, sign a petition standing up for life. God bless you. May God bless Canada.
And we know Mark's going to be an outstanding chair, replacing the past chair, Mr. Rod Bernouge, who just recently resigned and unfortunately is not running again in the next election. But Mark will do a great job replacing Rod. From the riding of Kitchener-Conestoga, a member of Parliament, Harold Albrecht.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here on Parliament Hill today. A special welcome to the constituents from Kitchener-Conestoga and the Kitchener-Waterloo area. Since 1969, over 4 million children, 4 million Canadian children have lost their lives to abortion. This year, we're going to add another 100,000 to that number. 100,000 children will be denied the most basic human right there is, the right to life. Last year on Parliament Hill, we had 100,000 pink and blue flags planted on Parliament Hill and the lawn to give us a visual picture of how many that is. Can you think of the economic loss, let alone the loss of family life, the loss of potential in each of those lives that are lost? I pray that there will come a day when we will realize that what we're doing is unconscionable, and we will change the laws of our land, and more importantly, we will change the hearts and minds of men and women in Canada to recognize the sacred gift of human life from conception to natural death. God bless you all.
From Souris Moose Mountain, MP Ed Carmanicki.
Hi, Ed Kamarnicki. It's a great pleasure and a great encouragement to see all of you come out. I find it quite remarkable that the Supreme Court of Canada has been so robust in requiring Parliament to legislate the right to die before natural death, but we don't have the equal enthusiasm to ensure the right to live for those that yet aren't born. And I think it's time that both the Supreme Court and Parliament has done something about that. Thank you very much.
MP who is here, I believe, or was, Guy Lausanne. He's not speaking, but he wanted to be here and support you and the good work you're doing. Honourable Senator Tobias and Verga.
Thank you for coming here today. Today I'm representing the visible minorities here today. All the Filipino Canadians. I'm so proud of my friends from Our Lady of the Lourdes, Our Lady of Lourdes Church, Our Lady of the Assumption Church, Bukas Loob sa Diyos, Couples for Christ, Knights of Columbus. So thank you for coming here today. But 26 years ago, we had a choice. We had a choice whether to have this child or not. But I'm really glad that we have chosen, me and my wife have chosen to have life. And here she is right now. What a life, what a gift. You want to say something?
Every life is a blessing. Every life is beautiful. But to me, my family, bed, my boy, that's my life.
Every life is a blessing. Every life is precious. And let us all pray for all the unborn. And the parents out there, we have to keep on marching. We have to show our support. We have to show that we, the silent community, are not so silent anymore. Let us keep on marching, especially on October 19. Thank you very much.
Former MP colleague and now Senator from Newfoundland, Senator Norman Doyle.
Thank you, Pat. It's a real pleasure for me to be here once again this year for the 18th Annual March for Life. And I do want to extend to all of you our very sincere congratulations on your being here. I know it takes a lot sometimes to get here, but I want to congratulate all of you to be here and to give witness in this particular way. I want to, in particular, to extend a word of welcome to our Newfoundland delegation. They have to travel great distances to be here. So my very sincere congratulations to you, and keep up the very good work.
From the riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, Member of Parliament, Bev Shipley.
Thank you, Pat. I can tell you that being here today is not a challenge. Today, being here is a privilege to stand up for life. I want to say, as I watch the march starting to move out, you have spoken loudly to the people in Canada. This is the largest delegation that will meet on Parliament Hill outside of Canada Day. And thank you. May God bless each one of you for safety. May God bless Canada.
From Mississauga, MP Ladislas Lison.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to join my parliamentary colleagues in thanking you for coming here to the Parliament Hill today. Thank you all. Thank you, Ontario. Mississauga. Oh, and my parish, St. Maximilian Colba, they're somewhere there. Welcome. I know St. Mazenot from Brampton is somewhere here as well. Thank you very much, and I am very honored to join my parliamentary colleagues in thanking you. Thank you for showing your support for life. Thank you for your courage. And when we work together, we can change minds. In a peaceful way, we can change minds for the one choice, for the choice of life. Thank you very much, everybody, and God bless you all.
From Saskatoon, Monaskoin, Maurice Velikai.
It's a great privilege to be here. I remember back in '97, the first time as a rookie MP, I was kind of like my colleague Brad Trost. He's got his little baby in hand, but I had my son Josh Velikai. He's now a 21-year-old young man, special boy, and he was there on the back of my neck as I was introducing this great crowd. And it was a great encouragement then, and through every successive year, I had the privilege of being the co-chair for the Parliamentary Pro-Life Caucus for a decade, or just better than a decade. It was a great opportunity to work with members of different parties, male and female, in furthering the cause of life and in passing that torch on to others. But I have been encouraged by you over the years. It'll be my last opportunity to be here, as I'm not running again, but I'm going to stay at the pro-life cause in different ways, and I hope you do, as with some of the very specific suggestions that my colleague Stella gave to you in the days ahead. So I have it on very good authority that ultimately on this issue, and a lot of issues actually, some of the moral issues, we win. He wins, actually. I've read the good book, and I have it on good authority that setbacks along the way, but ultimately we know what the scoreboard reads. And so I would want to just simply, in my last opportunity up here at a pro-life rally, give you the words of the Apostle Paul, who said, don't grow weary in well-doing, for in due season you will reap a reward if you faint not. Don't give up. Stay at it. God bless you.
From the riding of Kelowna Lake Country, Ron Cannon is not able to stay, but he was here. And also John Williamson, the same thing from the riding of New Brunswick Southwest. But our next speaker, who I do see here, is from Kitchener Centre, Stephen Woodworth.
We're 10.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we're on.
All right, here we are, and boy, this place is really filling up.
It is.
And we're here with a good Cardinal.
We are here with Cardinal Collins, and we just want to welcome you to this beautiful coverage that EWTN is giving for Canada to display it all across the world.
Thank you.
Now, you wrote a letter about clarity and charity in this beautiful pro-life message. How is it best that we as the people of God speak the pro-life message?
Well, I think we always have to speak the pro-life message with a great deal of love and with a tremendous reverence for the gift of life. If ever we become, in our horror at what is happening, if we ever become harsh or that kind of a tone, it drives people away. Our goal is not to vent our frustrations at this great evil, but to help people to end it, and therefore to touch their hearts. And many people who are, pro-abortion, they're misled. They think they're compassionate or whatever, and they just don't see. So we got to get through to them.
Yeah,
and that's the key.
They're both important, but when I hit on clarity for a
clarity
moment,
is crucial.
It's interesting because the little bit I've read about the recent Supreme Court decision, which is struck down criminalizing assisted suicide. I think in their language, it speaks about they're doing this because of the sanctity of human life.
Oh, it's right. They flip all the language and use it in a very strange way. It was a unanimous decision to allow assisted suicide, whereas previously the Supreme Court had upheld the right to life. And they say that, what could you do to a person who they'd be in the awful position of having to kill themselves later on when they don't have the strength to do it. So what are they to do? You must be able to do it earlier. This is a very strange reasoning. They even were presented halfway through the arguments with the examples of Belgium and Holland, where this has expanded enormously, and they said, we've seen it, but it doesn't apply.
Incredible.
It's astonishing.
Incredible. How do they use the term sanctity of life to speak about an individual's right to kill himself?
Well, I think they use it. They obviously can't do it in a way that makes any sense, but they have this kind of a very strange idea that what a horrible thing it would be to have a person in a position where they need to kill themselves, but can't do it in a kind of a gracious way or whatever. I mean, it's just a very strange thing. But this is where we're at, and in some provinces, like in Quebec, we have euthanasia. We've gone a step beyond. And we have a very serious problem in this province of Ontario, where we are right now, that the College of Physicians and Surgeons, which regulates the physicians, it's their own internal group, but it regulates them, it, by an overwhelming majority, passed a ruling that in matters of conscience, if a doctor doesn't want to do something like abortion, assisted suicide, and these things, that they don't have to do it, but they have to arrange that it is done. They have to make an effective referral to someone else who will do it.
Who will do it,
so what's
who
the
will
point?
help that person to kill themselves.
Yeah, they don't have to do it themselves. They grant them that, but they have to sort of flip it over. And so, really, I mean, this is what we're at. And I think it requires a great deal of very effective communication. We have to think, how do we get through to these people? Because these are benign people in sort of foggy way. They think they're doing, protecting the liberty of the patient or all this kind of stuff. So somehow we got to get through to them, and we're not doing it.
Now, Your Eminence, I understand that you wrote a letter, open letter to Justin Trudeau, who's the leader of the Liberal Party here. What was that in regards to? Why did you do that?
Well, that was a year ago that he celebrated, you might say, on this very day, I think it was, he celebrated the March for Life by banning from his party anyone who was basically pro-life, anyone who would... it wasn't going to be what he would call pro-choice, but really it's pro-abortion.
This is like an edict.
Yeah, he's just like that. If you need not apply to be a member of Parliament or run even for his party if you are not willing to be basically allow abortion. And so so there goes the conscience of the faithful Catholic members and Protestants and Orthodox and Jews and everyone. Anyone who is pro-life has been told basically by this politician, who is the leader of one of our major parties, you don't have a place really running in Parliament. And he's not the only one. I mean, the other parties as well. So that's what we're facing. And so we've got a lot of serious work to do to get through to people. And we have to figure, how do we do it effectively? Okay. Build the bridge, touch the heart, then get the message across.
So you say, how would you define the work to do? What would be some of the elements that you're doing, overseeing the diocese?
Well, I think what we have to do is this helps. This helps. It's one piece of the puzzle. But even if we had the most perfect law, if you look at the public opinion polls, they're in favor of assisted suicide, abortion, you name it, gay marriage, all these things. So there's a deeper problem. We have to address that, and we have to wonder, why is it we're not getting through? I think there are a lot of reasons. One thing we need to do is pray. I mean, spend time in adoration before our Lord in the Blessed Sacrament. Ask the intercession of our Blessed Mother, especially Our Lady of Guadalupe. We need to get that as the foundation of everything we do. But I think we also have to we have to be able to tell the stories the way the Lord did. And we need to always have clarity with charity together. Because whenever people can kind of dismiss us, those fanatics, then they can click off their mind and they don't want to listen. The truth is convincing, but they can turn it off. So we've got to think how we present the message.
Well, Your Eminence, thank you so much for speaking so clearly and with such charity, and we know that you're an inspiration to many, many people, and we hope the tens of thousands gathering here are an inspiration to you.
Well, it's an inspiring moment to be here with all these people and to join in the march.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank
We're
you.
going over to Kathleen and to Brian out in the field. What do you have for us?
Thanks, Jim and Joy. So we just heard some very encouraging speeches from MPs and notable pro-life leaders, and here we are at the front of the March for Life and getting ready to go make our round around Ottawa.
And so what we're in front of right now, you can see Parliament behind us, but what everyone's marshalling in front of right now is actually the Prime Minister's office. Now, he happens to be out of town. He's making an announcement in Windsor, Ontario at the Windsor-Detroit border crossing today. But this is his office. This is where his department goes. So it's important that people are marshalling here. They're going to march all the way past that, through the core of downtown Ottawa, then back up on Parliament Hill for more testimony, more music, more speeches, and just a show of strength. And I think that's vitally important.
And as you'll see soon, it's a very exciting and joyful and happy march, as especially all the young people from high schools are doing chants and cheers and meeting each other, and it's a really fun experience.
Well, but first you got to get past some of the organizers here in the funny hats. Those are my brother knights in the white and the purple and the yellow. I'm not fourth degree, so I get to tease them a bit with showing up in full regalia, but they're going to lead off the march. Then you get into the young people.
Yeah, it's true. So we'll catch you back later after, and we're back to you, Jim and Joy.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here. Welcome back to the National March for Life here in Canada. The Council of the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Ontario now requires physicians to provide their patients with an effective referral to another healthcare provider for those services that doctor or nurse feels they cannot provide. We're speaking here about doctors being required to give instruction and to give lethal medication. And as a matter of conscience, if they can't do that, then they have to refer to someone who will do that. We're here with Dr. Timothy Lau and Dr. Renato Brun Del Rey. And we want you both to speak to this requirement that's going on here in Ontario for doctors. If you can't do something as a matter of conscience, which really has to do with killing, that you must refer to someone else that, in my view, will do the evil deed, the evil work. Whatever happened to a matter of conscience? Doctor, we'll start with you.
Well, it's obviously a concern for conscientious physicians, because the origins of medicine lie in an oath that was started 2,600 years ago, the basis of which is to first do no harm. And it also included the provision not to give poisons, really, or hemlock to people who were wanting it. So this is as old as the history of medicine. So the desire to make people go against their conscience by a regulatory college should concern anyone where you're thinking about the integrity of medicine, where people would be asked to do something they believe to be wrong, otherwise they would get in trouble.
Yeah.
So,
Dr. Renato, your thoughts in this area of, I don't want to participate in this, I don't want to do this, but then being required to have somebody else do this deed.
I have thoughts, and one of the things I wanted to do is mention we all have the right to be wrong. Now, I don't know who's wrong, but on this question of abortion, there's got to be a right and wrong. So there will be judgment. We're judged by family, by friends, by the people that we interact with. And the college is also going to be judged by history. In Canada, it's different from the States. We have socialized medicine. And it's one of the few countries that has 100% pure socialized medicine. But it's almost like it's nationalized, socialized medicine, as in Nazi. I mean, it's wandering over. I think there's a crossing of the line when you cross the line of freedom of conscience.
Well, the most important thing is the false contest between the patients and the physician right. Speak to us about that.
Well, they're trying to create a competition that doesn't exist. The best care for your patients will come when you do what you think is right for them, and you first don't harm them. Right. So if you make it so that you in fact can harm your patients because someone wants you to, what does that say about about medicine itself? It'll change the character of the physician-patient relationship. It'll change the character of hospitals if physicians are compelled to do things they think are wrong.
And everything you do as doctors is to improve the quality of life of each individual, of every suffering patient that comes to you, is to say there is a better way. And what will judge us all is the truth. The truth will judge us all. So this is a slippery slope where we are.
Doctors, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for your pro-life stand and for equipping us, other physicians, to take a stand on behalf of life. We're going to hear some powerful testimonials at this time. You're not going to want to miss this. Let's go right to it.
All right, so
My pro-life journey began with the first ultrasound of my son Aiden. It was that eureka moment when I realized this is a child. Our second child, Maya, was born in 2006, and it wasn't until 2011 that we learned that my wife was pregnant with Elijah, and shortly thereafter we found out through the genetic testing that there was a 75% chance that Elijah had trisomy 18, which is a very serious genetic disorder. But we both thought that Elijah deserved the chance at life. Life is sacred, and he should have a chance at life. Elijah was stillborn, and I think we sort of thought that was what was going to happen. I then went, we held him, both of us. I went and woke up my kids and had to tell them that there was a problem. It was very hard. But such a beautiful moment afterwards. We all held him. It was hard letting go. As painful as it was, I think if we had had an abortion, it would have been far worse. It's painful now for me to think back to it because you think about the loss, but the time we had together was incredibly moving, powerful, wonderful, and terrible. I don't know how else to describe it. But Elijah deserved a chance at life. I'm just so firmly convinced of that. 2 days from now, Elijah would be celebrating his 3rd birthday. So I know we'll have a cake. My daughter loves to send up a balloon with a little message. I think life is sacred. I think everyone deserves a chance at life. As a pro-life politician, I don't think you can hang your convictions or your deeply held personal beliefs at the door. I think you carry those with you in the job. Children deserve to have a chance at life. We should let life win.
The power of an ultrasound or a sonogram in turning people into pro-life. I can tell you, Kathleen, I remember I've got 4 kids. I hope that you get blessed with a bunch of kids in the next little while. But I remember the first time I saw an ultrasound, I was already pro-life, but it still just struck me how powerful there is life in there.
Yeah, totally. And I think I've seen flying around on social media lately this new technology that can have like a 3D ultrasound so blind people can feel the shape of their baby.
Wow.
That's incredible. I think we should have that everywhere for people to realize the human life that's growing. It's amazing.
Now, we've got people walking behind us with T-shirts on that say, "I vote pro-life first." Before we went to the testimonial, though, we were hearing from Dr. Lau about conscience rights of doctors. And I think that this is one of the issues that people should be able to latch onto and say, hold on a minute. Are our doctors just automatons that work for the state and do whatever the patient shows up and demands? Because if that's the way we go, imagine what a patient could show up and demand. If you must refer me for abortion, well, you must amputate my leg. If the patient is that powerful over their doctor, where will it end?
Yeah, and we were hearing on the panel last night that we realized that there's two autonomous people involved and both of their rights should be respected, but the doctor has the best interests of the patient in mind as well, and so we need to respect really what they think is best for the patient too, and that's to protect their life, we know.
All right, so the march is going to get underway in a little bit. Thousands of people already lined up behind us. You've got the full banner here. You've got a small smattering of young people, the Knights of Columbus, and then the full march. People, strollers, wheelchairs, walkers, young, old, everyone's out.
Yeah, it's so exciting, and so we're going to see them walk through. The police are protecting us and keep leading the way, and it's really exciting to be here with all of these excited people. And
okay, well, the flag's going. Hopefully the banner starts going. Yeah, they're getting the wave, and here they go. So we're going to split up for a bit. I'm going to walk through the streets with the marchers. You're going to stay on the hill to welcome people coming back. But there's going to be lots more coverage coming up, and we'll talk to people about why they decided to come out. Instead of the pro-life leaders, get out there and just speak to the regular people that came out that decided, yeah, I'm going to spend my whole day in the nation's capital on a beautiful sunny day.
Yeah.
Horrible way to spend your day, but ask them why they came out other than the great weather.
Mm-hmm. So we're excited to introduce those people to you, and I guess you're hearing back from Birmingham.
Hey, thank you, Kathleen and Brian. You did a wonderful job, and right now we're going to go to Doug and Father.
Very good. Terrific, terrific. And you can see Doug Keck here with Father Joseph Mary Wolf as we see the beginning of the March. The March for Life is underway, and as they mentioned just before, Brian and also Kathleen were mentioning about the fact that this year, Father, we're going to have our new technology, our live view there, which we used recently in San Francisco to allow us to follow Father Mark around, and we'll be able to do the same thing. So this is a new dimension, a new technological advancement for us that'll give people a chance to participate in the whole march from the center of the march. So it's really exciting. And we thank everybody up in Canada for supporting EWTN's efforts in covering the march.
So it gives everyone a sense of being there and being part of that march. Garth from Net Ministries said something I thought was important, quoting Pope Paul VI, that what we need are witnesses. And so this is what we are bringing to the people. What EWTN's mission really is to bring the witnesses to everyone.
Right.
And so we have now the on-the-street people. He's going to be asking them questions of why are they here? And that's part of their witnessing to the dignity of human life.
One thing struck me too, the beautiful pictures we're seeing on our screen live from Ottawa, the beginning of the National March for Life, is here on EWTN. But one of the things Kathleen said, she was congratulating and really indicating, the support, that it's great to have the police there for protection. And I'm thinking, isn't that, what they're trying to do? They're trying to protect the unborn, but we've got to protect the marchers who were there, whose controversial title is "Let Life Win."
Yes.
You know what I mean? Whether it's about assisted suicide now or whether we're dealing with abortion. And we have to make sure that the police are there to make sure that the people are protected. Of course, they're there to maintain order in general. I would have to think, without knowing absolutely, but I would think the most peaceful marches that have ever occurred in the history of the world, whether they are in the United States, here in Canada, the one that recently happened in Rome, and the other parts of the world that we're aware of, are pro-life marches.
Yes, that if you're a pro-lifer, then you believe in the dignity of all human life, and obviously a march is not going to go out and violate that, right?
Right.
And it's a sad commentary, like you said, that we have to actually protect those that want to let life win.
And as you can see, you see the placards passing it by, adoption is the option, and that is important for us to think about as well. And now I'm going to take you right back to the heart of the action to Jim and Joy Pinto. Jim and Joy.
A round table with incredible pro-life leaders from throughout the country. And so we were asking a number of questions. But I want to tell you that some of the best questions came forth. I think the best questions did when we opened it up to the audience, the lay people, and they stood up. And almost to a person, they expressed concern for the church. Some of them were saying, hey, we don't hear enough about pro-life. We don't hear very much at all. How can we get our priests involved? How do we do this? And can you speak to that? How does Priests for Life answer this? How can we get more priests involved? How do we get more laity involved?
People will often say to us, why do you even need a Priests for Life group? Because all priests are pro-life. And I say, well, we need to support, encourage, and empower the clergy to be able to build up a culture of life. So really it's a question of saying, well, first of all, what do they see as being necessary to build up that culture of life? Why are they not speaking for pro-life? Why are they not being the leaders they're called to be within their parishes and their dioceses, their orders, their communities, movements? And often we find that they feel that either the cause has been lost, or they don't have enough information, or people won't like it if they speak up too much. So what we've decided to do is quite different in that we provide material for them to be able to have for their bulletins, for their basic inserts, for whatever kind of distribution they have, whether online or not. We give all kinds of information for them to be able to have homilies, etc., different kinds of work with feast days. But we also try to subtly but directly address the problems and the fears that they have. So we will actually work with that parish and say, what do people think now about pro-life issues, about euthanasia, about abortion, about all the various issues? And when they find out that their own people are concerned, it's then a matter of helping them to become the leaders they're really called to be. So that's a big part. An area that's not talked about that much is how many of our priests are foreign priests. And they're coming into a culture they really don't know. And so they're sort of worried that they're not able to read the culture. And so we've switched around about 4 years ago, and we have a major outreach to all these foreign-born priests. And they come from a wide variety of cultures. And so that's one of the major ways we help them overcome their fears, their anxieties.
Beautiful.
Well, and hopefully with all this great turnout of the youth, there's a great prayer for vocations, that men and women of God would say, it's me. I'm going to be the priest in the pulpit that's going to stand for the culture of life, right?
This is my 45th year in the pro-life movement as an activist. And I've seen again and again that from this group of people will come the future vocations because they're ready to stand up, they're ready to go against the prevailing culture and to build up a new culture of life and of love, as the previous several pontiffs have asked us to do. So there's all kinds of young women and men that are considering vocations here, and they're strong enough now to be able to stand up, and they look around and they see thousands of other people. And I say to the priests, you come to this kind of a march and you can see the enthusiasm, you can see what it is that says that we don't have to stand back, we don't have to be silent, we can speak and be the leaders that we're called to be. By the way, we say the same thing for bishops.
Right.
How can people connect with Priests for Life? Priests, clergy, are they all already connected? How can they find you? How can laity be involved?
Well, many people will ask, well, what can they do in their own particular parish? So we actually set out a whole Just for Life weekend. We'll send you everything you need for free to set up a whole weekend, to be able to put stuff in the bulletins beforehand, during, and afterwards, to have information tables, to have speakers, to have videos or DVDs up on your table. All you need to be able to have is some kind of computer, laptop computer, and setup. And just come on, look at priestsforlifecanada.com, or to be able to phone us, Google us, and we will have something there we guarantee within 10 days. And not just that, if you give us enough time, we'll be able to have speakers there. It's our goal to speak to each one of the seminaries, French and English, because we're completely bilingual, and everything we do is in the 2 major languages, but we also put out information in about 12 other languages. That's not quite to the same extent, but pretty darn close. And we will be able to help your particular parish, because once again, a rural parish with a number of missions is not the same as a big urban parish in Western Toronto. So what do you need? If you need 5,000 copies, we'll send it to you.
Father Tom Lynch, Priests for Life, thank you so much for being with us.
You're
Keep
welcome.
up your great
Thank
work.
you. God bless you.
God bless, Joy.
Thank you.
Brian and Kathleen, it's back to you. Let us know what's happening in the midst of the crowd.
Brian, go.
All right, so I'm here with Sandra and Matt. Yep. Okay.
How's it going?
Well, you guys are a pretty loud bunch. That's why I stopped you. You guys are the loudest, most lively bunch here. Why'd you come out? And what are you doing here?
We come out every year to basically give a voice to the unborn children, help them know that we're still fighting for them, and to hopefully stop the whole tragedy of abortion. And we're still fighting, and we'll keep fighting until it's stopped forever.
All right, are you a school group, a youth group? What's the story here? Because you guys come from all the way from Windsor, Ontario, through to the other side of Toronto?
Right, so we're part of a youth group called Youth Teams of Our Lady. My voice is a little gone from all the yelling. But yeah, so and like you said, we go from Windsor. We have teams in Kitchener-Waterloo, Mississauga, Toronto, Barrie, GTA. So we encompass a huge amount of youth, and we range from grade 9 all the way to 4th year university and past that.
So what do you guys do? Do you go out and try and spread the pro-life message in your schools, or do you just come out to here? Tell me about your group, because I don't know it.
Aside from coming here, we organize a group every year for the March for Life. We have yearly retreats that we go to and participate. We have group meetings that we have where the youth can strengthen their faith, strengthen their relationship with God, get to know each other. We have social events that we do. And March for Life happens to be just one of the most biggest and amazing ones that we organize. We have about 112 youth with us here from our ITIL team.
Matt, you know, young men, especially you go to university or college campuses, you get told, you're a man, you don't get to have an opinion because you don't have a uterus. How important is it to have this kind of peer support from men and women to say, no, it's okay to be pro-life?
Well, a child is formed from both a man and a woman, as we know. And it's not fair if males don't have a say in it too, right? As guys, as men, we want to have those babies. We want kids. We want to have a generation to teach, to be able to share our faith as well to them. And it's not fair when we're discriminated against it, because we do have an input in that child, right? It's very important for a man and a woman to take care of both sides of the parent, like to raise a child, and not having that say is not fair for sure.
Does the peer support help both of you? You know, having other like-minded young people around you, does it help you strengthen your position, your pro-life position?
Oh, absolutely. Every single year we've had increasing numbers in just the March for Life for general. I wouldn't be surprised if we get close to 25,000 people this year. And it's just so amazing and so uplifting to see so many young people, families, youth, just coming out and supporting the same cause that we support life, and we're going to keep fighting for life.
All right. A lot of the media is going to say it's just a bunch of old folks and Catholic school kids bust in without their will. You guys look like you came here of your own will.
That is correct. As I said, we have people from all over the cities. We're not associated with any Catholic schools. We work with parishes in those specific cities, but we organize ourselves here. We weren't forced to come here. No one told us you have to be at this March for Life. We organize this because we find this important. And like you said, the youth, I find the youth the loudest message to send out to the entire population as to why being pro-life is important.
All right, there you have it, the future of the pro-life movement. Jim, Joy, back to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Welcome back. Well, right now we are joined on stage with Dr. Ilya, who's with the Catholic Civil Rights League. Wonderful. We had the awesome opportunity to meet you last night at the roundtable, which was wonderful. But why don't you tell what it is that your organization does?
Well, the Catholic Civil Rights League, we engage in issues of public debate with the media, with the judiciary, in the legal forum as well, and also with our parliamentarians, with our politicians, because as you know, as Catholic Christians, there's no separation between faith and reason. So we're very much comfortable in engaging in the public sphere, because that's where we belong.
You know, somebody has said, out of sight, out of mind. In sight, in mind. So in most cases, any public debate, it really helps the pro-life movement, doesn't it?
It's absolutely necessary, and not just for the pro-life movement, but all aspects of life. People of faith, or people who have an opinion informed by faith, we must always be present in the public square. Father Newhouse, with First Things, of course, who passed away just a few years ago, was very adamant about that. We must not hide, we must not relegate ourselves to church socials after masses on Sunday and in church halls and with the Knights of Columbus. No, we must be there always in the public sphere to give our viewpoint, and of course our viewpoint, everything we do in our lives is informed by our faith, but we are participants in public life as well.
The name of your organization is the Catholic Civil Rights League. So do you deal with what you feel to be, or which are civil rights violations, especially against Catholics?
Yes, and issues pertaining to Catholics in particular. So we were present at the Supreme Court. We had intervener status, for example, and we argued in what ended up becoming the shameful decision to decriminalize or to throw out the law protecting against physician-assisted suicide. We were there to give our intervention. Unfortunately, they didn't listen to us at all, as we found out. But so we engage at all levels, but quite often in sort of the big media-worthy ones, worthy media attentions. We're at the Supreme Court level, we are there. And we also do anti-defamation and other things as well.
Speak to us about this physicians group in Ontario, which is saying to people who don't want to participate in physician-assisted suicide, I guess doctors, nurses, we don't want any part of this. Well, they say, well, you don't have to have any part of this, but you have to refer to someone who's going to do this. It's like saying to me, you don't have to help kill this person, but you got to find somebody that will. So what does this mean for conscience rights?
Well, it's absolutely scandalous. The College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario, the CPSO, which is a regulatory body which works with the physicians themselves and the public. Every jurisdiction has them, any place in the world. Where there's doctors, you're going to have these regulatory groups. Even before the Supreme Court decision came out, they wanted to implement, and they now have implemented, a policy that if you are a physician in Ontario and if there's a procedure that you do not wish to do, and this is even before euthanasia and assisted suicide, that, okay, you don't have to do it, but you must create what they call an effective referral. It's not enough to just say, go to another doctor. You must be complicit in that. You must help set up the appointment, see it through. And of course that's unacceptable. We do have something called freedom of conscience and freedom of religion. And you're still complicit in what you deem to be an evil act if you have to refer.
What's being done to try and stop this? Can it be stopped?
Okay, we did everything that we could in terms of when they had the consultation process to make our voice very strong. They didn't listen. They didn't listen to different American groups which said that this policy was unacceptable when they compared models. Okay. Now that they've implemented this, it is being challenged, and several doctors are getting together. The Christian Medical and Dental Association, for example, are bringing it to court, and it will end up most likely going to the Supreme Court level. And if that doesn't work, we have to do what Catholics and people of conscience have to do sometimes. We have to be willing to stand up and refuse and bear whatever punishment is necessary.
Dr. Ilya, thank you so much for being a witness and a strong voice on behalf of life. God bless you and your work.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Joy. God bless.
We're going now to Kathleen. Back to you.
So as you can see, the field has emptied and the marchers are well on their way. And I'm here with Leah Mills, who has an incredible story to tell. When she was young, a video she put on YouTube went viral. Leah, could you tell us about that?
Well, when I was 12 years old, as part of a speech project at my school, I chose to write about the issue of abortion, which was not popular with my pro-choice teacher, but I put the video on YouTube and it got 2.5 million views, which of course stemmed, a lot of death threats and, negative comments. So I go by a fake last name now, which is kind of cool. But since then, I've done about 6 years of pro-life work, so it's great.
So obviously having those negative feedback hasn't stopped you. What are you doing now?
Absolutely not. I go to university right now for political science and women's studies. And right now I'm working on a book. I'm working on a whole bunch of different pro-life initiatives. And I've just continued traveling and speaking to different schools and different events, pregnancy care centers, just spreading the message of the pro-life movement and how really we're the only ones who are pro-woman, pro-choice, and pro-life at the same time.
I think you mean pro-family.
Exactly, right?
Totally.
Pro-human rights, you know? Yeah.
And so there's so many young people out there, like who were your age when you made that video, like 12 years old, around that age, that are watching. What can you say to them so they feel that they can get involved and that their voice can be heard? What should they do?
Well, I would say, first of all, find something you love to do and do it. I mean, you can make anything work as part of a pro-life activism. But at the end, William Wilberforce once said, we are too young to realize that certain things are impossible, so we will do them anyway. So whatever you do, do something.
Oh, I love that. That's such a great quote.
I know.
Well, thanks for being with us, Leah, and we'll go back to you, Jim and Joy.
Welcome back. Well, the march is in full swing, and still they're filling the streets. Just absolutely wonderful. The crowd this year, we're told, is record number breaking, so we're excited about that. But right now we have with us Alex Schattenberg, and last night we had the privilege of meeting you on the panel of the roundtable, which was wonderful. But you are the director of Euthanasia Prevention Coalition.
Absolutely, yes.
And I want you to tell our viewing audience the difference between euthanasia and physician-assisted suicide.
Right, so in the U.S., quite a few states are debating assisted suicide. So assisted suicide is when a physician would write a prescription, which would then be a lethal dose to cause someone's death. So the physician's involved with agreeing that that person's life is not worth living, and they write a prescription to cause their death. And technically the person would take it themselves. So it's a form of assisting a suicide. Whereas euthanasia is very similar, but in euthanasia, the doctor would actually lethally inject with usually a syringe, a lethal injection to the patient. So it's a form of homicide. In the US, none of the states are actually considering euthanasia, but in the Netherlands and Belgium, they have euthanasia, it's legal there. And in Canada, that seems to be something that might happen to us because of this terrible Supreme Court decision, and we're of course fighting hard to make sure it doesn't happen. The reality is,
do you think there's something written in that Supreme Court decision that could open the door to euthanasia, directly giving a lethal injection? Some of the language in that?
Yes, the language in that is very imprecise and very wide. And the whole purpose of the decision was to, as they said, to allow assisted suicide, but really, when you read the definitions they used, they were so wide and imprecise, and that in fact the fear is that that might be interpreted to mean euthanasia, and many people have said that that's where it's going to go. But the point is, they gave Parliament an opportunity now to deal with that question. They did so in a very wrong way. They gave Parliament 12 months to come in with a bill, and yet we have an election in October, which means Parliament didn't have time to do it. So it's a very difficult situation for me right now. What I can say, though, is that we're working hard to work with Canadians to say, we want a law that will protect Canadians. We need Canadians protected. We have to understand, people might ask for euthanasia or assisted suicide, but why? It's because they're at the deepest, darkest time of their life. They're going through a terrible situation. Sure. They're emotionally distraught, and that's often why it leads to them asking for death. What's different when we legalize euthanasia, assisted suicide, is not that someone might be going through a distraught situation, might ask for death. That already sadly happens. What's different is that a doctor, with the agreement of another doctor, because all the laws say two doctors agree, are agreeing that yes, we agree your life's not worth living, we'll help you kill yourself, or we'll actually do it. We'll actually lethally inject you.
Well, Alex, why don't you tell us about your T-shirt?
Oh, well, the situation is with the Supreme Court of Canada decision, I'm saying, hey, this language of this decision was so wide, I feel my life is threatened too. Now, maybe not at this moment. Like I'm feeling good, I have a lot of energy and life in me, but when I'm going through a terrible time in my life, I don't want my doctor, when I'm going through, let's say, a physical condition which might lead to me being emotionally distraught, I don't want my doctor thinking, maybe we should end Alex's life. I want my life to be protected. And we need doctors to have their life protected, to protect our lives. This concept that this is all about autonomy is really a false distinction. And that's how the other side says it. They say, oh, Alex, it's my body, my choice. And I say, well, that's a false distinction. When a doctor lethally injects me, or if I'm going through a terrible, deep, dark time in my life, and somebody is involved with causing my death, when was that about free autonomy? It's not. Even philosophically, it doesn't add up. So really, this is about protecting people.
Well, Alex, keep up your great work. Keep being a voice on behalf of life. Love the shirt, Don't Kill Me.
Good, and I've got a shirt for you.
Thank you very much.
And it says, do not kill me, so we're going to protect you too.
It really puts a face on what's going on here.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Brian. Back to Brian, out in the field. Let's see what's going on out there. I know it's an exciting place to be.
Okay, go.
All right, we are still walking through the streets of Ottawa. We're a few blocks from Parliament Hill now, but the woman I'm with, Christine, she's from well away from Ottawa. You're from Fergus, Ontario, outside Guelph, right?
I am, yes.
Mother of how many?
3.
So 3 children walking with you today. What are their ages, and why did you decide to come out and to bring the kids?
Well, their ages are 6, 5, and 4. We've come almost every year since my oldest was born. And because we're pro-life, we support life, we are devastated by the amount of lives that are taken every year. And I want my girls to grow up knowing that it's not okay.
So they're getting the message young, they're getting the message early, loud and clear.
Yes.
So how do you talk to a child about abortion? Because it's incredibly difficult, and when kids realize what it is you're talking about, I find they're absolutely horrified. So how do you do it?
Well, I let them know what it is. I'm honest. I don't go into major details. I let them know that, you know, there are mothers who get pregnant and don't think they can keep the baby, and so they have it killed. But that's enough to tell them. I know it's a lot already, but that's what it is, and there's not really any hiding that, so.
My experience with my kids is that they are instinctively pro-life, and I think it takes an education of the mind, a warped education of the mind, to get someone to the pro-abortion position. What do you think?
Definitely. A kid knows immediately that if there's a baby inside of you, you don't kill it. It's pretty simple. So, right?
All right, thanks so much.
Not a problem, thank you.
It is one of the truths of the pro-life movement, is that it is a position that resonates with children. Instinctively, children will just say it's a baby in there. And as John Van Maren was saying to me earlier, nobody says, I'm expecting, and then hears from the person they just told, well, what are you expecting? No one says, are you expecting a cat? We all know it's a baby inside, and that's a message that kids instinctively understand. It's something that they know. And so I think having kids out here, having kids understand the pro-life message, is just one way of making sure that the message continues on. Jim and Joy, back to you.
The pro-lifers have taken to the streets of Ottawa, Canada, and now they're making their witness public to all those that are in businesses and in their homes there. But right now we want to go back to you, Doug and Father, in Birmingham.
Very good, terrific. Thank you so much. The coverage is terrific. I must say, Father Joseph, who joins me on set here at our EWTN Pro-Life March for Life headquarters, so to speak. Our coverage continues, direct from Ottawa. Our camera work, it's terrific. Like we said with Father Mark, we're right there in the heart of the action. Brian's doing a great job.
He is. I also like that interview that Kathleen had with that young woman at the age of 12, found a way to reach people with that pro-life message. So it's like, young people, you know, take it to heart.
Right.
What are ways that you can evangelize about the pro-life message, which is, as that woman that Brian was interviewing talking about, that's instinctive to young people.
Right.
They have this sense that that is a child in the womb.
No, I thought he made a very good point there about the fact that you're naturally pro-life, and that it's something that, in a sense, gets taught out of you sometimes in the secularization of the school. But it's also interesting, too, because so much of this year we're talking now about assisted suicide and euthanasia. And of course, just recently, we opened our West Coast studio out at the Diocese of Orange at the Christ Cathedral there with Bishop Van's support to welcome us out there. We just did that yesterday on Our Lady, Feast Day of Our Lady of Fatima, to open it. And one of the things that he had asked our help with, our Len Marino and his team in our creative services group, J.B. Brown, was to put together some spots to help them fight assisted suicide in California. And some of those spots will be airing as well on EWTN. But it's really coming home to roost. I mean, that is the next big fight.
It is, and as I was talking to you during the time in between, that I know a doctor, and she herself sees this happening under the radar, so to speak, so that it's through increasing morphine levels and so on that you quickly dispense of these people that are in the latter part of their lives.
Because it gets expensive, as they say. Just to mention a couple of things besides our coverage, and besides, if you missed any portion of this, the event will re-air Saturday, May 16th. That's a Saturday at 12 p.m. Eastern. You can check that out if you missed any of our coverage from earlier today. And later today, after our full coverage of the march, there'll be some other events still happening up there in Canada, including the Silent No More awareness campaign. There's also the Rose Dinner tonight, and for those who might be up there and have a chance to see Eric Metaxas, who was a keynote speaker, did a fabulous job. And it's great to see someone of his stature, of his intellect coming out and being pro-life. You know, I mean, I'm sure his literary intelligentsia friends aren't so big. He's not as popular in cocktail parties in New York City as he might have been in the past. And then there's a youth banquet as well tonight, and that's with Matt Fradd, who we had on Bookmark, and has been here before, and talking about really the plague of pornography, especially for young people.
Yes. And then the youth conference tomorrow is to give those young people tools that they can build the culture of life and overcome the culture of death in their society in which they live. So tomorrow they have a whole schedule so that they can be trained and they can learn more about these
Right,
arguments.
and it's great. I know they were talking about the bishops, and it was great to see the bishops there. Obviously, Cardinal Collins speaking very positively, and of course our good friend Archbishop Prendergast, who's a good friend of ours up there, and our own friend Sarah Dubois, who was on there before. Now we go out to Jim and Joy so we get more of the coverage of the March for Life from Ottawa.
And we are with Teresa Hartnett, and she is the executive director of Birthright Pregnancy Center. And you also work for the diocese for Project Rachel, right?
Yes.
So why don't you tell our audience some of the reasons, some of the considerations that women in Canada face when they are choosing whether or not to continue life or to have an abortion?
I think that still, and we don't always say this, but the main thing they're facing is fear. When they come into our offices, and even those I speak to in Project Rachel who've had abortions, they'll have various reasons. They'll talk about their parents or their boyfriend or their husband or their job or their school. At the end of the day, it's because they're afraid of that. And I always say, when we can take care of the buts, I always ask them, if no one else had to know, would you have this abortion? And in all my years, more than 1,000 people have said no, but. So if I can take care of the buts, I can help them bring their babies to life.
Well, at your Birthright centers, do you offer ultrasounds?
We do not at ours. No, in Canada, I'm not sure that that's actually even, we're able to do that. I might be wrong there, but I don't think we're able to. You have to be licensed to be able to do that. We offer the support. We give them the resources. We let them know where they can go for those things. We make sure that they have a practitioner, a doctor, or someone who's going to be pro-life who sees them. So the first option isn't, of course, you'll want to end this baby's life, you know. They don't say that, but and so we try to offer all those supports for them, and then after the baby's born, we also continue with supports, clothing, all those kinds of things.
Joy and I have the privilege of serving at a pregnancy medical center. I guess it would be similar to what you do.
Yep.
But you know what you were stating earlier is just so simply important. If we could get those women in crisis pregnancy, and if we could get the father along with that woman, just to have a conversation.
Absolutely.
Just to simply have a conversation, hear themselves, speak out loud, take care of the buts, as you say. It's
and
critical.
so many are ill prepared for the after effects of abortion. They really think they've been told.
I thought there weren't any after
yeah,
effects.
there
That's
is
what we hear.
this is a solution. You
what
know?
are some of those after effects that you see?
The after effects are real for people. There's from minor to severe. Some people have to even be medicated. Most people will say they've changed. They're never the same person again. They know that they had a baby, that the day the baby would have been born, perhaps the day of their abortion, continually comes to mind. They remember. As their life straightens out, so at the time they're in fear, they begin to say, oh, I could have, I shouldn't have. And they look at other children and they have regrets. So there's lots of things that can happen. They can become alcohol addicted to drugs. They can become promiscuous. But for the large majority, I would just say it's an unease, a sadness that's with them constantly.
And do you find that, you know, women who are post-abortive, are they finding healing in the churches? Are the churches referring them to Project Rachel and saying, as they go into the confessional, you know, I had an abortion 15 years ago, Father, and now what do I do? I'm broken and I'm stuck. What do I do?
That is exactly what's happening. That's why Project Rachel was started, because priests were giving reconciliation, they were giving absolution, and they were saying, but I don't feel better. They'd come back. So the diocese said, we've got to start something, and the rest are born out of that. Many women that come to see us have not been able to forgive themselves, and truly, many of them have been for counseling, years of counseling, and And everyone tells them, it's not your abortion. If we take care of everything else, the abortion won't bother you. And I say to them, let's take care of the abortion and then we'll see. So all of our people are trained counselors. If there's other issues, they can help them with those. But most of the time, when the abortion is taken care of, those things in their life that are problematic begin to work their way out. It's the pain that they're playing out.
Just real quick, what role does education play in possibly preventing these difficult situations?
Well, I think education in terms of helping our young people understand what abortion is, the pain that happens after it, that it's not an easy solution. As I say when I speak to students, you'll always have been a mom and a dad. You can't take that away. And so what you do about that baby will be with you forever. And so when we let them know what happens, when we let them know what's available so they don't have to have an abortion, when we let them know there's people out there that care, I think we can prevent people from making that decision.
Teresa, thank you so much for being
You're
with us.
welcome.
Birthright Pregnancy Services.
Thank you.
Kathleen, back to you. Tell us the good news about what's going on in the mobilization of people taken to the streets for life.
Hello again. So the music is starting up again as the marchers come back. We got some Taylor Swift going on. And I'm here with Father Paul, who came with his parish. And Father, is this your first time at the March for Life?
Not at all.
No?
Not the first time.
How many times have you come before?
It's my 7th time.
7th? Wow.
Yeah.
And how have things changed over the years?
As a matter of fact, the thing keeps improving every year from the point of view of attendance. The attendance has been, improving, more especially with the young people. That is the area I find really so, impressive. And so I'm so amazed, the number of young people that, has been coming out in the last few years, to witness to life, on Parliament Hill.
Yeah, it's definitely very encouraging to see the young coming out.
It is.
Did you bring any young people from your parish?
I did. Some of the young people from my parish, in Russell, they're here.
How many people did you bring with you? I heard you had a bus with you?
We had a bus, yeah. We had, our bus was half filled.
Congratulations, that's so good.
Yeah.
So you told me that you're from Nigeria.
Yes, I am.
How do you see a difference between what's going on in Nigeria with this issue in comparison to Canada?
As a matter of fact, it's a world of difference, between the two countries, because in Nigeria, the issue of life is a given, where life is considered as a gift from God that, has to be, cherished and appreciated and respected, and protected, But then, coming here to hear this issue of people being pro-choice, going for abortion and stuff like that, I find it really strange, really strange.
What do you think is missing from our Canadian culture that is keeping us from that vision?
As a matter of fact, I wouldn't, say that they don't know God or that they're not, religious, or spiritual. But if they should know Him more deeper, more personally, and then, listen to His word, and then understand, fully that life is from God, and then life is something sweet, life is something, precious that should be really cherished, and welcome. I think that's what I think that is missing there. If they should really, understand that it's all from God, and the moment you get back to God, you understand it more fully.
Yeah, that's so very true.
Yeah.
So as a parish community, how do we communicate that love for human life to the community and to the wider community?
Yeah. So first of all, we kind of engage in pro-life, events and activities. Like we have a Hike for Life. We have what we call Life Chain. It's a public witness to the sanctity of life. And then above all, we pray, for life, for the protection of the unborn and the end of abortion in society. So these are the things, we do, the parish community to, protect life and encourage people to really see life as something very sacred. Yeah.
Thank you, Father Paul. Thanks for sharing your wisdom on how to be a better parishioner and parish priest. We're going to head back to Jim and Joy now. What's happening over there?
We're here with Bishop Daniel Neame of Hamilton, Ontario. Your Excellency, it's wonderful to be with you.
Great to be with you.
And,
thank you.
What does this do for you, being a part of a gathering like this, and what does it speak to Parliament here regarding the issue of abortion?
Well, to me, and I hope to our parliamentarians, I think one of the fundamental things it bespeaks is that this is not a closed issue in Canada. We hear again and again in this country, often from politicians, sometimes from social commentators, that abortion is a finished issue in Canada. They live under the misapprehension that we have some kind of a law. Of course, we have no law. Parliament failed to pass a law after the Supreme Court struck down the existing law in 1988. So they say this issue is settled. Canadians have closed the chapter on this. As I stood out on the steps of Parliament Hill today and looked out over the sea of humanity, of pro-life supporters from all across Ontario and Canada, I know that this is not a closed issue, because too many Canadians understand the injustice of abortion. That is, it is the taking of an innocent human life, and that will never be a closed issue as long as that injustice perdures here in Canada.
To see that the church is alive and well, and it's young and it's vibrant and it's strong, and it's not going to shrink back. And so if I were an MP in there, I'd be thinking, who are all these people? Why are they here? Because this is the largest march that happens, right? I mean, the record numbers that are here, it's the largest march that happens on Parliament Hill.
And that was something a number of the members of Parliament acknowledged, that this is the biggest demonstration, and as one emphasized, the biggest peaceful demonstration. We gather in peace. We gather with ill will toward nobody. We gather in the spirit of the gospel, but we gather with a very important point to make, and we must be uncompromising in proclaiming that truth of the dignity of all human life from conception to natural death.
Bishop Meem, how does the church more comprehensively get the message out there to the laity and motivate the laity and share with, as the Cardinal had said, clarity and charity? How do we mobilize the people? We're blessed to have 20,000, 25,000. Why not 50,000, 100,000, or other ways that people are involved? How could we do more?
It's the reality, as you know, that we are swimming against the cultural tide. And even though I truly believe that most of our Sunday to Sunday Catholics are firmly pro-life, they're quietly pro-life. It's hard to kind of motivate them into engagement and to activism. And so I think it begins fundamentally on the parish level, that if we do a better job as church at the parish level in preaching the gospel of life, as our popes have been so strong in doing, we will begin to raise awareness, I think, and begin to motivate people to greater activism. I think a big part of our task is just to deal with the misinformation that's out there and the falsehoods that are spread on the subject of abortion and life issues in general. And you know, we've got more and more means at our disposal to do that now with the explosion of social media along with traditional media. And I think the church is getting better. We're maybe a little slow, but we're getting better at plugging into some of those kinds of tools to really get the message out to a diverse audience.
Speak to us about the bishops, unity of the bishops on this issue, speaking about that, ways to be involved, speaking with a common voice. You're in on those meetings. How does that work?
Well, it's actually absolutely essential, I think, that we do speak with a common voice. And to me, after the moving experience of seeing these 20,000 people on the lawn of Parliament Hill, the next moving thing after that was to be gathered on that stage with a dozen or more bishops from around Ontario and the province of Quebec, because we are firmly united on these things. And it's important that we be united, and important that as much as possible, while every bishop is, of course, the vicar of Christ in his diocese, it's important that we speak as much as possible with unity as an assembly of provincial bishops, a conference of national bishops. And so I can say that just recently we were involved in a conference call from bishops around Ontario in how to address some of the issues that have been raised around the regrettable court decision here recently vis-a-vis assisted suicide. So these things are always top of the agenda for us, but it is very important, as I say, that we are speaking with a united front.
Thank you, Bishop Meem, Hamilton, Ontario. Keep up your great work. Keep being a witness for life. Thank you, sir.
A real pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Brian, back to you out in the field. Tell us what's going on.
Hey, Brian.
All right, so we're almost at the end of the march. So many fabulous people that we've met. Standing now with Anna. She's a teacher at Notre Dame High School here in Ottawa. And you brought a bunch of students out with you today, fellow teachers.
I brought up one fellow teacher, Miss Miriam over there.
The shy one. Yeah, she wants to stay off the camera and smile and say hello.
Sneak peek.
But she pushed Anna in to do the interview.
We brought about 35 students from Notre Dame High School, which is in the west end of Ottawa.
Okay, so 35, that's pretty good. Now, as we're going down this way, the end of the march is still trying to snake around. So we're at the front. This is huge, isn't it?
It is a big event. Very
Heartening
meaningful.
to see?
Is it heartening to see? Yes, it's very encouraging to see many young people. I've noticed between the ages of about 16 and 25, so it's very encouraging to see this number of youth out.
How important is it to have the pro-life message in the Catholic schools? Because I was hearing Father Tom Lynch from Priests for Life interviewed earlier, and he was asked, he said, people would think automatically, well, of course, you're a Catholic priest, you've got to be pro-life. That's not always the case. You've got to evangelize inside our own schools, don't you?
I agree. I think students need to be given the message in religion class that it's not just about feelings and emotions, but about Catholic teaching. So what I do in my class, we have a unit on the sacredness of life, and I often tell them, specifically when I'm giving them a pro-life message, that life is sacred from the womb to the tomb. I try to give them the catchphrases that they'll remember, like rhymes like that, but it's absolutely, I think, imperative that they have a strong foundation in Catholic teaching.
The type of teachers that we need to be supporting, just like you need to be supporting priests that will give out a pro-life message. I remember talking to Father Frank Pavone a few years ago, and he said if a priest preaches a pro-life homily, say thank you at the end, because they're going to get more flack than thanks at the end. So same with teachers, so thank you very much, Anna. Jim and Joy, back to you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, keep going? Okay, sorry, apparently we're not
well,
done
now
yet.
we have these beautiful sisters, Sister Teresa, Catherine Marie, and Sister Philomena, and you both are with the Daughters of Mary, the Sister Queenship of Mary. Now we had you here last year. You're a new community, right?
Yes.
Tell us again how beautiful it was for you to be out here at Parliament Hill with all of these beautiful young people.
Yes, it was really, really wonderful to be out here and just to see how many people came out this year. Just even walking from the cathedral where we had Mass this morning, coming through all the different people as they were coming to the hill and seeing them as they were coming out and talking to them. It was just such a wonderful thing.
Yes. Yes.
How about you, sister? What does this time do for you?
I think it's a real inspiration and encouragement, just especially to see all the young people and see that the future of Canada, we're instilling the values of pro-life into the next generation. So that's a real encouragement to see, and then they can see the witness as well of other young people their age. So I think it becomes a real encouragement all around to go back and spread the message. So.
Well, being sisters of the Queenship of Mary, how important is the role of Mary in the culture of life?
It's funny, we were talking about this even just a couple days ago, and we were thinking, what would be the beautiful thing? And as I was thinking about it, Mary said yes to life when she could have been killed for giving that yes. When she was going to be, she had the potential of being alone, unwed mother with a child, unexpected pregnancy, and she said yes to God's will in her life. And so she, in some ways, understands all those women out there who are struggling and having that difficult decision, of I'm pregnant and what am I supposed to do? So she's the one who can actually reach out to them, and she's the one who's the most pro-life of all of us.
And she was the one who had the unplanned pregnancy of all time, right? I mean, to be pregnant by the Holy Spirit. This, all she does was say yes to the Lord, and then it's, how can this be? Yes. And so, and the great fear that every woman faces, every teenage girl. I got to tell my parents this. Right. Mary had to go to her parents. Yes. She had to go to Joseph. Yes. I mean, is there anyone who knows that suffering and that cross of just say yes, life is good.
Life is good. Life is precious and unique. And she said yes, trusting that God would provide for her.
Sister, what is it that drew you in to the pro-life movement?
I think I didn't become involved in the pro-life movement until I became Catholic, growing up in a Protestant faith. I was Pentecostal. And one of the things that struck me about Catholicism was their emphasis on the dignity of every human life. And so I began to be involved, starting just to pray for an end to abortion, participating in novenas and whatever. And then when I joined the community, it's been our tradition every year to come to the March for Life and be praying daily for the establishment of a pro-life medical center here in Ottawa. And so becoming pro-life has just been, well, you're Catholic, that means you should be pro-life. You know, it just goes hand in hand. So.
And to be Christian.
Yes.
I mean, because I was a Christian. I loved Jesus with all my heart. But in the United States, I wasn't doing anything for abortion. I wasn't even praying that abortion would come to an end. You know, and so it's when we get God's heart and we get the conviction from the Holy Spirit that says, pray, now do something, give up your life, become a sister, join a vocation, you know, join the religious, and understand who you are and why you were made.
What kind of reaction are you getting from the young people here? Are they drawn to you, the habit? And so they ask you who you are, what's going on, what about your community?
We've had a lot of different people who have come up and said, oh, your sisters, you know, who are you? Where are you from? And just asking and wanting to know more about us, wanting to know, you know, what we do, what our charism is, why we have made this radical life choice. In a culture where making a permanent commitment is the last thing on the list. Right. Why have we done that?
So when they look at you, they say, there's a permanent commitment, which could lead them into the sisterhood or make them think about marriage.
Exactly.
And say, hey, this is really what we need to do. This is really the way of joy and the way of life, because you exude joy, you exude life. Thank you so much for being with us here today. May more be drawn to your community, and may you continue to be faithful witnesses to the gospel of life. God bless you both.
Thank you very much.
We're going back to Kathleen. What do you have for us? Back to you.
Hi, do you enjoy? So the marchers are coming back. You'll be seeing them pour in from the streets. But I'm here with some beautiful women. And so I have here some sisters from the Sisters of Our Lady Immaculate and Taylor Hyatt, who is a student activist. So, sisters, your main charism is working in teaching and catechism, right? But you also have another ministry that you're heavily involved in that's very pertinent to this pro-life walk. Could you tell me a little bit about that?
Sure. We have a ministry of working with the elderly, and so our foundress early on, as we were teaching catechism and working in parishes, realized that we also need to care for the elderly, because she was visiting homes and finding that a lot of seniors were uncared for in their homes and were abandoned, and it's sort of a category of people that were not being looked after. And so we took on the ministry of caring for the elderly.
That's beautiful. So what kind of things do you do to care for the elderly? What's their involvement with your sisterhood?
Okay, so we run a retirement home, so a place where they can call home, where they can live their Catholic faith, where they're valued and their human dignity, you know, especially now with Canada having, you know, legalized euthanasia, that it needs to be that seniors' right and dignity of life is protected.
Yeah, that's so true. And speaking of that Supreme Court discussion, Taylor has had a lot of thoughts on this, and we realize that it's not just the elderly that are being affected by this discussion, that it's also young people. And Taylor, I know you're a strong activist in this regard. Can you speak a little bit about what you've been doing and how it's affecting you?
Sure. My main role has been as a media representative for another organization called the Euthanasia Prevention Coalition. The executive director, Alex, was speaking on the Hill earlier. I've been able to attend a couple of the court sessions and just get our point of view out to the media that there are people who oppose this, and that it is a disability rights issue. Sorry, what was the other half?
Well, so I know that your personal story is heavily a reason why you're so involved. Could you tell us a little bit about your testimony?
Sure. I don't really have a testimony per se, but I got involved because I started watching American bioethics issues and seeing the different wrongs done to people with disabilities there. It made me wake up a little bit as a young person with a disability. What could they be doing to my peers, to me, if not now, in 10, 20, 30, 50 years?
Yeah, it's kind of frightening for us. And so, Taylor, I know that you're really involved, especially on your university campus, and you really want to empower other university students to get involved. What would you say to them?
I would say I know it looks like a young person's issue right now. I know a lot of people my age might feel we're invincible, nothing's going to happen to us, but it's our parents and our grandparents and our older loved ones who we need to protect now. And if we don't stand up now, then in a few decades it'll be our rights and our dignity that we're forsaking and leaving behind.
That's so true, Taylor, and it's frighteningly true. Sisters, I know that obviously spirituality is such a great part of your ministry. Can you share a little bit about your spirituality and how we can grow, in our sainthood and holiness in being pro-life advocates?
Well, I think it's important to pray for pro-life every day. I know it's something we do as a religious community. We pray for an end to abortion. I think just like what you said, we have to strive for holiness and to be a witness of Christ in the world today. And I think it's important that we need to educate ourselves on the life issues, because we're meeting people every day and we might be the only one that they meet. And also to have an attitude of compassion towards people and listen to them so that they're open to us when we speak to them the message of life.
That's so true. Thank you, sisters. And thank you, Taylor, for being with us. It's so great and encouraging to see you guys here. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the march. And so what's happening with you, Jim and Joy?
Well, right now we are joined with Angelina Steenstra, and she is with Silent No More, which is a post-abortion healing ministry, and it's worldwide. And in a short time, we're going to be hearing powerful testimonies from men and women who have suffered from abortion and all that they've gone through in their lives. Why don't you tell us all about Silent No More in Canada, about the organization, and how is it established in Canada?
In 2004, I went to Washington, D.C. to participate in the second gathering that took place in front of Supreme Court. And I was really convicted that this needed to come to Canada. And I'd been doing post-abortion ministry for a number of years, so I knew there were a lot of men and women that might be interested in going public and sharing their stories. So Janet and Georgette thought it was a great idea and stood behind me and gave me all the support I needed, along with the pro-life movement in Canada, to bring the campaign to Canada. So we hosted our very first event here on Parliament Hill, May 13th, 2004. Just a few months after my being in Washington. And since then, the campaign is growing. We have regional coordinators across the country who I work with to spread the message of the campaign. And the campaign is really targeted to people who have had the experience of abortion, to let them know they're not alone, that if they're hurting, there's help available. There are many people who experience that pain and suffering. We want to educate the public, so that's how come we share our testimonies.
I could still remember many years back seeing you. I was not there personally, but I remember seeing it. I can't remember all the words of it, but your face and seeing you. I still remember that to this day. And I think that's part of the power of actually standing up publicly and bearing witness to what's taken place in one's life and the healing mercy of Almighty God. Tell us what goes into possibly making a decision like that. Not everybody has to go public who's had an abortion, has been healed from it, but what's the development of that? How do you get to that point? What's the cost of that to do?
It's a journey. It's a journey, and I would say today for anyone who's watching, look up abortionforgiveness.com, and that's the first step, is to
abortionforgiveness.com.
And that'll lead you to healing programs. And when a person has moved through that healing journey and they're ready to go public, Silent No More is a place where they can come and share their story. And not only does it continue a person's own healing, but it takes it a step further. It becomes about the other, about reaching out, letting people know that they're not alone. And so it's a real way to witness, to be a light in the darkness. And so there is a cost.
And it's a real force of healing, isn't it? Because once you've participated directly in abortion, I guess the next step of pain is I just have to be silent. Everything gets turned inward, and I'm not worthy to do. But you get healed up, and part of that healing is moving out and speaking, and coming out.
That's right. And often the abortion is a secret, and so the very person, like in my story, I experienced my first pregnancy as a result of rape. I tried to cover up my whereabouts that night and all the deception involved, and that I became pregnant. And so it was my long-held secret for about 14 years.
You know, and the beautiful thing about being being post-abortive is being a credible witness and saying, as Pope John Paul had said, women who are post-abortive and men, then you have an opportunity to become the most eloquent spokespersons for the gospel of life, just to say, I'm a wounded healer, and I once was you, and this could be you, but we have to speak, we have to surrender that secret.
That's right, and that's the cost. We die to ourselves for the glory of God and to reach out to others. And one of the latest initiatives of the campaign is what we call the Healing the Shockwaves of Abortion, because today, for the first time, Anita Sontag, our regional coordinator from Saskatchewan, will stand with her daughter, and her daughter will hold a sign, I mourn the loss of my aborted sibling. And Janet Morana today will hold a sign, I grieve the loss of my aborted grandchild. And so we know that abortion impacts not just the mother and the father, that's immediate, but it goes out like ripples in a pond.
Angela, thank you so much. Silent No More awareness. We're getting ready to move in that direction in just a little bit. But right now, we're going to pass it along to Kathleen. Back to you.
Hello again. I'm here with some lovely ladies from a multitude of places. We go through and say where you guys are from.
Hi, I'm Lindsay. I'm from Orangeville.
I'm Maria from Guelph, Ontario.
I'm Ruth. I'm from Thornbury, Ontario.
Julia from Fergus, Ontario.
Awesome. So from all over the place then, hey? So what brings you guys to the march?
We're Christians, and we believe that God gave us life and freedom, and we believe that abortion is taking that life away, and we believe that is wrong, so we're here to stand up for our beliefs and our faith.
Amen. So is this your first time at the March for Life?
No, this is actually my second year coming, so we wanted to show support again as well this year and just think it's such a good cause. And like Lindsay said, God gave us life and we don't believe that it's right to take it away. It's not our choice, it's God gave that life, right? So we have to protect it.
Yeah, that is so true. I'm so glad that you guys know that. Did you come with a high school or you came with your families or?
Well, we're all in college, and we came as a group because our high school, Emmanuel Christian High School, they're here too. So It's kind of like we're just out of high school, and we came a second year. So
that's so good. So you're in college. Are you guys doing anything on your college campus to get involved?
My college, in particular, in Orangeville, Humber, we don't really have anything for that because it's such a small group. It's a new campus, but I know a lot of other campuses, they do have groups that go out and promote life. So.
Do you think that your college campus needs to hear the message? Like, if you brought it up to your peers, what would they say?
Well, it's obviously good to have a discussion, right? And like, so show where you stand and believe and stuff like that. And I know that I go to Conestoga and we definitely have programs that we do there, and like I participate in that and let people know like really what I stand for and what I believe, right? And I think that's really important to share the word and spread that as well.
Does anybody give you any negative feedback for sharing it, or are they pretty positive?
Most of the time, like, they're very positive. You get the few odd people that are more like, they don't want to accept it, right? I guess, and you just kind of have to let them think that way. We can't necessarily force our beliefs on other people, so it's really important, I guess, to just stand where we are and stand firm in it and let them know what we believe. Yeah.
Were you guys at the vigil last night?
No, we weren't.
No, okay. We heard some pretty good testimonies from people back there, and have you been enjoying the music today too? It's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, it's good. It's really good. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, ladies, for sharing and for being here and being so passionate. It's encouraging to myself as well, another college student. And I guess we're heading back to you, Jim and Joy.
Thank you, Kathleen. We're here with LifeSite News founder John Henry Weston. God bless you.
Thank you.
I tell you, if it's happening anywhere in the world, LifeSite News is there. Life, marriage, family, you got an eye on it. Those things that want to be kept in the secret, you're bringing it to light. How do you do that? How are you? Where are you? How many people you got involved?
We have right now 25 staff, growing from 20 years ago when it was just Steve Jelsovac and myself. And we've been amazingly blessed by God to have now a team in Latin America, a team in the United States, a team in Canada, one-off reporters in Italy, France, New Zealand, Australia, London, everywhere. It's just beautiful.
Absolutely incredible. What have you seen over the years in terms of the issues? Obviously, abortion's been there, and now we're dealing with assisted suicide, euthanasia. What's the tracking on all this? What's happening?
Well, we have seen it. Sometimes we describe what we're doing as charting the decline and fall of civilization. We're watching the trends, especially in the family issue. And they seem to coincide with a lack of willingness sometimes on our religious leadership to speak out. And so we actually have this phenomenon all over the world of laity speaking out, especially fathers of children, starting especially now to stand up for the rights of their children, for the rights of their wives, and of the girls and women in society. Seeing that here in Canada in an amazing way. There's demonstrations all over Ontario recently to support the parent as the primary educator of their children.
So
Go ahead, Joy.
so beautifully with the information that you have out there, because you get, it's so beautiful because it's in a paragraph, which is really the mentality of what I need to know about this issue in a paragraph. Just tell me what I need to know so that I'm informed, as opposed to being totally out in the dark. And so when we get your emails and everything's out there, it's so well done.
Praise God. We've got some amazing reporters, and we're also in touch with almost every life and family group around the world. So we have the best spokesmen on these issues, giving the best points, the best talking points, so people can take it away, convince their family and friends, convince even strangers of the truth that brings eternal life.
Speak to us about not only the threat. I mean, it's not just a threat. I mean, people are taking action now regarding religious liberty, conscience rights. I mean, even if you're not religious, your own conscience on matters of human rights and civil rights, and trying to take a stand. I mean, it looks foreboding. I mean, these are really signs of hope, but what are you seeing with this incremental persecution that's beginning to take place?
It is absolutely so. You see it especially, like, let's look at Canada. You see our medical community cracking down on pro-life, pro-family doctors who want to, even those in the medical profession want to get there in med school and everything else. They're becoming increasingly pressured not to do it. And really now it's up to fathers first, I think, and all pro-life, all Christians to stand up for the rights, especially for our young people. They're the ones who are going to feel this crunch more than anyone else. And we got to stand for them. We've got to fight for them. And we're willing to do that. I know there's many, many in Canada who are willing to stand up. And if that takes us being ridiculed, jailed, or even worse, we're ready to do that too, because we love life and we love the Lord.
Well, you certainly are equipping the church. I mean, you are equipping humanity with the truth out there. And it is a concern just of the morale of the doctors. I know in the United States, I had 4 doctors just retire this year because they just want to get out of it. And so what is happening to the medical community and their morale?
It's true. That is being decimated everywhere. What is needed is for heroism. I was just in Rome, actually yesterday at this time, speaking with a doctor there from London, England, who is angry. He's showing a righteous anger because he is an older doctor, retired, and fighting for his generation, for the next generation, his children, his grandchildren. Dr. Tom Ward is just an absolute blessing, and he showed me in his righteous anger a real courage, readiness to stand up and fight. That was just so inspirational, and I pray that we can take his spirit and carry it on.
John Henry Weston, LifeSite News, thank you. Thank you for what you're doing to equip us all for this great work. God bless you.
Praise God. Good being here with you all.
We're going to go to the steps of Parliament and see what's going on here with this music and the gathering of so many souls. We'll be right back.
So I'm looking for Elizabeth King. Your grandchildren have been separated from you, and they are at the Campaign Life Coalition table that's at the back left corner. So if you could make your way over there, that would be great. Thanks.
All right, we are just outside the gates of the lawn of Parliament buildings, here with a group of students. These are a collection of kids that go to different Christian schools in the Hamilton area or are homeschooled, and they drove up themselves this morning. They arranged all this. Tell me why.
because we believe that it's very important for the students to get involved and help protect the lives of these unborn children. I mean, we were once fetuses and humans, and our parents made the decision to have us, and we believe that that's the only decision that can be made, and we want to protect that decision.
All right, you're wearing the shirt of a group called We Need a Law. It's one of the many pro-life groups active in Canada. Last year, they flooded Parliament with, what is 150,000?
It was 100,000.
100,000 little pink and blue flags. Tell me about that project, because you came up and helped put the flags in.
Yes, I did. There was about 80 to 100 of us, and we helped put them in. We started early in the morning, so we started around 6:30 placing all the flags, just put them all along the front row. And by the time the MPs walked around by 9 o'clock or something like that, they were just mind blown by the sheer amount of babies, because every single flag represented a baby aborted in Canada every year. That's every year in Canada alone. And they said that it was actually in some ways more powerful than the march, just seeing the sheer amount of death and havoc caused by unnecessary laws.
All right, and a similar protest happening at Queen's Park a little while ago. Some of the ladies tell me they're shy and they want him to do all the talking. I don't know, but let me see. Who wants to come in and talk about why they came down today? You don't look shy. What's your name?
Ashlyn.
Hold on, come here.
Ashlyn.
Ashlyn, why'd you come in today?
Because it's right to stand up for something that's wrong.
Is it, as young women, do you get the message that it's okay to be pro-life, or does the culture tell young women that you shouldn't be pro-life?
Well, the culture tells us not to be, I don't know, to be pro-abortion, but we believe that's right to stand up for the lives of babies. Because pro-abortion is killing the lives of babies, right? We don't believe that's right.
You don't want to get that. So what about you two?
Culture tells us that we should let women choose because it's their bodies, but we believe that it's not their choice because it is a living person, and we need to protect that, and we need to stand up for what we believe in.
Our bodies are temples of the Holy Spirit. It's not really our choice, I guess. It's God's choice. We're doing what God thinks is right for us. So that's what I believe.
And this young woman here is desperate that I not ask her a question, but I'm going to.
Oh, no.
What about you?
Well, we obviously believe that, women don't have a choice. Like, we need to stand up for these babies that are being killed. They're being murdered every day, and so many.
I kept hearing a life is a life. A lot of young people quoting Dr. Seuss earlier today.
Yeah.
Life is a life, no matter how small?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we got one last person to check in with. So, taller than me. I don't like it when these young guys are taller than me. So came down from Hamilton today. That's quite a commitment, driving down for one day.
A little bit, yeah.
How long did it take you, and how long to drive back?
It took us about 6 hours. Yeah, but 5.5, 6 hours.
6 hours each way. Is that a small commitment or an adequate commitment, big commitment to make for a cause like this?
Small commitment, definitely.
Compared to what's at stake?
Life. It's murder no matter what it is. No matter what they call it, it's still murder. So.
All right, guys, thanks for being good sports, even though some of you are shy and didn't want me to talk to you. Jim, Joy, this is, again, I keep saying, this is the future of the pro-life movement. These are the young people coming forward to say that they want the culture to change. They want everyone to know they're standing for life. Back to you.
Welcome back. Well, today, right now on this stage, we have two beautiful women. One is Rebecca Richmond, and she is the Executive Director of National Campus Life Network, and you brought with you this beautiful young lady who is a real-life college student from Queen College in Kingston, and her name is Christine Hilferty, and we just want to thank you both for being here. Now, your ministry is on college campuses, capturing those students who go to college. Tell us what is going on to promote the culture of life with college students.
Exactly. Well, our organization, National Campus Life Network, is at the heart of Canada's pro-life student movement. So we exist to equip and empower these students to go out and reach their peers, because we know the best ways to reach students is through students. they're there, they have access to this vulnerable population, and they have influence over them because, you know, we speak the same language, we understand each other, and they respect that youth and that presence, and so they're able to bring that message to that vulnerable demographic in a really powerful way.
Unpack the word vulnerable. Why is that particular age group vulnerable? What is being appealed to with them? What are the challenges for them?
Exactly. Well, statistically, we see that this is the age demographic that's undergoing the most abortions, but also the pressures of the university environment on young women when they find themselves in a difficult pregnancy. They're cut off from their communities, their families, and they're only hearing one side of the message. I've spoken to students across Canada, and I asked them, how many pregnant women do you see on campus? One, maybe two. How many women do you think get pregnant on campus every semester? They're making life and death decisions. We need to be there to reach them.
And so important because when you go to college, right, as you being a beautiful young college girl, your belief system gets challenged, right, from professors, from other students. You're hearing things that maybe if you were homeschooled or you were raised in Catholic schools or public schools, you didn't hear. And so now, you know, now it becomes a paradigm shift intellectually, even spiritually. Maybe we stop even going to mass in college. So tell us the standpoint from being a college pro-life student.
Yes, certainly university can be a very vulnerable time, as Rebecca was talking about, because like you said, you're thrown completely out of your comfort zone. You're surrounded by new people, you have new peer pressures, you want to fit into a certain group of people, obviously find where you fit in. For me, I am very blessed to belong to this pro-life club, and I have found that although it is somewhat of a hostile environment for us students who are pro-life, we do have a voice, and we have a strong voice, and though we're a small group of people, the university campus does give us an opportunity to have that voice and to actually encounter other students. We run questionnaire tables weekly at Queen's University, and we actually encounter the students on campus. Anyone who's walking by, we just ask them to stop and tell us about what they think about abortion. And we end up having amazing conversations, and we find that a lot of students don't even have formed opinions about abortion beyond, oh, I'm pro-choice. And then whenever we ask them, we further question, what does it mean? What does that mean when you say you're pro-choice? And we really challenge what they mean by saying pro-choice. And often we find that we agree more than we disagree. They also, once they find out that human life begins at conception, they also agree, oh, this is a problem, that abortions are happening in our population.
That's just so powerful, because sometimes we just assume everyone is so hardened, they have conviction about what they believe, but when you ask them, what do you mean when you say choice? What do you mean when you say abortion? What do you mean you take, they don't know where to go with it. You just stay calm, love them. And it's also interesting, you use the word belonging. You know, I belong. How important is that, even if it's a small group, that sense of belonging, that sense of community?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is such an important time in a young person's life, and so to feel like you belong is so important. But the great thing about pro-life clubs is it also gives them an opportunity to make a difference. They don't just belong, they're going out and they're reaching people and making a huge difference in a human rights movement, and that is an incredible thing that they'll take with them for the rest of their lives.
Are you encouraged? You seeing change? You got hope for the future?
Certainly. I've had so many conversations on campus where I start at the conversation and the individual, like I said, says, oh, I'm pro-choice. And then by the end of the conversation, they say, wow, I never knew this, and this needs to change as well. And they want to learn more, and they're also encouraged, and they'll sign up to learn more about our club and things. So it's very encouraging.
Christine and Rebecca, thank you so much for the great work that you're doing. Don't grow faint-hearted. You're really making a difference. May there be more and more young people like yourselves that are raised up in this great nation. God bless you both.
Thank you so much.
And Kathleen, we're going back to you. What do you have for us?
Yeah, bye, Kathleen. Okay. Hello. So the sun is still shining here, and it's so beautiful, and the marchers have come back. We're listening to some awesome music, and the youth are just jumping around, all excited. It's so fun to see. And I'm here with Jack Fonseca from Campaign Life Coalition, and he's been talking about the numbers that we're hearing of the numbers of people that are here. Could you share with us? Do we know the numbers?
Yeah, definitely this is a bigger crowd than we had last year. I was up on the steps watching the full crowd, and definitely bigger. Last year we had 25,000. I'm thinking it's going to be 30,000 this year. We're going to wait for the official count from Jim Hughes, our president, who's doing the count now. He's finishing up, so we'll hear it announced, but I'm guessing it's going to be 30,000. Biggest crowd ever.
That's exciting.
Very exciting.
So many pro-life people in Canada, and we know that for each pro-life person that's here, there's so many more behind them that are pro-life as well. But I mean, it's great that there's big numbers, but you and I both know that it's not just about the numbers, and we want these people to go forth. What are your thoughts on the fact that we have so many people? What should they do?
Well, I really hope and I believe that the numbers and the enthusiasm that these people have for protecting human life translates into the political process, so that we'll have 30,000 people becoming actively engaged in politics at the political level as an expression of their faith to work for pro-life candidates, to campaign for them, to spread the word so that their friends and relatives vote for pro-life candidates, and so that we have a greater return of pro-life candidates in the upcoming October federal election.
And speaking of politics and all this controversy, I know we were speaking about the problems with sex education happening here in Ontario. Can you speak to that and how you think it might affect all these young people that are here?
Yeah, the Liberal government of Ontario, with under Premier Kathleen Wynne, who's describes herself as a lesbian, is pushing a radical sex education curriculum for kindergarten through grade 8 that's going to get kids in grade 1 talking about their genitalia. In grade 3, it's going to teach them that even in Catholic schools, that being male or female, being a boy or a girl is merely a social construct, that you can, if you're a boy, you can be a girl if you want to. It's not related to your physical anatomy. It's going to promote and celebrate homosexuality in grade 3. It's going to encourage kids to well, I won't say it on the air here, but self-discover themselves in a way that's not in accord with Catholic teaching in grade 6. It's going to really promote a lot of sexual activity and launch kids into premature sexual experimentation. And that affects the pro-life issue, because the more children and the younger they get engaged in promiscuous sexual activity, the more abortions that we're going to have, because there'll be more kids getting pregnant, more teenagers getting pregnant. So it's going to exacerbate the abortion problem that we have.
Yeah. Would you say that we're helpless in this, or what can families do who are listening who may not know that this is going on? What can they do to fight against this?
Well, if you live in Ontario as parents, visit our website, campaignlifecoalition.com/sexed. Read up about the curriculum, read what's in it for yourself, and then get involved in fighting it. Contacting your MPP, your school's teacher, trustee, the principal, and join a protest. There's protests breaking out all over the province, from led by ethnic groups, minority groups, religious groups, all over the place.
Yeah, there's so much we can do, so we can't stop, and we have to do something about it. And like the music is saying, if God's with us, nothing can stand against us. So we have that encouragement.
Amen, sister.
So thank you for meeting with me, Jack. It was nice to talk to you.
Thank you, Jeff.
And I guess we're headed back. Jim and Joy, how are things going over there?
Well, it's wonderful. Parliament Hill is filling up. The march is over, and people are coming back to fill up. Hun, I'm so taken by the beauty of the people that are here. There are young people, but you know what? There's old people. There are people in walkers. There are people in wheelchairs, and they're saying, my life matters. I come to stand here for the culture of life, from natural conception all the way till natural death. And they're saying, don't count me out. Parliament, don't count me out. Members of the Parliament, see me, notice me. It's just spectacular. I know Kathleen and Brian have been getting some unbelievable interviews out in the field of just about what's happening in this culture of even just the sexuality and the education and the teaching that's going on in schools. The church is the only one that has the answer. And so the church, I just hope she's ready to stand up and fight to the end.
And there's that Bible verse that speaks about the wheat and the tares growing up together. And certainly we're seeing a lot of wheat here. And so even if the courts, the government passes various laws, these people are not going down quietly, and they're not going to go down. Life is going to rise. We're going to Brian right now, and we're going to see what's going on with him as he mingles among the crowd. Brian?
Okay, so earlier on, Kathleen and I were talking to some of the heads of Net Ministries, Garth and Joe. Now I'm here with two members of Net Ministries, Bernadette and Julie, and we've got a Net Ministries alumnus, Nathan, who also happens to be a seminarian with Companions of the Cross. I'm going to go across, and we're going to talk quickly about evangelizing the culture, guys. What's the key to spreading the message to your fellow young people?
I think it's really about first building a relationship with them, because no one is going to hear what you have to say if they don't know that you actually care for them first, So I think you have to start with a relationship. Every ministry has to be relational, otherwise it doesn't bear fruit.
I think one of the most powerful parts is using your own personal testimony, because people just reject having things like shoved down their throat, but when you share, like, this is my story, this is how God worked in my life, people, they can't argue with that because it's your own life, and I think they really respond to something that personal.
All right, Nathan, what about yourself?
For myself, I think the biggest thing is conviction in my own life, like recognizing that the gospel is the greatest joy that I've ever found, and to feel that in my own life, to go through the experience of meeting Jesus Christ, having a relationship with him, and then being convicted enough to share that with other people and to be convinced that that is what's going to give them joy. And so I think conviction for me would be the biggest thing.
All right, so Seminarian with Companions of the Cross, Order of Priests here in Ottawa. I have to ask you, what was the call for you to enter the seminary, to devote your entire life to ministry?
For myself, it was recognizing certain situations in my life that where people were suffering. I had a number of people that were close to my family commit suicide when I was discerning, and when I recognized how much there was, like, pain there was in that situation, and I just desired, like, from the bottom of my heart, to bring hope and to minister to those people. And so I knew at those moments that it was just like the desire of my heart to give my life to minister for them and to bring Jesus Christ to them. So.
All right, so Nathan with the Companions, Julie Bernadette with Net Ministries, all three of them doing different things to... all right, all three of them doing different things to bring the message into different people's lives. And of course, we're going to be hearing from another member of the Companions of the Cross, Auxiliary Bishop of Ottawa, Christian Riesbeck, coming up with Jim and Joy in a little bit. We'll throw it back to you on the stage.
Well, thank you so much, Brian. Absolutely wonderful. Right now, we're going to go to the steps of Parliament Hill, and we are going to hear moving testimonies from men and women who choose to be silent no more.
One of our longtime Silent No More regional coordinators, Anita Sontag from Saskatchewan, will be joined by her daughter, who grieves the loss of her aborted sibling. This is a whole new dimension to the Silent No More awareness campaign. We want to make it acceptable to talk about the loss on all levels. We know that abortion providers are coming forward and going through healing. We know that people who work in abortion facilities are coming forward for healing. We know that grandparents hurt. We know that siblings hurt. There are programs now available to walk people through the healing so that the nation can be healed. If you go to our website, Healing the Shockwaves, you can learn more about this initiative. And to look for healing programs, please go to abortionforgiveness.com. So I'm going to invite you let's just bow our heads for a minute and ask the Lord to release his anointing on this work. Heavenly King, Consoler, Spirit of Truth, present in all places and filling all things, treasury of blessings, giver of life, come, dwell in us, cleanse us from all stain, and save our souls, O good one. We ask the intercession of the patron of Canada, St. Joseph, and of our Blessed Mother, Our Lady of Fatima. So I'd like to call forward Anita Sontag from Saskatchewan.
I had an abortion more than 45 years ago, and even after all those years, I still regret what I did. I snuffed out the life of my child because the father of my baby refused to marry me, and I was more concerned about my reputation than I was about the life of my baby. And I allowed myself to be pushed into having an abortion. My unplanned pregnancy happened in a time when being pregnant outside of marriage was looked on as a disgraceful thing, a reason for shunning both the mother and the child. I knew abortion was wrong, but somehow all of this seemed like it was unreal, that one morning I would wake up and realize it was all a bad dream. So I allowed myself to be pushed into seeking this abortion. I felt like I was backed into a corner, though, and that I had no other way out. A part of me died the day my baby died. I did not grieve. I did not feel angry. I just felt numb, cold, empty, and a very deep sadness. I felt disassociated and somehow disconnected from it all. I decided that day that for as long as I lived, I would never tell anyone about this, and that I would go on with my life as though nothing had happened. But right after the abortion, I started having trouble sleeping. I became very anxious about insignificant things, had anxiety attacks, and became progressively more depressed. Self-esteem and poor self-image, which had been problems from early childhood, became worse. My faith had always been a very big part of my life, but at this point, I turned away from that because I believed that I could not be forgiven for what I had done. I was also in a state of denial, to the point where I wondered how women could do such a horrible thing as having an abortion. And then I would just stop and think, oh yeah, I did that too. For 14 years after the abortion, I lived in denial and became more and more of an emotional wreck. I became addicted to tranquilizers and sleeping pills, and I would often add alcohol to the mix of pills. On the outside, to family and friends, I was able to maintain an image of normal life. But there came a day where I knew I needed to do something about the way I was living. I knew I had to return to my spiritual roots, and so I went to see a priest. For the first time, I told someone that I had had an abortion, and I experienced God's mercy in a very powerful way that day. I knew that God had forgiven me, but it took many more years of searching for healing to come to a place where I could forgive myself. That search ended when I finally became aware that all my problems were connected to the abortion. In April of 2007, I attended a Rachel's Vineyard weekend retreat. Through this retreat, I was able to acknowledge and grieve the loss of my son, and to finally let go of all the shame and guilt, and I was finally able to forgive myself. Now I will be silent no more, because others who are hurting, as I was hurting, need to hear the truth and need to know that there is help and healing available. My hope is that by speaking out about my experience, others will find healing too, and better still, will choose life for their child. Since the start of the Shockwaves initiative, it has become apparent that my abortion did much damage to my living children. One of them, Allison, who is standing right here today, has recently come to the awareness of how deeply she was affected. But thanks to God's mercy, she is also now on her way to restoration and healing. Thank you.
My name is David, and I injured my voice many years ago. I used to sing in the march here, and I'm going to say my testimony in French today. Est-ce qu'il y a du monde ici qui parle français, qui sont francophones? Okay. J'espère que tu peux entendre mon cœur. And for those of you who don't speak French, I just would ask that you would hear my heart about abortion. It ruined my life. J'ai grandi dans une famille athée et je n'ai jamais entendu personne dire que l'avortement est mal. J'étais très ambitieux et j'avais un grand besoin d'attention. À mes 21 ans, j'ai été choisi pour chanter dans un spectacle de Broadway. Et j'étais sur la voie de devenir un interprète et acteur de cinéma reconnu. Ma copine de l'époque utilisait un contraceptif, mais elle a échoué et elle est tombée enceinte. Nous sommes allés à la clinique d'avortement en pensant que c'était la solution. Je pensais que j'étais mature et responsable en aidant à payer pour l'avortement et en restant assis dans la salle d'attente. J'ai lu les revues espérant m'échapper à la responsabilité d'être un père. Elle sortit de la salle une personne complètement changée et peu après, elle est tombée dans une dépression. Moi, j'ai essayé d'éviter la douleur de l'avortement en me plongeant dans ma carrière. La relation a pris fin peu après. Il y a une autre histoire de contraception ratée, suivie d'un avortement avec une autre femme, avec le même résultat d'une relation se terminant. Cette fois-ci, la pilule contraceptive a échoué. Tu vois, la contraception ne marche plus toujours. Ce que je n'avais pas compris, c'est que la grossesse ne m'a pas transformé en père potentiel. J'étais vraiment un père dès le moment de la conception. La décision n'était pas voulons-nous devenir des parents. C'était que faisons-nous du fait que nous sommes déjà des parentes? J'aurais dû accepter la responsabilité pour mes enfants, mais j'étais au sommet de ma carrière et j'étais à la poursuite égoïste de ma dépendance à l'attention. À la suite de l'avortement, j'ai commencé à trop boire. J'essayais de m'échapper de ma peine. J'ai eu la bulimie et je suis tombée à 115 livres. J'étais dans la tournée nationale des États-Unis du spectacle Broadway Cats. Mais ma vie était emmêlée. Ma voix était rauque, comme maintenant. J'étais presque muet. Et le médecin m'a demandé de ne pas parler pendant 3 semaines. Mais moi, j'ai continué à chanter et je me suis blessé la voix de façon permanente. Et c'est pourquoi je parle comme ça maintenant. C'est à cause de l'avortement. À 21 et 24 ans, j'ai perdu tout ce que je tentais de sauver en choisissant l'avortement. Je suis demeuré avec la prise de conscience que j'avais sacrifié mes enfants sur l'autel de ma propre ambition. Ma misère m'a mis à genoux. Après un long voyage spirituel, j'ai changé ma vie et j'ai accepté Jésus dans mon cœur et je suis finalement devenu catholique en 1995. Mon expérience avec le Christ m'a conduit dans une longue période de célibat et de purification. Mon rétablissement des avortements a commencé quand j'ai pris responsabilité de la gravité de ce que j'ai fait. J'ai participé à beaucoup de sessions de conseil et de nombreuses retraites, y compris Rachel's Vineyard. C'est bien en français, quand même en anglais, le Rachel's Vineyard. J'ai trouvé beaucoup de guérisons dans le sacrement de la confession et en partageant mon témoignage comme maintenant. Il y a plusieurs années, pendant la prière, j'ai vu une image dans mon esprit d'un enfant, une petite fille marchant dans la rue. Je conduisais une voiture. J'ai essayé d'arrêter, mais le frein était brisé. Son petit visage s'est écrasé contre mon pare-brise. Et une voix a dit, « David, c'est votre fille. » Et j'ai vu alors la Vierge Marie tenant la main de cette petite enfant. Et cette fois, elle était belle, sans aucune blessure. J'ai dit à la Vierge Marie, « Puis-je lui parler ?» Elle m'a dit, « Oui, vous pouvez, David. J'ai dit, comment vais-je savoir qu'elle est au ciel? Elle m'a dit, elle est avec moi, n'est-ce pas? Ma fille Tina et moi, nous sommes réconciliés de ce moment, ce jour-là. Récemment, pendant la prière, dans l'œil de mon esprit, j'ai vu mon fils Benson jouer du piano. Pour un chœur d'anges au ciel, nous sommes réconciliés. Il y a 7 ans, j'ai rencontré Kirsten ici. Nous ne croyons pas aux mensonges de ce monde qui prétendent que vous êtes censés avoir les relations sexuelles avant le mariage. Nous avons pratiqué la chastité et attendu. Nous nous sommes mariés il y a 4 ans. Kirsten, je te suis tellement reconnaissante et je t'aime avec tout mon cœur. Merci pour ton engagement envers Dieu, envers l'enfant à naître et ton amour pour moi. Nous sommes Kirsten et David et nous aimons la vie. We stand for life. C'est pourquoi nous ne sommes pas plus silencieux. And we are silent no more. Thank you.
Welcome back. Well, thank you so much for those beautiful, moving, powerful testimonies from Silent No More. Well, right now we are joined with these 2 beautiful, absolutely wonderful young people that we met last night at the roundtable. We have Alyssa Galobe, and you're with Campaign Life Coalition, and we have Jonathan Von Maren, and you are with the Bioethical Reform for Canada. Now, you guys are out there. You are in the trenches. You are making the culture of death shake in their boots. Right? And so, tell us what your organizations do and what you're doing to advance the culture of life in Canada.
Well, I work for the Campaign Life Coalition, which is the political arm of the pro-life movement. We are also the organizers of the March for Life and the events surrounding the march. And we partnered up with the educational arm of the pro-life movement, which is Jonathan's organization, the Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform, to launch the largest pro-life campaign in the history of Canada. It's called the No to Trudeau campaign. And basically we're targeting Liberal leader Justin Trudeau because he has said, he proclaimed during last year's march, that no pro-life candidate is allowed to run for the Liberal Party of Canada. So he's discriminating, actively discriminating against pro-lifers from running in one of the major political parties in Canada. So with this campaign, we're delivering over 1 million postcards to households across Canada. We're getting pro-lifers on the phones to contact people, find out where they stand, get them tapped into the pro-life movement. And we're getting more people campaigning for pro-life candidates than ever before. So it's something that we're revitalizing the pro-life base to rebuild the pro-life consensus using this election and using Justin Trudeau as the starting point.
So what is the tack that you're taking? What's the information saying that you're putting out there? Are you just simply saying this is what's being done so you shouldn't believe this way? Or what's the information that's going into it to help people think?
Well, what we've been doing is combining numerous strategies because we know that people have to see what abortion looks like before they can realize that abortion actually is an act of violence that destroys a developing human being. We also know that when we contrast those with pictures of the baby in the womb, it really helps destroy that cognitive dissonance that's taken over our country. But as well, there's a lot of just facts about abortion in Canada that the average Canadian doesn't know. For example, polling tells us that over 80% of Canadians don't know that abortion is legal throughout all 9 months of pregnancy in this country. And over 60% of Canadians are very against the status quo once they discover it. So the postcards show both an aborted baby in the first trimester, because that's when most abortions happen. It shows a beautiful baby at 7 weeks, one of the earliest embryology pictures available. And then it gives information like Justin Trudeau supports abortion until birth. We fund this. We have embryology facts from scientific textbooks used in medical schools across this country. So essentially what we do in our organization is we work to change Canadian public opinion. And we've had thousands of face-to-face conversations with Canadians, and we've really found out what resonates with them the best, which arguments they find most compelling. And from there, we've essentially tried to reproduce these conversations on postcards 1 million times over.
So the impact of getting out there into the streets, what would you say to people to get more people involved in doing this? What are the results?
Well, we can't actually say that we're pro-life or complain about the lack of abortion laws in our country without doing something about it. And so our voice is really our vote in this country. We're one of the only countries in the world with absolutely no law on abortion. The only other two are North Korea and China. And in fact, when Justin Trudeau was asked which country he admires the most in the world, he said China's dictatorship. So it comes to pass that, you know, someone like this would eventually potentially rule the country. So we're really trying to motivate pro-life grassroots activists to come out to support this campaign and to become politically active. This is an election year. It's one of the most important elections that we've ever faced in our country, so we need to do something about it, and there's no better way to start than with our No to Trudeau campaign.
Well, and the important thing is when we turn 18 in Canada, we can vote, right? So what are your organizations doing to tell people you must vote? You have to have your voice heard, because the young people, they need to get out there and make their voice heard.
That's why our campaign actually focuses on pro-abortion politicians, because in a democracy, we're actually morally responsible for the decisions of the leaders that we vote for. We put them there in the first place. So we do want to highlight which politicians hold which positions. And as for what motivates people, I like to say something that has been used 25 years ago during the Operation Rescue days when so many people turned out and were willing to sacrifice so much. They said, if abortion is murder, let's act like it. And I think that even if those tactics today don't work, that sentiment certainly should propel us to do much more than we do.
Jonathan, Alyssa, thank you so much.
Thank you.
If abortion is what it is, then we must act like it. If abortion is murder, the taking of innocent human life, then we should act. We should be compelled. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kathleen, we're going to you there, right on the ground. What do you have for us?
Hello again. So as we listen to the Silent No More testimonies, I have some wonderful gentlemen here who came to the March for Life. And so as we were talking before we were on camera, I learned that March for Life isn't the only time that we're pro-life, that we do this outwards and like doing different ministries. And for Luke, how is your life, how do you involve pro-life mission work in your day-to-day life?
Well, yeah, exactly. It's a lot in my day-to-day life and the people I encounter with my work, and just really engaging in conversation with them. And people are very curious and ask a lot of questions, and I guess maybe don't come into contact with pro-life people who are at least willing to speak about their pro-life convictions. So when you engage in conversation with people, they're very interested, and a lot of people do have they can think, and when you talk to them and really have it as a conversation and think about it and talk about it with them, it goes really well. So,
do you find it hard to bring up the pro-life issue in conversations with people you work with?
Not really. It's very natural for me.
Good.
And again, it's a feeling kind of thing, depending on if they're very willing to talk about it. And if someone's very willing to talk about it, then it's very natural for me. If they're not, then the conversation doesn't usually carry on, but
yeah.
At least some people are very willing and open. So
yeah, well, good for you, Luke. And we also have Raymond here, and you were saying, is this your first time in the March for Life?
It's my first time. I've been wanting to go for years, but it's never really worked out. And finally, my friends were like, you should come this year. Coming for a ride with us. So I was like, all right. So we woke up pretty early, and but it's been worth it. I've been having a lot of fun, seeing a lot of people here, and all my friends are here, so it's really good to see that everybody, they're here for one thing, and that's for pro-life.
Yeah. And have you heard much about the pro-life message before coming to the march, or how has it been involved in your life previous?
Yeah, I've heard a lot about it. I mean, just in my community, all the families there, they're all really big families. So just by the example, all the families are like kids, like families of 8 to 10. So just that example, it kind of lives through my whole life. So I definitely here to support it.
Are you from a big family yourself?
Yeah, there's 8. I have 7 siblings, so.
That's awesome.
10 in the family. It's a huge family. Love it.
That's fantastic. And how about you, Luke?
I'm from 8 as well.
Yes. And did you guys come to the march together?
No, we're separate, but.
Yeah, so you come in like good friends, come meeting at the March for Life. Yeah, we were saying it's so cool to see old friends at the March for Life and to meet with people and family that you might not have seen. March for Life is a good reunion for everybody. Yeah. Have you guys seen a lot of people that you know at the march today?
Many, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of scary. Like, I don't know, it's crazy. Everybody was like, oh, hey. I'm like, okay. And I give them a hug, and everybody's fun and loving here, so it's great.
So from the march today, you've heard some speeches and some encouraging words from our MPs. What kind of thing are you going to take away from today to propel you forward into sharing the pro-life message even more than you already do?
I think, as always, it's just more enthusiasm, more conviction, because we already believe it and live it in our regular lives. So just basically to continue doing what we're doing, just more of it and be more loving as we go. So the key is love. Just if you love something, you're willing to share it, and you're willing to help people to learn and understand.
Yeah, like you say, the key to it is love, and I know we've been hearing that a lot throughout the day, through the testimonies and through the speeches and through our interviews. The key is speaking the truth with love, and so I want to thank you guys for the ways that you speak truth and love here at the March for Life and in your day-to-day life, and I hope to see you again at next year's March for Life. Are you going to come back, Raymond?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Okay, well, thank you very much, guys. How are you guys doing, Jim and Joy?
Well, we are wonderful, and right now we have with us Archbishop Prendergast and also the Auxiliary Bishop of Ottawa, Riesbach. And we want to thank you so much for being here today, for being the men of God, the men in black who were standing there and saying the church is the only answer for this great issue of life that we have. I know that you both must be so encouraged by today. So what is your perspective on the great turnout? Because they're saying there's over 25,000 people that turned out today.
Over 25,000 people easily this year.
I was quite excited when we started the march because I could see older people, one older man stumbling along with some young people, some religious sisters, some priests, some bishops. It was the whole church, the whole world is there. Yes. And I think it was very encouraging to me to see that people came from all across our province, from Quebec and from perhaps the United States. I know a bishop came from Stamford, Connecticut to be with us. So all those things were signs of the unity of the church and the harmony of generations. We're all in favor of life.
Mm-hmm. It was so beautiful to see mothers and strollers because, you know, they were out here just, I mean, laboring the day, feeding and taking care of nursing babies, the great sacrifice that they made. But to say life is important, right?
Yeah. Bishop, your impressions just on the day, maybe the speeches that you've heard or impressions that you have.
Well, I mean, obviously you have to comment on the turnout. I mean, if it's 25,000, that's a new record, I think, for the March for Life. I remember back in 2009, it was about 8,000 to 10,000 people. So we've more than doubled the numbers. So that goes to show you how serious people are taking this issue, and even our young people who've traveled from far and wide to be here today. And I was also walking with, you were saying, nursing mothers, and I was walking with my sister and her nephew. We've been marching together for the last few years, and I remember when she was pregnant and walking with her, with my future nephew, and every time it seems that I'm running into pregnant mothers, or the energy and the enthusiasm that we see from our young people is wonderful as well.
Well, Bishop, you are a young man yourself, and you won't be young much longer as a bishop, but you're going to age, I'm sure.
The gray hair is spreading here.
But how did you get involved with the movement? I'm sure you got your own testimony. The theme here is Let Life Win, and I guess you got a testimony as well.
Yeah, well, it started really when I was a pastor in Houston, Texas, in Queen of Peace, and I remember in the first few months that I was there, a young woman came to the door with an aunt, and she was 12 years old and pregnant. And we're asking, if an exception could be made in her case, because she was so young and couldn't care for the child and so forth. So it was just a kind of a shock to me just to see this, not even a teenager, 12 years old and pregnant. And so I did my best to encourage her and to let life win, to talk to her in love and be compassionate, and encouraged her to seek out the help that she needed to let life win. And I guess at that time I was new in Houston and I didn't really know where to send her. So I think that was what prompted me to look into what kind of services that we had to offer as a parish. And so it made me look into Project Gabriel, for instance. And so I started a Project Gabriel in our parish to look after pregnant mothers who would come to the door seeking help. And so we got our parishioners involved, and it's been, we have a big sign outside the parish there and a number they can call, and we have parishioners there ready to assist them. And the parishioners have rallied around that ministry, providing clothing and food and all the necessities to support these young women and encourage them.
Incredible. It really does get down to that one-to-one contact. Your Grace, just briefly, just share a word with us about what this day means.
It means that life is going to win. La vie, je l'appuie la vie. I support life. The young people tell us that, the older people tell us that, and I think our witness is going to bear fruit. That's what I'm hoping for. I hope that it continues to grow and continues to be a blessing for our diocese and for the church in Canada.
Well, you heard it right here from the Archbishop. Life is going to win. And we hear that in the resurrection. St. John Paul II said, we are an Easter people, and Alleluia is our song. So we're going to go to Kathleen at this point. She's right there on the ground. Who are you speaking with? What are you seeing? What's going on? Kathleen?
Hi, I have the honor of speaking with Steve Carlin, who is the coordinator of North American Outreach. Is that right, Steve?
That's right.
For 40 Days for Life.
Yes.
So as I understand that, Canada is the first country outside of the United States to host 40 Days for Life. Could you speak to that?
Sure. 40 Days for Life started in the U.S., and when it started, folks brought it to Canada. It started in Ottawa and Halifax in 2008, and the second guessers said, this style of American activism won't work in Canada, but in fact it's spread to 29 different cities in 7 Canadian provinces. And not only that, but a young missionary from England was doing some missionary work here in Ottawa. He saw the campaign, he took it back to England. Robert Calhoun is now our Director of International Outreach, and we've seen 40 Days for Life spread to 30 countries around the world.
That is incredible. I know I've definitely seen 40 Days for Life across Canada and places that I've been, and so it's very successful and the people who want to do 40 Days for Life. But do we see fruits from 40 Days for Life? Have you seen that?
We have. This past spring campaign, we celebrated the 10,000th saved life that we know of through the campaign. We've seen 60 different abortion centers close. We just had a Planned Parenthood in the States close this week, and we've seen 118 abortion workers have conversions, leave their jobs with the abortion industry, and begin to walk with Christ.
Praise the Lord, that's incredible news. So I guess for people who might not know what 40 Days for Life is, what do people do when they're involved in 40 Days for Life?
It's simple, 3 components: prayer and fasting, community outreach to educate our communities on the crisis of abortion, and prayer vigils all day, every day for 40 straight days in front of the buildings where abortions are performed.
That's so needed. So you see that there's been thousands of lives saved from the work of 40 Days for Life. What do you attribute the success to?
Certainly it's all the Lord's work. We know that prayer is never in vain. Prayer is always something that's answered whether we see it or not, but I think just trusting in the Lord is a recipe for success every time.
That's so true. And so with that, trusting in the Lord, do you see that people are strong, like in the face of opposition? Do you find that there's opposition when people are praying in front of abortion clinics?
There's passers-by who yell things, there's people who heckle, there are people who decry it as, something that's harassing women, but really it's providing women who feel like they have no choice with a choice, to let them know there is love, there is support, there are resources, and there are people out there willing to extend their hand and help.
That's so awesome. I love the work of 40 Days for Life. So if anyone is out there who wants to get involved, how should they get in contact with the work that you're doing?
Visit 40daysforlife.com and sign up for our email list, and that's where most of our updates come up. And you can also find us on Facebook and all the regular social media as well.
So good. So I highly encourage you guys to get involved with 40 Days for Life. I know a lot of parishes get involved and do it as a group. It's a great parish mission to do. And so I want to thank you, Steve, for chatting with me and sharing what 40 Days for Life is doing, because it is so fantastic to hear.
Thank you so much for having me. What a blessing.
Enjoy the rest of your day. How are things going with you guys, Jim and Joy?
Well, all is wonderful, and thank you so much, Kathleen, and also Steve, for that great interview with 40 Days for Life. But right now, we're going to go back to the steps at Parliament Hill to hear some more moving testimonies from Silent No More.
And embittered. A sports injury at the age of 12 landed me in the hospital, where I became addicted to TV. The threat of rejection was diminished in this context. The people on these programs could not reject me like the kids on my street did. or like the people who stared at my father's birthmark. Isolation opened me to friendships which involved addictions and sexual immorality. I was not planning to be involved in a pregnancy. However, when that child was conceived, others felt I was incapable of handling it because of my lifestyle. Therefore, my daughter was aborted. In spite of what the doctors said, i.e., it was just a fetus, I knew in my gut I had lost something in that abortion. I did not know what. I experienced an unidentified anxiety as I wrestled with the aftermath of the abortion and tried to drown those feelings with alcohol. The fear, shame, and guilt I experienced after the abortion compelled me to leave my girlfriend. I could not face her with what we had done. As time went on, the emptiness within me seemed to grow, even though I was forgiven. I eventually married someone else and wanted to have a family. Our 2 children were lost due to miscarriages, and I felt I was being punished for killing my first child. I eventually found out that I was learning the lesson that a child is a child whether a person wants them or not. I went to Rachel's Vineyard, which gave me permission to explore my abortion experience. Over time, I came to recognize that the girl I had lost had a God-given personality, God-given talents that I never experienced. I had lost the opportunity to experience the blessings of a reciprocal relationship that occurs between a father and a daughter. The adoption of my daughter helped me to clarify these emotional difficulties. I realized I'd lost more than a clump of cells. It was only when I addressed this experience as a child loss that I was able to heal. I tried to believe the lie that a child in the womb was not a person, but I could not find healing until I faced the reality that human life begins at conception. Once I accepted that, I could deal with the guilt, shame, anger, fear, deception, lying, grief, and loss that surrounded that event. I had to face the truth and discovered that when you know the truth will set you free. I don't want others in a difficult situation to believe the lie that a child is not a child at the point of conception. And that is why I'm silent no more. Thank you.
Okay, well, we are here with George Buscemi, president of Campaign Quebec V. And so, George, we want to hear about your organization, about the campaign, its origins, why it was developed, and what it's doing now.
Okay, so Campagne Quebec V is a Quebec pro-life organization. It was founded in 1989 after the Supreme Court decision here in Canada allowed abortion for all 9 months of pregnancy. So at that point, a lot of people decided that it was time for Quebec to have its own pro-life group because a lot of the trouble in this country, as far as the culture of death is concerned, and abortion in particular, is from Quebec. So the abortion doctor that was at the Supreme Court, he was from Quebec, and another case of a woman who aborted her child, and this was brought to the Supreme Court, was also a Quebecer. So there was lots of activism pro-abortion coming from Quebec, and it was time for us to start working there, to reverse things.
So you wanted to start working, reversing things. Tell us about the campaign. Tell us about the aspects of what you've been doing over the years, what you're doing now, and the response of the pro-abortion people. Because it really seems like here, not only do they want to hold a position of pro-death regarding euthanasia, assisted suicide, abortion, but they seem to want to crush dissent.
Right.
And so how does your campaign fit into that?
Well, so one of the things we do, for example, recently is the 40 Days for Life. We've been doing that for the last, since 2008, and twice a year. And so we pray and fast in front of abortion clinics, and we also do sidewalk counseling. Well, so recently, 2 abortion clinics no longer want us to be there, and so they brought us to court to prevent us from.
They don't want you there.
They don't. They want us a city block away, radius away from the abortion facility, and so they've asked the court for an injunction to keep us away, and so we have to contest it. And so we have to hire a lawyer and go in front there and bring our witnesses and so on and so forth. That'll be on June 16th, where we'll finally be able to argue against this. So they want to keep us away from being able to show women there's an alternative to abortion. There are people out there to help them. They just don't want it because those clinics are private clinics, and we hurt our bottom line if we take away, if they don't abort a baby, they don't get paid.
And George, that's where you are having an impact, right?
Right.
So there you are, you're bringing your physical presence to the abortion mills and saying, you're offering women an alternative to abortion. You want to tell them the truth about what's going to happen, and they want to silence you. They don't want you there, and they want to silence you. But how are you responding? So you have to do a lawsuit, but what's your morale like?
Well, I mean, we just go serenely. We're not anything as big as those abortion clinics. It's actually 4 people suing us at the same time. There's 2 building operators, and then there's the 2 clinics themselves. They do about 6,000 abortions in total a year over there. And so those are multi-million-dollar companies, and we're just a small pro-life organization, but we've got truth, and we're serene. We know that abortion is killing a baby. And we know that it's also harmful for women. And we know that they don't help women and they don't offer them any alternatives. We have actually women who have had abortions at those clinics to testify during this next hearing to tell them that, look, you didn't tell me anything about what my abortion was going to do to me, and now I regret it, and you just asked for my check, and that was it. I was in tears. Like, there was one woman who approached us, and she says, I was in tears the morning of my abortion. And then when I was just talking to the lady, all that she said was, do you have your check?
That's right. Because all it is about money. It's not about even meeting that woman in her moment of confusion or being scared. They don't want to address that. They just want that either credit card or take that check.
There's no time. There's no time. It is really a mill. When we say abortion mill, it's because it's fast and efficient. And it really is. They have to get these people through the doors, and so there's no time for discussions. It's just, do you have your payment? And here in Canada, there's no waiting limit. It's the same day service.
Right.
So.
And that's something that is so important. There are no abortion laws in Canada. So there isn't a 24-hour waiting period. No. There isn't an ultrasound required. No. There isn't the right to know where everything needs to be explained, that you do have options. It's just unto death.
Yes, it's and any kind of that's the problem we have. We're a political organization, and we like to rectify certain things politically, but there hasn't been any opening whatsoever to change either funding of abortion, because it's funded from conception right up till birth. If a woman wants a late-term abortion the night before her delivery, she won't find a Canadian doctor to do it, but if she can be flown to the U.S. and have a late-term abortionist from the U.S. do it at taxpayers' expense. So there really is I don't know. It's very spiritual imprisonment. There's a kind of a demonic aspect to it, I must say, that prevents people from seeing that this is something that cannot stand. But there's a blindness, and so that's why we've really resorted to prayer at this time.
Well, George, thank you so much for your bold stand, for your witness, and we know that God is blessing it, and more will be led to stand firm for life because of your work. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Well, we're going back to Birmingham with Doug Keck and Father Joseph. Back to you.
Very good, great. And we are still here watching closely, seeing some great images. I'm here, of course, Doug Keck in our command center with our own Father Joseph Mary Wolf, who is our chaplain here at EWTN and author of a wonderful prayer book that's available through EWTN. And we were talking about a book earlier that My Life with Mother Angelica, to Sister Mary Rayfield, that just got put out again from the sisters. And I know you're a big promoter of this, and I just thought it was great. My Life with Mother Angelica, because that's what we're talking about today is life, and that's through EWTN's religious catalog. But one of the comments that got made, besides the fact that I want to give a shout out to Archbishop Prendergast and to Bishop Riesbeck in their interview, and it's great to see them standing out, and it's great to see a young auxiliary bishop like Bishop Riesbeck out there, because that's a great image for the church reaching out to the youth. But I remember one of the things I think struck you as well as me earlier, I think it might have been when Eric Metaxas was talking way back when, he was quoting somebody about silence in the face of evil is evil. And that's really what we're doing here. And I think this is a great tagline they have here for a header. When you're faced with hard choices, let life win. What could be more simple and straightforward than that? Why is it that people who speak up for life are so vilified in your mind?
Yeah, why is that? Because they brought it out as well that there's a demonic dimension to this, isn't there? That the devil hates life, you know. So who's behind all of this? It is a spiritual battle that we are engaged in as well. But also we need to continue to proclaim the truth over and over again. That the truth does really set us free. It really does lead us to life. It leads us to that abundant life. Where the lies that our culture is so often spreading are so diminishing, demoralizing, and destructive to our lives, our cultures, our families.
Right, and we want to encourage all our Canadian viewers as well as those watching around the world, you know, spread the word about this event as well, and make people aware of the images that exist on our YouTube channel. We're going to re-air the event itself if you missed it on Saturday, so I think at noon Eastern. So people can look for that. That's May 16th at noon Eastern. You can see the entire 18th Annual Canadian National March for Life from the beginning to the end, and we still haven't ended it yet, but if you missed any portion of it, you can check it there. I'm sure we'll have it on YouTube. It's really important, and I think one of the things that came out, I think when Bishop Riesbeck mentioned the fact of the growing numbers, and you know, going back to 2009 when it was 7,000 or 8,000 to a number that's closer to 30 now, which is almost tripled. A big part of that is because these images through the internet, through EWTN's effort, through the Coalition for Life in Canada's efforts, are getting images out there for people to see that there are plenty of people just like you and me who believe the same thing. You're not alone for believing in life.
And more people are taking up that torch. They're being encouraged to do that because it is the right choice. It is the sane choice. It is reality. It's the way that God has made us to love and to be loved. So let love win. Let life win. You know,
yeah, well, exactly. And one of the things that, and we're going to be joining Jim and Joy in a moment. I just want to remind everybody, if you enjoy Jim and Joy on this coverage, they're great pro-lifers. Don't forget about At Home with Jim and Joy. Their weekly live show that airs on Thursday afternoons and re-airs on Friday. Check out EWTN.com. And speaking of them, we're going back out to Ottawa with Jim and Joy.
Welcome back. Well, we are here with the organizers of this fabulous march, Jim Hughes and Jeff Gunnarsson, and also with Campaign Life Coalition. Now today, tell us, Jim, how excited you got numbers. What do you think? You must be relishing in the amount of people that showed up for your great event.
Wake up, Jim.
Well, yeah, we expected 3 or 4, and we got about 6. No, we got over 25,000 again.
Say that
Hallelujah.
Over
25,000 happy marchers.
Yes.
It was wonderful. Even the bishops smiled.
Yes.
And that was really good, too. And we had probably the largest number of bishops out that we've ever had. We've had so many clergy from so many faith communities. It's just absolutely beautiful. And the people were so, oh my heavens, so positive. The politicians couldn't say enough complimentary things, and that was a surprise in itself. And then we moved on from there. We walked through the streets of Ottawa, and I sat on a bench and did the count because, of course, the media always skews the numbers. So I count them, been counting them for probably 10 years now. And there were over 25,000 people. And I counted them, and the people came over to talk to me, and a bishop came over and said, I want to talk to you. I said, yeah, I'm doing a count, so I'll talk to you later on. And we moved through the whole, and it was surprising. It was a wonderful, upbeat day, and God gave us the great weather to go with it. and I couldn't think of anything that would have improved things.
Could you place yourself in the beginning days of this, the first march, and what you were seeing, and now looking here? I mean, you must see yourself here, but you must be thinking back to that time. Did you think this day would come to pass? Hope it would come to pass?
Well, we only got we got less than 1,000 people out the first time we did this. We got about 600 or 700. And I thought, Nellie Gray, what did you do getting me to do this? This is crazy. No politicians, no clergy. Well, we had one, Reverend Ken Campbell gave the address, the late Reverend Ken Campbell. No bishops, no Catholic priests. It was just, oh my God. And then a few Catholic priests identified themselves. They were wearing jackets and things, weren't wearing their collars, and it was a real challenge to beef this thing up. And Archbishop Prendergast here in Ottawa is responsible in large part for getting the clergy involved, and he treats them well, and he puts them up in the manse and feeds them, and they all come late.
When the shepherd leads, the people follow. Jeff, your impression, what did you hear? What did you see? What's encouraging? What are your hopes from this time?
Yeah, what I wanted to emphasize was, and I thought about this on the Hill when you saw one of the MPs bring out a little baby and held her, I believe, in his arms. And I said to myself that this is great when they bring their families out, because a lot of people, and we try to educate, when we go out to talk to people, we try to educate them and say, these politicians are just like you and me. And they need education. They need you people to talk to them and to inform them of the issues, because they can't keep up. They don't know. So when I see them out there with their family, their wives, their kids, it reminds me that these people are just like you and I, and they just happen to be working in a big place like that. Right. And so it encourages me or reminds me to keep mentioning that, to make people understand that it's the everyday citizen that can get engaged in the political system, whether it's at the grassroots level or whether it's going up on Parliament Hill and helping them at that level.
Well, your hopes for this time as it relates to the upcoming election? Next time we meet, the election would have taken place.
When you see an MP like Royal Gallipo get out of a hospital bed to come to the march and then leave to go back to the hospital, you know there's some very solid people that deserve all of our support when they run in this next federal election. Unfortunately, a large number of pro-life members of Parliament are not running for re-election. They've decided they've done all they can, and they're moving on. So we've been working, and Jeffrey's been quarterbacking the whole program to try to nominate pro-life people, and I think there's still 100 more that have to be nominated. So we're just going to encourage our supporters to get out there and do this, and it's absolutely important.
Jim, Jeff, thank you so much for your great work. There's a lot to be happy about here today.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for covering this. It's very good.
Thank you to EWTN
Excellent.
for
Yes.
exposing this to the whole world.
Absolutely.
Kathleen and Brian, back to you.
We're good to go? All right, so I'm with Teresa Gilbert. She is with Servium Ministries, and this is it's not a new ministry, but it's a new name.
Yes, so my husband and I started about 5 years ago, and it was Catholic Chapter House, and we've recently changed to Servium Ministries. And we're excited the way the Holy Spirit has been guiding us to shift our focus a little bit and to tighten up on some things that we were doing, really focusing on reaching out to our fellow Catholics and catechizing them. And of course that encompasses the pro-life message. To be Catholic is to be pro-life, and I have a long history of pro-life activism in my family, so we naturally bring that to our ministry as well.
You got a little pro-lifer right there. You used to be with National Campus Life Network.
Currently their president. Yes. Yeah.
So let me ask you about this. Catechizing online, evangelizing online. I was speaking about this at an event recently, saying if you want your message to be out there, you've got to be in the world. You've got to be where people are. and people are online. They're on Facebook. They're on Twitter. Is that part of what you're doing?
Absolutely. We have very active Facebook, Twitter account, YouTube, as well as our blog, and just being very active on that. My husband actually does most of it. I'm full-time with our beautiful children, and then I support him when I can, when they're napping, basically. Yeah.
It's if you want to change the message, you want to change the world, you can't withdraw from the world. And that's even in the Bible, but a lot of people think the best thing to do is just step back and don't be part of the culture. I think that's the wrong message.
We have amazing tools available to us. I think if the apostles had Twitter and Facebook and blogs and the ability to email their friends and stuff, I think we could very much maximize that. And so that's part of what we're trying to do through Servium Ministries too.
All right, so you're talking to the choir right now with EWTN. At least I hope the people at EWTN are. Let me ask you though, what can they do? What can people do to get involved in your ministry or learn from it or pick up tips or just say, you know what, I'd like to use a bit of what you're doing?
Well, I think they can follow us online, of course, follow our Facebook page, Servium Ministries, follow our YouTube. We host 2 events in Toronto where we bring people together in person, because online is great, but we have to also have that in-person connection as well, and we're hoping to grow from that as well. So just keeping up to date with what we're doing, and we'll certainly have some tips and ideas for them through that.
Other than posting pictures of this cute little guy there, because he's very cute, and you could turn people pro-life, couldn't you? What do you put out there, or whether it's a pro-life message or catechizing people? Because a lot of people who are cultural Catholics. So what do you put out there that can help them? Do you have a good example?
Well, we're trying to challenge people to take their faith seriously. So just short messages, usually in our emails or on our YouTube videos. So short, because attention spans are short as well. And just trying to give them something to think about, whether it be, when you're going to Mass, have you examined your conscience properly? Are you well positioned to receive the Eucharist? And what does that mean? Wait, I can't just receive it all the time, taking that more seriously. Just make us stop and think about what we're doing as Catholics and to learn more about what our faith is all about.
Now I know, yes, hello, you can come back anytime. I know that with, depending on where you are, it's different, but in Ontario, we've got publicly funded Catholic schools, a lot of people that come through them who are poorly catechized because they don't receive instruction at the home, they don't attend Mass, and the school, it all depends on the principal and the teacher. So is that essentially the audience that you're talking to, the people that fell through the cracks or were not fully catechized?
Yeah, we really want to reach those people who they're Catholic, they have an understanding of the faith, but they're missing a lot of it too. And our faith is so rich, right? There's so much to it, so much beauty to it, so much truth to it, but when it's misunderstood, it can be turned into something terrible as well. So we're just trying to reach out with simple messages, trying to bring people in, get excited about the faith, and excited about following the faith.
He can grab the mic anytime. He's going to have something more interesting to say than I will. All right. So speak to me quickly about National Campus Life Network. I've been with Kathleen a good chunk of the day, who works with you guys out in Vancouver. Give us a quick update on where NCLN is and what your challenges currently are.
A quick update. Well, we have some amazing staff. We have some amazing students who are working as much as they can on campuses. Again, like I said, bringing the message to people instead of keeping it in a classroom. So really taking the message out there, asking people questions, getting them to think about their answers, think it through. And I think our staff has been doing an amazing job. We have some courageous students out there all across Canada, and definitely out there, if you can please pray for everybody involved. We need your prayers to keep it going.
All right, Teresa, thanks so much. Jim, Joy, as we've been saying, changing hearts and minds is a one person at a time adventure. It's a one person at a time job. Teresa's doing that both with Servium Ministries and National Campus Life Network. So thank you. God bless. Back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Brian. Thank you for that beautiful sharing with that lovely mama and her baby. But the theme of this year's march is Let Life Win. And right now, we are going to go to a beautiful testimonial by a beautiful young woman named Adriana.
So my story starts in first year of university. I met a guy, we got close, and 4 months into university, I got pregnant. Yeah, for me, what surprised me the most was the doctor who initially told me I was pregnant. When they wanted me to terminate the pregnancy, that was very difficult for me to comprehend because this was somebody I was looking up to for advice, and then when friends at school were suggesting it, it was very difficult for me because these were people that I was turning to for advice. My mother was very supportive, and my father loved me very much, but it was really hard for him, and he ended up kicking me out of my house. So when school was over and I was to come back home, because I was not allowed, I ended up moving in with my aunt for the remainder of the pregnancy. It was not an easy delivery by any means, but when I finally gave birth and he was placed in my arms and he looked at me, I was overcome with joy, and there was some fear that came with it, but more than anything, I looked him in the eyes and I knew that this is my baby, this was my son, and I would do whatever it took, anything, to make sure that he had the life that he needed and that he deserved. I ended up calling him Nathaniel, and the joy and the love that he has brought into my life, but not only my life, but the life of my family and my friends and my community has just been astounding. And even when it came to my father, he loves him so much, and my son adores my father. I am back at home, and I have a great relationship with my dad now, and things have been working out. I'm currently at York University studying psychology. I'm in my second year, and it is tough and it is hard, but I know that all of this work is so that I can, get a good job and be able to provide for not only myself but also for Nathaniel. I've met people who've also been faced with an unplanned pregnancy, and I know it is hard, and for anyone who's going through it, you gotta just know that it will get better. Even though it may seem like your world is falling apart, there are so many resources out there for women in this situation, but it will get better. And when you see the baby for the first time, you're going to know that you made the right decision, that letting life win was the right choice. It's the only choice.
We are here with Brian Butcher from the Eastern Catholic Chaplaincy of Ottawa. Each year here, we have a closing time of prayer led by the chaplaincy, and it's just an absolutely beautiful time. Brian, it's so wonderful to have you with us.
Thank you so much.
To help us understand better and more fully what takes place during that prayer service that'll take place in a little bit. But please share with our viewing audience the Eastern Catholic Chaplaincy of Ottawa.
Well, maybe I'll just explain, if people are wondering who are the Eastern Catholics. Within the Catholic Church, about 1% of the worldwide Catholic communion is made up of Eastern Rite Catholics. That is, people who follow the Orthodox tradition in their liturgy, their spirituality, their theology, and church discipline, but are in communion with the Church of Rome and with one another, obviously. And so depending on where you're from, you may or may not have encountered Eastern Catholics. In Canada, we have many Ukrainian Greco-Catholics or Ukrainian Catholics. We follow the Byzantine Rite shared with Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox. Our tradition comes from Constantinople, and we're Eastern Christians in communion with Rome. So for many years now, we've been responsible for this service, and it's particularly our outreach to the students, we call the Eastern Catholic Chaplaincy of Ottawa, that took the initiative to get this service going.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So just prepare us for what we might be seeing and hearing.
Well, the first thing you'll notice is that it is very colorful, the service. It's continually sung. It's entirely sung except for the homily. We face east in our prayer, not with the back to the celebrant looks like he has his back to the people, but the reasons why we're all facing east together, in this case we're facing north, but the idea is that we're all facing the same direction And when the priest, or in this case the bishop, is praying, he's facing with us, facing God. When he's blessing us or addressing us in Christ's name, he turns to face us. So those are some of the things that will stand out immediately to people, is the look of the service, the fact that everything is sung, and then the choreography or the posture is different than what Roman Rite Catholics will be used to, unless, for example, they've been exposed to the extraordinary form, in which case many of these things will seem quite familiar.
So these prayers, this ceremony that is being offered, how is it in any particular way related to the area of life? Or is it something that's prayed in various places that's just been brought here and still has great meaning?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we call this service a Moleben, which is just a catch-all phrase for a prayer service. It's very malleable, and it can be adapted to the circumstances, to the occasion. This one is called a Moleben for the unborn. So in a particular way, we are praying for those who have died. We're praying for an end to abortion, and also remembering or commemorating all those who've suffered and those who've died as a result of abortions. There will be some psalms that will be sung. We'll begin with the singing of Christ is Risen, because we're still in Paschaltide. There'll be some psalms that are sung, some scripture readings, intercessions, and then a homily by one of the bishops who are here with us today.
You know, and it's so beautiful because we began with prayer. We're going to end with prayer. We should be praying all day long.
Indeed.
Because the area of life that's being attacked in Canada.
That's right.
I mean, it is not going to go away unless the people of God are praying.
Yeah.
We have to pray, then we have to do something about it. We have to get involved. We have to show up, and we have to strike a holy fear.
That's it.
I mean, God has to convert us all to truth and lead us along that way. So it's so appropriate, you know, that we're closing this beautiful day, this absolutely spectacular day, with a wonderful blessing of prayer covering this whole thing.
Well, I want to really congratulate Campaign Life Coalition and the organizers, because they've done a very good job at allowing different communities to participate and offer the gifts that they have. And so there's masses in the morning before the march, as you know. There's prayer services in some different Protestant churches. The Orthodox hosted a prayer service last night, and then they give the Eastern Rite Catholics a chance to offer what we can offer at the end of the day today.
What would you say to some people that would say, doesn't the Bible teach that you should just be away in your closet praying? Why are you out here making such a scene, being out here? Is this something that only Eastern Rite Catholics do? Or what's the deal with being out here? Why don't you just go back into the sanctuary and pray?
That's a good question. It's actually interesting. If we look at the history of the church, Christians were very inclined very quickly to pray out of doors and to pray in processions. And in fact, as soon as the church was legalized, this was the predominant form of worship in Jerusalem and Rome and Constantinople, where our own liturgy comes from. Yeah, it's okay.
But it sounds like it's beginning to
Oh, excellent. They're singing Christ is risen from the dead, trampling death by death, and to those in the tombs giving life.
Okay.
Singing in French here for American audience. You have, of course, the Kyrie eleison in the Latin Rite, so we have a little bit more Greek in our tradition.
Well, it must make bishops feel pretty good. It's beautiful.
Blessed be our God always, now and forever and ever.
Christ is risen from the dead, trampling death by death, and to those in the tombs
Trinitarians in the Eastern churches. It helps us remember that we worship a Trinitarian God. So here we'll be singing Christ has risen 3 times. The main celebrant there is Bishop John Pazak of the Slovak Greek Catholic Church in Canada. And there's also visiting us, and will be giving the homily, Bishop Paul Chomnitsky, a Ukrainian Catholic bishop from the United States. In our church, the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church, it's very common to have congregational singing. And here you see the men and women alternating. So we have the men mostly standing on the right and the women on the left, just because it makes for a nice balance in the prayer to alternate between the men and women. Well, St. Augustine said, he who sings prays twice, qui cantat bis orat. Although I have had some people say, no, he really said, whoever sings well prays twice. Hopefully we do both. Qui cantat bene.
For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, now and forever and ever.
There's kind of a repetitive quality to Eastern Christian worship that at first is a bit unfamiliar for people who've not experienced it. But the ethos is that the angels are continually praising God, and we want to be drawn up into that ceaseless prayer. And so the liturgy, in a way, is an icon, or is a foretaste of what we'll experience in heaven. Hence the need or the openness to just saying the things that need to be said again and again. Christ said, do not pray with vain repetitions. But the question is your repetition vain or not? It's never vain to repeat, Lord have mercy, for this is what we need. Not least on a day like today when we're praying for an end to this, to the travesty of abortion. Indeed, yeah. Well, we were actually singing similar songs as we were processing through the streets, and hopefully countering the shouts of the counter-protesters who were shouting obscenities against us, and just blessing them with our prayer and invoking the Lord's blessing on them. Now you see Deacon Patrick Furman. He's a monastic deacon, a hero deacon, who's incensing as the opening psalms are sung. We use incense copiously in all the Eastern churches to honor the image of God in every human being. So we do not only sense the altar, but we sense the people in almost every service. It's actually multiple symbols at once. The incense is like the prayers rising up to God, as Psalm 140 says, let my prayer rise like incense before you. It also is honorific in that every person has the image of God in them. So rich or poor, regardless of your status, you be a child, you be an adult, whoever you are, when the priest or deacon incenses you, he's acknowledging the image of God in you, which is not a function of what you can or cannot do. It's a function of who you are, made in the image of God, the dignity of the human person. Indeed, of course. This is right. That's right. They also say that the sense of smell is the most powerful sense. And to smell the incense immediately connotes prayer, and this is the case in many religions, whether among our Native Americans or First Nations with their sweetgrass, or one finds it in many contexts. So we try to engage the whole person. We're a religion of the incarnation. So the singing, the incense, the icons, all the senses are engaged in our worship. Of course, this is common to both East and West again as well.
That we would hear and see and smell God.
Indeed, indeed. Yes, well, nowadays people talk about aromatherapy. Everyone's into aromatherapy. Well, the church has been doing that for a long time. So, healing through the senses, as you say. Yeah. Indeed. Yeah. That's right. So the deacon is now intoning something called the Great Litany, or the Litany of Peace, in which he proceeds to pray for all the needs of the world, for all those in authority, those in leadership in the church, in society, for all those in various states in life, for peace throughout the world, for the well-being of the holy churches of God, and so forth. And this litany is a magnificent sort of catalog of things that we really should be praying for all the time. And in the Byzantine Church, we pray it in all our major services.
Responding, Lord have mercy.
Indeed, this is our typical way we pray, is the deacon says, let us pray for X, and the people respond, Lord have mercy, and then the priest or bishop concludes the litany with a collect, or an oration at the end. This allows for a very dialogical form of prayer, and everyone has their own role to play. It's in fact itself an icon of the Trinitarian communion, because the deacon and the celebrant and the people each have a role that together in something, in a unified action. Deacon Patrick is part of a Byzantine Rite monastic community in Wisconsin, in St. Nazian, Wisconsin, called Holy Resurrection Monastery.
For favorable weather, for an abundance of the fruits of the earth, and for peaceful times, let us pray to the Lord. For the seafarers and travelers, for the sick and the suffering, for those held captive and for their salvation, let us pray to the Lord.
The deacon holds up his stole when he's praying. We call it an orarion. In former times, the intentions would be written out on the stole, so he would hold it up and could read it off, and he would know what he was supposed to pray for. Yeah, well, we don't write the intentions anymore, but he holds it up as a sign of saying, hey, everybody, pay attention, we're praying now. And at one time, he would read off his intentions from there.
Bless his servants with the grace of the Holy Spirit, ordering their efforts in wisdom and making them pleasing in his sight. Let us pray to the Lord. That he will assign a guardian angel to banish from their efforts every enemy and obstacle, whether visible or invisible. Let us pray to the Lord.
Can you share a little bit about the vestments and why some are wearing what they are wearing? Because they look different, you know.
Sure, yeah, the vestments in each of the ancient liturgical traditions are different from one another. So Latin vestments, Byzantine vestments, Coptic, Ethiopic are all different. Vestments in the Byzantine Rite all started out as the civil clothing of the senators and or the emperors in the Byzantine Empire. So they have, in a sense, a civil origin, but their symbolism comes from the scriptures. So it's an interesting mix of what was common at the time, and it tells us a lot about where our churches come from, but the spiritual significance derives directly from the Old Testament, in which to exercise a ministry of leadership in public worship, you were to be designated in part by what you were wearing. So the deacon wears a bright gold tunic called a sticharion, and that's basically the vestment of the baptized. But then in addition, he has his stole or orarion that he's holding up, and this is a symbol of his diaconal office. So he needs to wear it whenever he exercises diaconal functions, and he holds it up, as I said a moment ago, to let people know that it's time to pray. The bishops, by contrast, are simply wearing their black cassocks, and they have an outer cape, which is a sign of their episcopal dignity. But underneath, they wear a black cassock like anyone else, any other cleric, which is a kind of street clothing, and it's black because it's meant to mark that they are dead to the world. Bishops in the Eastern Church were traditionally drawn from the rank of the monastics, that is, the people who had renounced earthly power. We thought those were the best people to entrust with the leadership in the church, the people who didn't want to be in charge.
No, I will not die, I will live and declare the works of the Lord. The Lord is good and has appeared to us. Blessed is he who comes.
You'll notice, of course, the singing is all a cappella, that is without instruments, which is characteristic of all the Eastern churches. In the Ukrainian tradition, it's typically 3-part, if not 4-part harmony, and the melodies are simple enough that people can learn them without notes just by listening over time, and the cantor will just simply throw the pitches da da da, and people will join right in. So it's a very kind of user-friendly kind of chant. We have many children singing here as well today. You'll have a chance to hear them at the end of the service. They'll be singing some numbers.
We sinners bring this appeal to you, O Master, for we have no defense. Have mercy on us.
Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Lord, have mercy on us, for we have put our trust in you. Be not exceedingly angry with us, and do not remember our transgressions, but look upon us now with compassion. Redeem us from our enemies, for you are our God and we are your people. We are all the work of your hands, and we call upon your name.
Now and
It's just making a
forever
certain
and
peace. That seems to be
Really?
that wasn't here. It's beautiful.
Open the doors of mercy to us, O blessed Mother.
You know, St. Augustine, in addition to his more famous quote, "He who sings prays twice," also said, "Singing is a lover's thing. Cantare amantis est." And in one sense, in this context in which we might think it's all about politics, it's about power, as you were saying earlier, no, it's really ultimately about prayer. And if we don't love our own country, love our politicians, love these counter-protesters in the street, and above all, love our Lord, then nothing will ever change. And so, the liturgy and the beauty of the liturgy is meant to soften our hearts and enable us to enter into that love that God has for us, and that through the Holy Spirit, we are enabled to have for Him and for the world.
You know, and one of the, Jeff, when he was here before, one of the founders of the March for Life was sharing how beautiful it was that the members of Parliament came out with their children.
Yes, of course.
Then
yeah.
you said, he's just like me and you, as
Yeah.
sometimes you want to make them the enemy.
That's it.
They're
That's
not the enemy, we're the human family.
That's right. That's
you
right.
know?
So we're about to hear the scripture readings for today. We begin with the Prokeimenon. They're singing right now. It's a short psalm refrain. And then we'll hear an epistle and then a gospel reading. It's the Feast of the Ascension today, Ascension Thursday, in the Gregorian calendar for those Byzantine churches which follow the Gregorian calendar. And so the bishop who will be preaching at the end will be preaching on the gospel for the Ascension. It'll be interesting to see how he ties in Ascension with the theme of the march.
We will walk in the light of your countenance, O Lord. And exalt your name forever. Let us pray to the Lord. Have mercy.
You are holy, O God. You dwell among the saints, and we send glory up to you, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, now and forever and ever.
I'm sorry, there's actually no epistle today. There can be. In this case, we're going straight to the gospel. So he's incensing again in preparation for the proclamation of the living word of Christ.
Praise God in his saints.
The deacon actually does most of the work in the Byzantine liturgy. The priests like it when there's a deacon present because they can just stand at the altar and pray. And the actual word count in the service is really mostly divided between the deacon and the people. The priest says quite little by comparison. In the early church, they thought of the deacon as the image of Christ because he went back and forth between the altar and the people as Christ himself came from heaven to earth and back to heaven.
Let everything that has breath and that we might be made worthy to hear the holy gospel, let us pray to the Lord our God. Lord, have mercy, Lord, have mercy. Lord, have mercy. Wisdom, stand aright.
You'll notice the servers are holding fans, which are in the image of the seraphim over the gospel as it's proclaimed, symbol of the angels hovering over the word of the Lord himself.
A reading from the Holy Gospel according to St. Luke.
Let us be attentive.
At that time, Jesus, having been raised from the dead, stood in their midst and said to them, "Peace to you." Then he said to them, "Recall those words I spoke to you when I was still with you, everything written about me in the law of Moses and the prophets and the Psalms had to be fulfilled." Then he opened their minds to the understanding of the Scriptures. He said to them, "Thus it is written that the Messiah must suffer and rise from the dead on the third day. In his name, penance for the remission of sins is to be preached to all the nations, beginning at Jerusalem. You are witnesses to this. See, I send down upon you the promise of my Father. Remain here in the city until you are clothed with the power from on high." Then he led them out near Bethany, and with hands upraised blessed them. As he blessed them, he left them and was taken up to heaven. They fell down to do him reverence, then returned to Jerusalem filled with joy. There they were to be found in the temple constantly, speaking the praises of God.
It's the bishop blessing us now, and we'll be hearing the homily.
Christ is risen.
Truly is risen.
My dear brothers and sisters in Christ, first of all, I would like to thank you for your kind invitation to take part in this year's National March for Life here on Parliament Hill, the center of our nation's capital and the heart of our democracy. It is a special honor for me to speak to you, even though I live in the United States, but as a fellow Canadian from the West Coast, that's where really Canada is. But especially today, as we also, it's been a bit forgotten, but the feast of the ascension of our Lord into heaven, to sit at the right hand of God. 40 days following his glorious resurrection from the dead. For the past 40 days, our hearts have been bursting with joy. Our lips have been singing the joyous Easter anthem. Christ is risen from the dead, trampling death by his death, and granting life to those in the tombs. And we heard it resound in the march today. And during those same 40 days, our frail human minds have been trying, not totally successfully, to comprehend the meaning of the Son of God's suffering, death, and physical resurrection, and promises for us that ensued from it. And today, as we just heard in the gospel reading, Jesus leads his followers to Bethany, blesses them, and ascends out of their sight into heaven. A new era has begun in the life of the nascent Christian community of Jerusalem. And this new life speaks to us who are gathered here in the defense of life, because this life is eternally new and always relevant. When we read another account of Jesus' ascension to heaven, this one in the first chapter of the book of the Acts, we see the apostles asking Jesus, "Lord, are you going to restore the kingdom to Israel?" Following Jesus' resurrection, it was natural for the apostles to ask this question, because in the back of their minds, they knew that one of the main tasks of the Messiah was to gather the 12 tribes of Israel together. And of course, we know Jesus' entire public life was one devoted to preaching, healing, and gathering the nation throughout Israel and Judea. But at this time, Jesus did not give them a straight answer. "It's not for you to know," he says. He puts them off. But he does tell them about the coming of the Holy Spirit. He tells them, "You will receive power when the Holy Spirit comes upon you, and you will be my witnesses in Jerusalem, throughout Judea and Samaria, and to the ends of the earth." In effect, he's indirectly answered the apostles' question with a twist. He's telling them, "Yes, I will indeed gather the nations together." How? Through my church, through you, my instruments who will be empowered with the Holy Spirit. So we see, my dear brothers and sisters, the apostles and we, their heirs, on the day of the ascension of our Lord into heaven, have received our marching orders. We have been handed our job description. It is we, after having been clothed with the power and the wisdom of the Holy Spirit, who are being sent out. It is we who have been commissioned by the Master to gather the tribes, humanity together, beginning from our own homes and local communities to the ends of the earth. And as if to underline this commissioning, in the account of the Acts of the Apostles, as Jesus is ascending, we see two men dressed in white garments, angels, who have this message for the apostles. "Men of Galilee, why are you standing there looking up at the sky? This Jesus who has been taken up from you into heaven will return in the same way as you have seen him going into heaven." In other words, the angels are saying, "What are you people doing standing around, gawking with your mouths open? Get to work. Preach, heal, encourage, teach, give witness to Jesus of Nazareth, the Messiah, because you are the means by which Christ will gather the nations." Those two angels were speaking to us just as much as if we were standing there with Christ on Bethany. We, dear brothers and sisters, are the means the instruments by which Christ will gather the nations. What a great privilege it is for us to be able to participate in this great and noble task of Christ the Messiah. And our participation in this annual National March for Life, our physical presence, our prayers, our united voices, our witness to the sanctity of human life from conception until natural death, is one small way in which we today gather the nations under the banner of Christ. This work, this task in which we are Christ's instruments, of course, is not easy. But neither did Christ promise us it would be easy. We simply have to read deeper into the book of the Acts to convince ourselves of this when we read of the suffering, rejection, persecution, and ultimately the martyrdom suffered by many who called themselves Christians in a pagan world. And yet the church grew.
Well, Brian, we're coming to the close of this incredibly beautiful and powerful prayer ceremony led by the Eastern Catholic Chaplaincy. What has this ceremony brought here, or what has it acknowledged that already is here, and what's the hope for what can happen through it?
Well, it's funny, right in front of us, there's a sign, Humanists for Life. And so this march, while it is predominantly Catholics and evangelicals, there are others who are drawn to be part of it. And I'm delighted that through this service, the Eastern Catholics and also some Orthodox who I know are coming out are able to offer our way of praying, which shows both the universality of the church and also shows that the pro-life cause is not exclusive to one church or to one denomination, but really involves all Christians and more than Christians. Really would be wonderful to see Jews here, see Muslims here. We would want to see really everybody, all people of goodwill. As Pope Francis himself has said to the atheists, do good and we will meet in doing the good. And I pray that for these humanists who are here as well, that at least in recognizing the sanctity of life, they are drawing close to the Lord in that very acknowledgement.
Professor, it is so beautiful because there is a group called Atheists for Life.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
And the beauty of that is, we're all on a journey of truth.
That's right.
And yes, I believe that if we keep pursuing truth, we all will end up in the Catholic Church, right? Where we will all end up in truth, where we know all the power of all the sacraments and the beauty of the discipline and the authority of the beautiful church.
Indeed. Well, Pope John Paul II often spoke of breathing with both lungs.
Yes.
And so this march now for several years has offered people the opportunity to breathe with both the eastern and the western lung. And in the richness of that, we have a better sense of how to pray and of all those who are praying with us. Because this is a small community perhaps here, but it represents the prayers of many, many other people in our community who could not be here today.
It's been interesting to listen to you share for many reasons, and it's been so enriching. But you continue to use words, us, our, we. You very rarely hear I. and I think that's really what the pro-life message is about, isn't it? It's not simply about I, it's about us as a community, that God is a community. We're a community, a religious community. If you're not, you're part of the human community, and that really has come through today.
The Coptic Orthodox Church of Egypt has a saying, I am because we are because he is.
Well, this service, this ceremony has been like sweet incense all over this place, and it's such a fitting way to conclude our time. And this community really has a very strong pro-life emphasis. Is that just a natural part of the Ukrainian faith?
It's interesting, within Canada, we're actually disproportionately represented in the pro-life cause. Among the organization Priests for Life, about 10% are Ukrainian Greco-Catholic priests, even though in Canada we are a small church compared to the Roman Catholics. I think it shows that this is very close to the heart of our people. The Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church suffered under communism. We have many, many martyrs, and we know that our faith demands that we stand up. We may not face blood martyrdom at the very least we can do is stand up for those who are suffering blood martyrdom, the holy innocents of our own time.
Professor Brian Butcher, Eastern Catholic Chaplaincy, thank you so much.
Thank
you
you.
added
Thank you
so
so
much
much.
to
My
this
pleasure.
bless
time.
you.
It's
Thank you.
absolutely beautiful. Thank you.
Excellent
Thank
job.
You.
Thank you.
Well, Kathleen and Brian, it's been incredible here. We know it has been for you, so back to you for your thoughts and your comments. Kathleen, Brian.
All right, behind us right now is a sign that says prolifehumanists.org. And then just over to our right, the Orthodox prayer service, their liturgy, prayer liturgy, still going on. Kathleen, I raised this because there was a time when the pro-life movement, or the March for Life, was so strongly Catholic, and it still is, and I think that's a good thing. But I also think it's wonderful that all these other groups are coming in because it strengthens the movement.
Totally, and we really see that, though from our Catholic Church and Christianity, we know that our dignity comes from God, and that really helps us right away know that abortion is wrong, but conveying the fact that human rights belong to humans is something that resonates with our culture. Human dignity and value is not something that people really get right now, but human rights is something that all people really understand. Do you believe in human rights? Well, yeah, I do. So who gets human rights? Well, humans. And so that really makes sense to the broad majority of people.
And each year the March for Life gets bigger, it gets stronger. You get more kids coming out from the Catholic schools. But there was one group that I interviewed today as we were doing the march. They were all from the Hamilton area. They were from either private Christian schools or homeschool, all Dutch Reformed. They decided to come on their own. So I think this building of bridges, these alliances, help strengthen the overall movement and maybe help these guys in this building realize this is a bigger issue than I was trying to dismiss.
Yeah, totally. It's something that we can all come together on and work together, and it kind of adds more like flavor and like everyone's different missions and passions, whether it's working with women in crisis pregnancy or, you know, doing campaigns with graphic images or 40 Days for Life. Like all these different passions that people have from different areas of belief and backgrounds can really help us from all different backgrounds get at the pro-life message, so that, like you said, the Parliament can hear us from different angles.
And you mentioned 40 Days for Life, and you interviewed one of the organizers of that. I was speaking with Archbishop Prendergast. He told me that in Ottawa there's not a single parish that doesn't participate now for at least a half day, if not a full day.
Yeah, it's incredible. And as Steve was saying, how many lives they've saved through prayer. And so, I mean, as Catholics, you guys who are listening, I understand, are probably Catholics. And so you know that this is really ultimately a spiritual battle that we need to fight. So as seeing this March for Life, I hope you're encouraged to keep this mission in your prayers so that we can end abortion and using the power of God.
All right, well, today we're coming to an end of the actual day of trying to put pressure on politicians. The rest of the year is about putting pressure on those in our life, those around us. This is the hard work. Going forward, that one conversation at a time that you were talking about earlier on university campuses, with our friends, with our families, with all of them. Kathleen, it's been great spending the day with you.
You too, Brian.
Great, couldn't ask for better weather. She wore sunscreen. This ginger did not. I've got the sunburn. I'll go deal with that. Jim and Joy, back to you.
Thank you so much, Brian and Kathleen, and the wonderful job that you did out there in the field. It was so beautiful. You know, hun, it's unbelievable what happened here today. The panelists that we got to interview, everyone sharing their story, seeing the numbers, the 25,000 people. You know, when we spoke with Jim and Jeff, the organizers of this march, and said in the beginning it was just hundreds. And really, EWTN has brought this to the nation of Canada, just to say, this is your nation, this is your march, show up and be counted. And so EWTN has brought it to the world to say, this is what's going on in Canada, and what a privilege it has been just to be here and to know these people. And I go home with my heart heavy for the nation of Canada and what the church is facing. And we really got to pray for the great spirit of courage that they would have, especially as their election comes up.
Well, it is so fitting and so right that we have such beautiful prayer going up behind us and singing. And I tell you, we need to pray for this great nation of Canada. The people here, when they look at you, they say, please pray for us. And they're so glad that we're all standing together in solidarity. And this battle has been engaged in earnestly and seriously by the Christian community, by the Catholic community, by the bishops, by the priests, by the deacons, cross-denominationally. This is no game that's going on here. And what's going on in Canada has an impact for the world. They're battling it on both sides. No abortion law, and now the striking down of assisted suicide and euthanasia laws. And so it's just open season on those in the womb and those at the end of life, those who are infirm. And so the theme of this time has been let life win. Let life win. And so we want to make an appeal. Let life win. Almighty God, let life win. Canadian people, as this election year comes up, let life win. And we want to do it in confidence that all together we might build a new culture of life. And so thanks from all the EWTN staff and family here. And it's back to you, Doug. Back to you, Father Joseph. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Jim and Joy. Another stupendous effort on location right there in Ottawa for the conclusion of the 18th Annual Canadian National March for Life, as covered here on EWTN Canada and around the world. I'm Doug Keck in studio with Father Joseph Mary Wolf, our chaplain here at EWTN, and really a packed day, and really exciting not only to hear all the speakers, all the different interviews, but also to be able to spend some time in the middle of that march and hear directly from the young people and the young mothers and all the pro-lifers up there. One of the things that struck me with everything that was there and what we were talking about with the kind of the Eastern Rite and even the humanists and atheists, it's really true diversity. I mean, everybody says they want diversity, but they really don't. But here it is diverse. It's Catholics, it's everyone coming together, because the one thing we unite around is truth. And one thing we know is true is that life should always win, right?
Yes, logic and science is on our side,
Right.
and it leads people of diverse backgrounds, even humanists, to come to the same conclusion that this child deserves a protection of law.
Right, exactly, exactly. And we want to remind everybody as we wrap up that we're going to re-air the entire coverage coming up Saturday, May 16th at noon Eastern. So tell all your friends, if you missed any portion of our coverage of the Canadian National March for Life today, the entire coverage re-airing on EWTN Saturday, March 16th. And of course, May 16th, I'm sorry. And also March and May, I'm getting the two of them together. The March is airing in May 16th. That's what I got. And also go to EWTN.com and find out more information. We have some other pro-life programs as well you may want to check out. And we have a pro-life website as well. Don't forget us on Facebook. Now, before we go, I wanted to also ask you a couple of questions. There's so many things I saw you jotting down on that piece of paper. But if you could pare it down to two things, what are the two things you think your takeaway for yourself and maybe for others would be today?
Well, the quote from Pope Paul VI, that people will listen to witnesses. And you know, it's really a privilege to be part of this, bringing all these witnesses to our audience throughout the world, that they can hear it from the young people, from those who have been involved in this for decades. They can hear these witnesses talk about the reality of it, and also those women who suffered the tragedy of abortion, the fathers who suffered the tragedy of abortion. So witnesses have a power to say, this is what I experienced, you know, from this tragic decision, or this is what I experienced from making a choice of keeping my child and loving the child, even though it may even had disabilities. So I think, first of all, that component of being witnesses. And then the second point is, there was a college girl who talked about going on the college campus and putting up a sign, what do you think of abortion? And engaging the culture. So this is like this big impetus now, but now it has to continue. This work has to continue. And it's a relational thing that came out with the net discussion that, so what do you think about abortion? Well, I'm pro-choice. Well, what does that mean? And then you engage in this conversation, and maybe you can bring them to the light of truth.
Well, I think one of the things that we've seen more and more, first of all, I think the younger generation today is not quite as sold on all these things as some of their parents who kind of went through the 60s and the 70s kind of thing have done. You know, I think they've seen some of the ruination, you know, some of the rubble from some of the broken families and the things that we know Humanae Vitae predicted, which is what we have seen, you know, the way women have been degraded and the families collapsing, and we see that certainly in society. And I think young people can see that. They miss their siblings and friends who aren't there because of abortion. And they think maybe I could have been one of the ones who could have been aborted and I need to stand up now. And we're seeing it more and more. And I think one of the things that really struck me about today's coverage was the whole idea of we're talking about abortion. Meanwhile, you've got this suicide, euthanasia kind of movement picking up steam, not only in Canada, but in the United States. Again, for years we've been saying to people, you know, womb to tomb, you know, after they finish off how many babies they want coming into the world, the other part, they're going to start getting rid of the older folks on the back end who are too expensive because of the healthcare costs. And, you know, a lot of times people talk about words like sustainability, and it's a very interesting thing. But most people, if you read deeply when they talk about sustainability, really talking about, in many ways, population control.
Yeah, that we're trying to put an idea across, and this has to be what we want to get across, even if it means people are expendable. You know, that's the communist philosophy. You're going to entrench this, or the Nazi philosophy. You're going to entrench this even at the cost of people. Or the Christian philosophy is that people have this dignity that has to be respected and loved and preserved, and that's the basis of our philosophy, right?
Yeah, and exactly. And one of the things with that, and I think we've seen more and more with the young people standing up and trying to speak up, and what your point was too, was once everybody has their pat phrases, we see it more and more, and it becomes, you know, I'm pro-choice, I'm this, and then once the person's challenged, at the end of the day, you end up with an ad hominem attack, because the reality is the person who gives that answer never had somebody challenge them. When it does come back, they start to think about it. There's that dissonance that's there. They're starting to think this isn't fitting together for me. How do I feel? You know, it's like that flight kind of thing. I want to get away. If I can't get away, I go away from having the argument about life to saying, well, you're a bigot, or you're judgmental, or you're all these other things that are out there, because that's my way of deflecting away. And the things, and we were talking a little bit in between, you know, while we were watching the event, the idea that if you're so sure of your position on these things, why are you so opposed to other people saying what their position is? Why is there such this intolerance to the other side? You know, to be able to allow people on campus to express pro-life sentiments, or to stand up for life, or stand up for family. If their arguments are correct, then they should welcome the debate because they know they will win. Instead, every time it comes up, they try to block it.
One of the conversations that came out during the march that Brian had was this young mother who was saying, you know, children naturally are pro-life. They have to be educated out of that idea, you know, with other arguments, and their twists their thinking really, but common sense, how children are born, what we understand naturally is that life has a human dignity that must be preserved.
Exactly, so well said. And we just want to remind anybody who's watching, you may be someone who's watching EWTN, maybe because of the march you stumbled across it. Check out our website, EWTN.com. Just to let you know, EWTN is everywhere you are. You can find us on all sides of mobile devices and OTT and Roku and all different ways of getting us. And maybe it's the first time you came across EWTN. You'll see that the entire channel is pro-life. It's what life is all about. It's what Mother Angelica wanted, and that's what it is. And I want to make sure we thank our reporters in the field, Brian Lilly, who did a great job. Of course, Kathleen Dunn, who did a fabulous job as well. Jim and Joy, what goes without saying. Kevin Dunn, who did a wonderful production, has been a great, great ally of ours with our productions in Canada, along with our John Kukinski-led team up there with Mark, our producer, our team here as well at EWTN, and all the people who work at EWTN on so many different facets to bring these kind of events to light, to shine the light of truth onto the fact that there's millions and millions of people out there who are standing up for life and aren't afraid to, and they invite you to join them as well. And one more time I wanted to mention just before we go, it's a beautiful montage we're going to see, Father, is one more time to hit My Life with Mother Angelica. Sister Mary Raphael's wonderful, heartfelt look back at her time with Mother Angelica that the sisters have just put out. It's available through EWTNRC.com, of course, and you help EWTN out and the sisters out, and I think they'd love you to understand more about Mother's early days.
Some great pictures of Mother in the early days that I've never seen before. So.
Right, exactly. And with that said, we just want to remind everybody that they can look for an entire replay of today's coverage coming up on Saturday, May 16th. That'll be at noon Eastern. Also, down the road, keep an eye on our website for that panel, that pro-life panel that happened last night. We'll have a whole documentary coverage of that, which will be presented sometime later this summer. So stay with us right here on EWTN. For Father Joseph Mary Wolf, I'm Doug Keck. Thank you for joining us.